What if Bella fell for the Mobward boss? Bella Swan never planned to fall in love, especially not with a man whose name was whispered in fear. Edward Cullen didn't rule hearts. He ruled the city. EPOV. Wind whipped down Madison, a bitter preview of the Arctic storm forecasted to settle in that night. My Armani trench slapped against my thigh as I glided around the rest of the morning commuters. I pressed my phone harder against my ear in an attempt to hear my brother over the roar of the city. Man, you should have seen it. Dude fucking pissed himself. We full-on scared the piss out of him. Emmett's enthusiasm over some asshole's incontinence was concerning. Great. Listen, Em. Did you get what we needed? I attempted to get him back on track but didn't have all day. Yeah, so, we need to visit some guy on the south side. Hold on. I put his name somewhere, Victor. Vance. Shit, I can't remember. He's supposedly the one running the operation. Good. You get my message across to Tyler. Sure did. And anyone else thinking about selling on our side of Chicago. I even let Alec get in on it. Fucker doesn't mess around, let me tell you. Pretty sure Tyler isn't gonna walk straight again. Give Alec a bump in pay this week. A bonus for a job well done. Let him know there's more opportunity if he can prove himself reliable. Will do. Oh, and Ed. What? Mom called looking for you. Asked if I knew if you had plans Friday night. I could hear the shit-eating grin in his voice. God damn it. I grumbled, I'll talk to you later. Emmett's guffaws rang through the speaker. Jackass. Sighing, I slipped my phone back into my pocket and closed my jacket. Maybe I should have called my mother immediately, but I had no interest in finding out. What or who she had lined up for Friday night. Some vapid politician's daughter, or country club bimbo, I was sure. How she even found these girls was beyond me. Her taste was impeccable in every other facet of her life. But when it came to searching for a future daughter-in-law, she needed to be stopped. I jogged across the street, ignoring the stoplight and narrowly avoiding a Lyft driver who flipped me the bird. I replied in kind, if only the jackass knew who he was disrespecting. I hated the phrase, King of Chicago, but if the crown fit. Good morning, Mr. Cullen. I smiled at the RKY barista as I entered my go-to morning cafe. Her face flushed at the attention, and I chuckled as she fumbled with a stack of napkins. The girl was cute, I'd noticed before. Definitely fuckable, if I was so inclined. However, not challenging enough and a little too innocent for my taste. Didn't mean she wasn't fun to screw with, though. Good morning, Jane. How was your weekend? You get up to anything fun? I let my voice drop with the last word in innuendo. Oh, I mainly just worked. Oh, and I took my dog to the park. Her face was cherry red. The park, huh, lucky dog. I winked as she passed over my usual Americano with cream. Yeah, she sighed. All right, you enjoy your day. Oh, and Jane. I paused to take a sip of my coffee, taking my time to lick my lips in appreciation. I don't know if I've ever told you, but your coffee is delicious. I laughed to myself as I pushed through the door. Women were too easy for me. It had been that way since I'd had my first girlfriend at 14. A charming smile, the right tone of voice, and a little smolder could get even the biggest ice queen on her back with her legs spread. Not that I took advantage. Okay, so maybe I enjoyed my share of fuck buddies. But I'd kept my partners just barely in the double digits. After all, I was only 25. Plus, I'd learned my lessons with one-night stands in college. Drunk sorority girls are never a good idea. Despite the Cullen Consulting building being only half a block from Beantown Coffee, my face stung when I rushed through the front doors. The 70-degree heat inside the building felt like a sauna compared to the air outside. The security guards greeted me with a, "Good morning, Mr. Cullen," as I headed toward the executive elevator. To anyone else, Felix and Sam looked like your typical rent-a-cop. Not the cold-blooded killers they were. My family was well versed in creating facades. Image was everything, and our image was immaculate. Cullen Consulting was one of The most prestigious firms in the world. We were known for our discretion and our ability to facilitate impossible deals. The first 22 floors of our building were strictly legitimate operations, where the deals that showed up on our tax forms were brokered. I stepped forward when the elevator dinged at the 24th floor. "You're late." "Good morning, Rosalie. I'm glad to see the STI. Up your ass wasn't removed over the weekend." Rose rolled her eyes from the welcome desk. I'll give it to her. She was gorgeous, but I was pretty sure she ate balls for breakfast. "Your father's waiting for you. His office or mine?" She pointed toward my father's office. No longer interested in interacting with me, she went back to flipping through emails. I sighed, turning toward my office tea. "Oh, strip off my jacket and set my half-drunk coffee on my desk, so much for enjoying it hot." A message from Rosalie sat on my keyboard. "Call your mother." Great. I tossed the sticky note in the trash. I'd have to deal with my mother after I found out what my father needed. I straightened my tie and brushed non-existent lint from my suit as I headed down the hall. "Pops." I leaned my head through the open door and knocked gently on the frame. "Son, come in." My father sat behind his desk, looking impeccable as always. I settled in one of the imported leather armchairs, leaning back and crossing an ankle over my knee. I schooled my features, having learned long before not to let my emotions show in business, legitimate or not. The man in charge is the one that has no tells. One of my father's many important lessons. Emmett said everything is under control with the hiccup we had last week. "Yes, it's being handled. We believe we know where the situation originated." He nodded, not needing more information for the moment. The trust was new. He had been letting me take the reins recently. I would call the shots for this operation and let him know once the situation was fully under control, or when it was out of control and I needed help. I prayed it was the former. "Let me know when it's resolved." "Yes, sir. I'm proud of you, Edward. You're taking to your new responsibilities well." My father did not give praise when it was not due. Knowing I'd made him proud made an odd feeling bubble in my chest. "It's time to start discussing your future within the businesses." I thought that was already set. I'd known for years I would be taking over for my father. I'd been groomed for it since I was a teen. Let me reword. We need to start setting up a timeline. I'm getting older, and as you know, this is a young man's game. You're 51. I laughed, and your mother started putting pressure on me to step back last year. 50 was always what I had promised her. She understands this is not an overnight process, but we both believe you're ready for me to begin the transfer of power. Thoughts? Yes. No. My father was asking me to take over not only as the CEO of Cullen Consulting but as the head of the most sophisticated organized crime syndicate in the U.S. The Cullen name was synonymous in the underground world with the most impressive weapons and antiquities trading operation in existence. You wanted it. We could find it and get it into your hands within the month. Our classified contracts with multiple government intelligence agencies made avoiding customs a breeze. Our reputation made us available only to the highest bidders. Our morals kept us away from the seedy bastards trafficking girls and drugs. My father wanted to put me at the head of the syndicate. What did I think? I thought he was insane. Shit. Am I ready? My cool broke as I lost control of my emotions. "Edward, you've been running things here for almost a year. I've left every decision up to you and acted only as counsel. Have you not noticed? I thought over everything we'd been dealing with. I'd taken care of the fucker we caught using the Cullen name to try and peddle opiates through the city. Over the summer, we had a situation with the Chinese regarding the quality of goods they'd produced. My trip to Shanghai had been quick and bloody. Remarkably, a new shipment arrived in the States the following week. It was of the highest quality, as was every shipment since. Guess that's what happens when you cut a guy's balls off and mail them to his boss. I hadn't realized I'd been in charge. I admitted. I plan to still act as an advisor for you, and I will remain on the board of Cullen Consulting. I won't leave you to the wolves. This is a lot to take in. I thought I had at least another 5 years. Do you have any qualms with moving that time frame up? No, I think I'm ready. I nodded, excited. I could do this. Good. Now, there's one thing we do need to address before we start this process. Okay, you need to settle down. I am settled. Do I look nervous? Sure. I felt nervous anticipation regarding the new responsibilities headed my way. But I was pretty sure I looked cool, calm, and collected. My father laughed. No, Edward. You need to find a girl. Settle down. Get married. There are certain expectations for the head of the family. Expectations held by our clients and partners. They trust a man with a household and a wife at home. Not to mention, you will eventually need an heir to pass the Cullen name to. What? An heir? Was he fucking kidding me? I hadn't even had a girlfriend since my junior year of high school. Fuck buddies. Sure, plenty. The current two I'd been rotating between for almost 2 years. When one started to cling, I'd switch to the other. And so on. Vicky was a fiery red-headed lawyer with an affinity for being spanked, something I was more than willing to oblige. Bree was a sports writer who gave a great head and always had box seats for Cubs games. Neither girl was wife material. Hell, I didn't even know what made a girl wife material. I can't imagine you'll have too much trouble figuring this out, my father continued. You're a good-looking young man with plenty of resources to care for a woman. Dad, you have got to be kidding me. Who the hell am I going to marry? Actually, no, I am not getting married. That is insane. Edward, be reasonable. You knew this was a stipulation. It's never been a secret. Right, 100 years ago. It's the 21st century. What kind of antiquated rules are we living by? The same rules that pertain to our affiliates overseas. The transition will bring its difficulties. Many will have trouble seeing past your age, assuming inexperience. You don't need to add on to that. Okay, so say I went along with your psychosis. I don't have a girlfriend. Much less someone who I want to make a fiancé. You should call your mother. She's been trying to get a hold of you. He smirked. Oh, god damn it. I knew she was trying to set me up. Who? I don't have a lot of details. A daughter of a book club friend, I believe. I scrubbed my hand over my face. Losing my cool for the second time in one morning. Don't be so dramatic. Speak to your mother. Start figuring this out, and I'll be getting rumors out there that you will soon be the main contact for the family. Figure this out, I muttered, like it's a damn business transaction. However you need to look at it, son. With that, I was dismissed. What was he thinking? He didn't understand. He met my mother when he was 19. The pretty girl that he spotted in class at Northwestern. A simple dinner date that turned into lifelong love. I wasn't like him. I knew better and to bring some poor unsuspecting girl into my world. Not to mention, my mother had already been part of a crime family, albeit a very sheltered member. The marriage of Carlisle Cullen and Esme Platt had merged two of the most notorious families in the country. Good old dad had lucked out. I hardly expected the same. After slamming the door to my office, a thought occurred to me. What about a marriage of convenience? I could easily manage a wife beautiful enough to fuck and capable enough to work our social circles. I would just need to be allowed my freedom. In exchange, she would get access to my black Amex card. There were plenty of women in my world that would fit that bill. My cell buzzed in my pocket as I ruminated over that revelation. Hey, Ma, I sighed, accepting the call. You know you are not an easy man to get a hold of, Edward. Yeah, sorry about that. Busy morning. I've been calling you for 2 days. Oh, must be having issues with my phone. Liar. Your father just texted and said he got a chance to talk to you. Yeah, Ma, you really wanna set me up. I think you'll like her, Edward. Her name is Kate. She's studying art history at Wheaton, graduating this spring. She's 22 and volunteers at the animal shelter a few times a month. Very sweet girl. What's she look like? Tall, blonde, very pretty. But Edward, looks aren't everything. But they help, I smirked, knowing I was getting under her skin. Edward, please have dinner with us on Friday. Your father and her parents will be there as well. Jesus, is this some sort of arranged marriage? Is there a fucking dowry involved? Edward, language, no, of course not. Your father and I needed to host her parents for dinner anyway. It made sense to introduce you two at the same time. Not to mention, I believe your father wants you to meet Senator Jenks anyway. Senator, got it, I muttered. We always needed politicians in our back pocket. All right, I'll come. Wonderful. We're meeting at the restaurant at 6:30. Oh, and Edward, please at least try taming that hair. I laughed as if my hair was even remotely tameable. Sure, Ma, I'll see you Friday. I gazed through my windows at the city skyline, wondering what the hell I'd gotten myself into. Blank, underscore, blank. BPOV. Ange, I'm going to be fine. I'm looking forward to having a place of my own. I smiled at my friend, / ex-roommate, trying to convince her of my sincerity. I know, Bella, I just feel bad. Like we kicked you out of the apartment or something. You got married, and it was my choice to leave. You and Ben have been incredibly accommodating, but you need your space. This will be good for me. You know our door is always open if you need anything. I know. I'm going to miss seeing your pretty face every day. I'm going to miss you too. Angela placed the last kitchen box on my dining area's new-to-me little wood table. We squeezed each other tight, sad to see our roommate. Time end but excited about what life held in store. It's been a good run. I grinned, pulling back to let Angela grab her purse. 2 years. Definitely the best roommate I could have ever asked for. I'll talk to you soon, okay? You better. Be safe. She slipped out the door, clicking it closed behind her. I snapped the deadbolt shut and then surveyed the mess of boxes that covered the tiny space. It was the first time I was ever living on my own. A little thrill rushed through me at the freedom I possessed, all the possibilities. I could sing along to my playlists as loud and off-key as I wanted. I could watch whatever I wanted every time I turned on the TV. I could even walk around naked if I wanted to. Okay, no part of me wanted to walk around naked, but the option was there. Deciding, gee, I might as well just rip off the unpacking band-aid. I plugged in my earphones and got started. I tore open the first box and began stocking the kitchen. I spent the few days I'd requested off from my job at the library getting my apartment into an acceptable living condition. The place was cute. Most of my furniture was made up of leftover pieces from Angela's or acquired at bargain prices through Facebook Marketplace. It was mismatched, but it was homey. My tiny one-bedroom was coming along nicely. A couple of hiccups had me hunting down my super on Monday afternoon. Most notably, the water pressure was almost non-existent. Washing my hair took nearly half an hour due to the trickling water. He informed me there was an issue with a city water main scheduled for maintenance the following morning. No big deal. He seemed on top of it. Tuesday morning had me back on a regular schedule. I hopped on the L toward work with my book nerd travel mug, full of coffee, in hand. The wind was biting, making the train seem like a sanctuary when the doors closed. A little girl holding a stack of books sat across the aisle with her mother. A copy of Serafina and the Black Cloak topped the pile. I love the Serafina series, I said, smiling at the girl. They're okay. I had to read it for school. She shrugged. Oh, well, what kind of books do you like? I work at the library. I can give you some recommendations. She's not a big reader, the mother said, rolling her eyes. Then, she tapped away on her phone. Oh, if you work there, could you return these for us? I've got a nail appointment. Oh, and she's gonna be late for school too. She glanced at the girl as if school was an afterthought. We're not supposed to do that. Give the lady the books. She wasn't even listening to me. Instead, she encouraged her daughter to dump the books on my lap. Thanks, the girl mumbled. Her mother pulled her off the train as the doors opened for the next stop. Yeah, no problem. I shook my head and slipped the books into my bag. At least they were getting returned. Our rate of lost books was absurdly high. At the next stop, I rushed from the train, pulling my scarf tighter as the wind bit at my neck and made my hair dance in front of my eyes. Some of my coffee sloshed across my mitten as a guy on the phone bumped into my arm, without as much as an "excuse me." Thankfully, the back K entrance to the library was only about a block from the station. I scampered in as my coworker held the door open for me. I clocked in and put my bag in my locker, removing the books I had been tasked with returning. I was on front desk duty for the day, so at least it would be easy to make sure they got returned properly. At the desk, I started up the computer and rearranged a couple of stray office supplies that had been left out the night before. How'd the move go? The IT guy, Eric, leaned against the counter before me. Good. Pretty fast. I didn't have that much stuff. I shrugged. Cool. So, are you going to have a housewarming party or anything? I mean, I've heard so much about the place, I'd love to see it sometime. I wasn't planning on it. Well, maybe I could come over or something. I could bring Chinese. Was he asking me out? At my own apartment. Oh, Bella, could I have a word before we open? My boss stepped in from the back door, saving me from the awkwardness. Yeah, sure. I'm sorry, Eric. I'll talk to you later, I said, rushing toward the offices. Oh, yeah, okay. His voice trailed off as I shut the door behind me. Hey, Lauren, what's up? Have a seat. I just wanted to go over some scheduling stuff. She gestured to one of the gray upholstered chairs in front of her desk. Sure. By the way, I want to thank you again for the promotion to assistant librarian. The extra pay is super helpful right now. I moved into my new apartment over the weekend. My smile at the mention of my place nearly split my face. That's unfortunate, she muttered. I'm sorry. What? Well, Bella, the reason for your raise was because the minimum wage in the state rose at the first of the year. The problem is, they didn't think of raising public funding for the library system to cover the wage hike for employees. So I'm not getting a raise. Well, legally, you have to get an hourly raise. Unfortunately, we have to cut back on everyone's hours. What? But I'm supposed to be full-time. I signed my lease based on being paid for full-time hours. I'm sorry, Bella, but we'll have to reduce your hours to 4 days a week. You've been an exemplary employee, so I will give you your choice of day off. But, I sputtered, trying to do the math in my head. I'll be making the same amount I was before the raise. Can I make a suggestion? I'd pick either Friday or Monday. That way, you'll have a longer weekend. Lauren grinned at her idea. What am I supposed to do about my rent? And food, utilities, and living expenses? This would be a 20% pay cut. Maybe get a weekend job. She shrugged. Sorry, Bella, it's not really under my control. Oh, if you have free time today, can you change the entry display? We've still got the Christmas one up. I gawked at her. My salary would be cut by nearly $500 a month, and she wanted me to change the Christmas display. I quit. I'm sorry. What? I can't live off of 4 days a week, Lauren. I don't have a choice. I'm going to have to find another job. Don't make a rash decision. Why don't you think about this for a few days? Fine. I stood, turning toward the door. I was close to tears. And the last thing I wanted was to cry in front of my boss. Hey, Bella, my cousin works at this Italian restaurant on Taylor Street. She said one of their hostesses left recently. I can call her and see if they're looking for someone. Seriously. I gave Lauren my best glare. Look, I know this sucks. If you want the truth, I fought for you when they told me, but the library higher-ups don't care. We're the pawns in a huge system, and being good at your job doesn't exempt you. I'm sorry. I sighed in resignation. Fine. Call your cousin. Esme's was unassuming from the outside. The restaurant was housed in an old brick building. Expansive windows showed tables covered in white cloth. Little vases with a single red rose sat in the center of each table. I stood under the black awning, pulling my coat tighter over my navy sweater dress. It was the only thing I owned that was even slightly interview appropriate for such an upscale place. To her credit, Lauren got her cousin to help me out. Jessica seemed a little flighty, but she at least got her manager to give me an interview. Lauren took pity on me Thursday morning and let me take an extra long lunch so I could interview before the restaurant opened. Bella, a surprisingly young man in a button-up and tie, opened the front door, ushering me inside. Yes, hi, I'm Bella Swan. I held out my hand to shake his. Riley Beers. Thanks so much for coming in early today. It's almost impossible to do interviews when we're open. I followed Riley as he escorted me past a large circular host's desk. The desk was mad, of deep cherry wood and accented by a fogged glass wall that gave the main dining room a sense of privacy. Have you ever had a chance to eat here before? Riley asked. No, I'm not in this area of the city very often. I also didn't spend $30 a plate when I went out. After scheduling the interview, I pulled up the restaurant's menu on the website. While the dishes sounded fantastic, $27 for mushroom ravioli was beyond my budget. No worries, let me give you a little background. The place is named after the main owner, Renesmee Cullen. It was her father's before that. He named the place after her when she was a child. That's sweet. Yeah, it is. Before that, the place was a different restaurant named Luigi's. Luigi was the uncle of Esme's father. Want to hear a crazy rumor about Luigi? He asked, raising his brows as we sat at a corner table. Sure. Luigi was supposedly linked in with Al Capone's guys, the gangster, you know. So, one day, Luigi up and vanishes. Edward Platt, Esme's father, takes the place over, changes the name, and renovates. No one ever found out what happened to the uncle. Oh, wow, that's kind of cool history. If these walls could talk, right? The place is a tight-run ship now. Esme is here a few times a week to oversee things. Her family often uses it for business meetings, so it's imperative to have the best service and food available. What business is the family in? The Cullens. Cullen Consulting. He asked. I shook my head, not recognizing the name. You from Chicago originally? No, the Northwest. A tiny town in Washington state. Got it. The Cullens are like Chicago royalty. Their firm has clients worldwide. We've had diplomats and businessmen from around the world dine here with them. One time, we even had a Saudi prince. That's impressive. It is, and why it is imperative that our service is always above and beyond. With that, let's go over your resume. Do you have any restaurant experience? Yes. I waited tables at the Lodge in my hometown in high school. I failed to elaborate that the Lodge was a fancy name for the town's 50-year-old diner. Good, and you currently work at the library? Yes. Budget cuts are affecting our hours, so I'm looking for supplemental income. We need someone a few nights a week, usually 5 until 10:30 on Wednesdays and 4 until 11:30 on Fridays and Saturdays. Will your library hours conflict with that? I bit my lip, considering Riley's question. I could probably get Lauren to let me leave by 4:30 on Wednesdays, and I already decided to take Friday as my extra day off from the library, but working most of the week and Friday and Saturday nights. Would that be the schedule every week? Give or take. Sometimes. There are opportunities for extra hours when the family holds events here. I should also mention the pay. Esme is very generous with her staff. That's why it's so easy for us to meet her service standards. Hosts start at $22 an hour plus a percentage of each night's pooled tips. We can usually give you the tips in cash at the end of your shift. My mouth hung open at Riley's explanation. I'd been working in the wrong profession. Who cared about socializing on the weekends for that kind of pay? I can make that work. Okay, let's go over a couple of scenarios so I can get a feel for your customer service skills. Riley drilled me on how I would handle irate customers, screaming children, long wait times, etc. My answers seemed to please him as he nodded and smiled after each one. My stomach twisted the longer we talked, and I realized I wanted the job. As we spoke, I'd been sneaking peeks around the space and falling in love with the environment. It had a modern upscale feel but kept hints of its early 20th century roots. The serving staff had been filtering in, getting tables ready for the lunch crowd, everyone greeting each other and introducing themselves as they passed by. By the time Riley was done with his last question, I was a ball of nerves. "All right, do you have any questions for me?" he asked, closing the file he'd been taking notes in. "If I were to get the job, when would I need to start?" "We were hoping to find someone by this weekend, and I'll be honest, I'm ready to give you the job right now. I've got to pass everything by Esme first, but assuming she's on board. Would you be available to start training with Jessica on Friday night?" "Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Perfect. Keep your phone on you. I'll aim to call you this evening." I smiled and shook Riley's hand. I could feel the weight lift off my shoulders. I wondered if Esme's would end up being a blessing in disguise. BPOV. I ransacked my closet for the only pair of black heels I owned. The gorgeous pair of Badgley Mishka pumps were a lucky find at a consignment store the previous summer. They were marked at $80, but I'd been able to haggle down to $65 since they were off-season. I'd worn them once to Angela and Ben's engagement party. There was no way I could have possibly lost them. "I found your shoes. Do you want me to swing by?" I sighed in relief at Angela's text, responded with a quick yes, and thanked her profusely. With the shoe debacle figured out, I ran back to the bathroom to start working on the wet mess of hair wrapped in a towel on my head. I was running late, of course. My shower took much longer than I'd hoped. A permit issue delayed the maintenance on the building's water main, and our water was still coming out in a pathetic sprinkle. I'd resorted to washing my hair in a mixing bowl filled with warm water, then jumped in the shower to rinse out the remaining shampoo. Conditioner was a whole other beast. I blow-dried with a curling brush until I was satisfied with the bounce, then brushed on a light layer of makeup. A light shimmer on my eyes, paired with mascara, did a lot, the blessing of dark eyes and thick lashes. I slid on the one black dress I owned, a $20 thrift shop find. My door buzzed as I pulled up the zipper. "Yeah," I asked through the intercom. "It's me," Angela's staticky voice answered back. I buzzed her in and unlocked my door. She appeared a minute later while I stood by my entry mirror, swiping on a deep red lip color. "Wow, all this for a restaurant job." She gestured at my very atypical appearance. "The place caters to successful business people. They want the hostesses to give an upscale vibe. That's what the manager said anyway." I shrugged and grabbed the shoes from her. "You're a lifesaver. All right, what do you think?" I spun in a circle to show her the completed look, shoes and all. "I think you look like a freaking model. How are you planning to get over there?" How else would I get there?" I slipped into my jacket and grabbed my purse, ushering Angela out the door and locking it behind us. "Be careful, okay? There are a lot of weirdos out there, especially at night." "Don't worry, I've still got that pepper spray my dad gave me." I patted my purse. "Good luck tonight. Call me tomorrow. I want to hear all about it." I gave her a thumbs up as we high-teed the sidewalk and went in opposite directions. I quickly realized that foregoing stockings was a mistake. The air felt like ice against my legs, and my oh-so-gorgeous shoes were not meant for running toward the train. I bounced on the platform at the station, checking every few seconds to see if a train was getting anywhere close. A loud chiming sound made me jump and then roll my eyes. I'd forgotten I'd changed my father's ringtone. After he'd called me 6 times on Tuesday, when he found out about the library situation, I decided I needed a warning when he called. "Hey Bells, you at that place yet?" His question came out gruff like an interrogation instead of casual conversation. The cop in him couldn't help it. "Not yet, Dad. I'm on my way. Listen, I've been researching the place, and I'm not sure this is a good idea." "Oh my God, seriously?" The train finally pulled up, and I rushed to find a corner seat where I could continue our ridiculous conversation with a little privacy. "Do you know who owns that place?" "Yeah, her name is Esme Cullen." Did you know she has links to organized crime? Dad, that was years ago, through like a great uncle or something. It's just a part of Chicago history. I mean, is there even a mob anymore? I don't think that's something you need to worry about. I can guarantee you, Bella, organized crime is very real. It's not the history I'm concerned about. It's the fact that the place has popped up in numerous FBI investigations. There's a lot of speculation that the Cullen family is still very much involved in the mob, as you put it. Really, have they ever been charged? Well, no, all of the investigations were discontinued. That doesn't mean there isn't something shady going on. The manager said the family does a lot of business with foreign clients. I'm sure some of them have links to shady stuff, but I highly doubt the Cullen family is doing anything wrong. They are supposedly a huge name in Chicago business. Bella, if you are dead set on doing this, please be careful, okay? If you see anything questionable, promise me you'll find something else. I can send you some money if you need it. I'm not taking your money, Dad. But thank you. I promise if someone tries to make me an offer I can't refuse, I'll run the other way. Ha ha. Very funny. I'm almost to my stop. I've got to go. Do you want me to call you Tom? Or so I can tell you how many non-criminals I meet tonight? Yes. Love you, Bells. Bye Dad. Love you too. I ended the call just as the train stopped. Squeezing my jacket shut, I rushed out, praying I wouldn't be late on my first day. Ooh, okay. So this is our seating chart. Everything is on the iPads, but you want to remember which app is which. One time I hit the reservation list when I needed the seating chart. And then I closed it and got locked out, and it caused all these problems, Jessica, Lauren's cousin, explained. Got it. The one labeled, seating chart, is the seating chart app. And the one labeled, reservations, is the reservation app. It's harder than it looks, she grumbled. Let me show you the layout of the dining room. We usually break it up into 5 sections plus the bar. There aren't any tables at the bar, just the counters and stools, but people can order appetizers and stuff there. Okay, cool. In front, over there by the windows, is the 500 section. No one important sits there because you can see it from the street. Well, unless they ask to sit there. Basically, if someone asks for something, and they're important, they get whatever they want. How do we know if they're important? There'll be a little red flag on the reservation. You'll figure out who is important and who isn't as you get familiar with everyone. We have a lot of return guests. The sections over here are the 1, 2, and 300 sections. In the back behind the wine racks is the 400 section. The 400 is really reserved for the Cullen family and their clients. There's a green flag next to those reservations. Okay, got it, red flag and green flag. Then in the back where those doors are. She pointed toward the back wall. Those are private rooms. The Cullens use those sometimes for really important meetings. Those have to be reserved through Renesmee. Is there a flag for those? No. Those guests usually just walk in. They're almost always with one of the Cullens. How many Cullens are there? I asked as she led me back toward our host desk. Obviously, there's Renesmee, and her husband Carlisle. Then they have 3 kids. Edward is the oldest. He's like a higher up in their firm. He's only in his 20s, so it's really impressive. Then Emmett is like a year younger than Edward. He does something at the company, but I have no idea what. He looks super scary, but he's totally nice. They also have a daughter, Alice. She just graduated from NYU, and she's dating Jasper. He's a lawyer, or something, for the family. I don't know if I'll remember all that. What had she said? Renesmee and Carl. Ed. Win. No worries, I'll tell you if they come in. I'm pretty sure Renesmee is supposed to be here tonight. Ladies, you ready? Riley patted the top of our desk. Dressed in a tailored suit and holding a bottle of what looked like expensive wine. I think so. I gave a smile that came out as more of a grimace. Don't worry, Bella, he laughed. Jessica will be able to walk you through everything. It's really not complicated. Just give the best customer service you can. Feel free to grab me if there's a question you can't answer." With that, he walked over and unlocked the front door right in time for the first guests to pull up to the valet stand. An hour and a half in, I was starting to get the hang of things. The seating chart was super easy to follow. Since we worked almost entirely off of reservations, we were able to plan seating ahead of time. Esme and her extraordinarily handsome husband, Carlisle, had shown up with friends earlier in the night. She greeted all her staff by name, even taking the time to introduce herself and ask me about myself. No wonder her staff loved her so much. I reviewed the seating chart one more time. We had a table that was supposed to open up soon and a couple that had arrived early. "I'm going to go check on your table for you." Jessica smiled over at the couple. "Bella, if anyone else comes in, get their name and tell them it will be just a moment. I'll help when I get back." "Sure, no problem." I was pretty confident I could handle the front desk flow for a couple of minutes. I busied myself with restacking a few stray menus. I took turns balancing on one foot and then the other. My shoes might have been gorgeous, but they were not meant for extended periods of standing. Walking to the station after work was going to be torture. I would have to remember to bring a pair of flats with me for my next shift. "Where's my mother?" I glanced up at the sound of a man's voice. The man in question stood in front of the desk, tapping away on his cell. He had the most unusually sexy disarray of auburn hair. His strong jaw clenched when his phone buzzed, and he typed furiously again. "I asked you a question." He was kind of beautiful. "Are you deaf?" And, apparently, seriously irritated. He finally looked up from the device in his palm. The icy glare he shot my way made a shiver crawl up my spine. My instincts screamed at me to run and hide. His emerald eyes were dangerous, deadly. So why wasn't I moving? Why was the rapid thud of my heartbeat exhilarating instead of alarming? I'm sorry. Were you talking to me?" I stuttered. "Yes. Where is my mother seated?" His voice came out in a velvet growl. I wondered what my name would sound like passing through his pouty lips. Could I make him growl? Oh my God, Bella. What was I doing? What the hell was wrong with me? Can you give me her name and I can see if I can find her? I cleared my throat and fumbled with the iPad, trying to pull myself back together. His glare did not make the task an easy one. "Are you serious right now?" He scoffed. "What?" I paused, wide-eyed. He was terrifying, and sexy, and I needed him to leave so my brain would let me think. "My mother. Where is she seated?" "Sir, I would be happy to help you. I just need her name." I gnawed on my lip, trying to settle my nerves. I noticed his eyes flick down to my mouth, his face pinched. Jesus Christ. "Oh, Edward, your parents are in room 2. It's so good to see you." Jessica slipped behind the desk, nearly knocking me out of the way. She batted her lashes while she pitched her voice higher. Was this her attempt at flirting? She looked like she had something stuck in her eye. He responded to her with a curt nod. He sent one last scowl in my direction, before heading toward the back of the dining room. Who was that? I gripped the iPad in my hands to stop them from shaking. The encounter had left me confused, embarrassed, and for reasons I could not fathom, a little turned on. "That's Edward Cullen. Totally gorgeous, right?" She giggled and winked, then motioned for the waiting couple to follow her to their table. "Great," I moaned. Not even through a full shift, and I'd already pissed off the owner's absurdly hot, yet very possibly unstable, son. __. EPOV. My day had been a shit show. First, we find out someone had skimmed from a shipment coming in through Boston. Emmett and I suspected a new group of South African guys. They'd been hired by the ship's captain for the trip from Bangkok. Only a few handguns were missing, nothing extraordinarily valuable, but it was the principle of the matter. When we received a shipment, we expected it all to arrive. Emmett was on his way to Boston with Alec. The captain of the chartered ship had worked for the Cullen family for years without incident, but that didn't matter. There's no room for fuck-ups in our business. Met would start with him and then hunt down the crew until everyone paid for their mistakes. Just a temporary reprimand for the captain, you got it. I barked the instructions through my phone. I know, nothing permanent. Just some stitches and a cast for a few months, right? Emmett laughed. He was giddy at the prospect of violence. Too much info. I reminded him. Our conversations had to be vague over the phone. While we had certain immunities, we weren't beyond the feds opening a case on us. Our clients getting word of the organized crime task force sniffing around would put an end to many of our partnerships. Oh, yeah, I'll call you once we know more, okay. Good. I ended the call right as I pulled up in front of my mother's restaurant. It was almost 7, and I was sure my phone would start blowing up with texts if I didn't appear at the table soon. Mr. Cullen, this one's a beauty. I didn't know you had an Aston Martin in your collection. My mother's valet had been under her employment for years. One of a limited number of people I ever allowed access to my cars. It's new. I stroked the top of the sleek vehicle, admiring its curves. I'll take good care of it, he omised before slipping into the driver's seat and igniting the engine. You better, I mumbled as he pulled from the curb. I had faith the car would be returned without a scratch. He knew exactly what kind of people he was working for. He knew that a single slip could end poorly for him. Every table in the front section of Renesmee's was taken. The dull murmur of conversations filled the air along with the mouthwatering aroma of Italian spices. My stomach grumbled as a server passed by with a plate of clam linguine. When had I last eaten? My morning coffee. God damn it, no wonder I was starving. Where's my mother? I asked the hostess. Her back was to me. Her long chestnut hair cascaded down her back, accentuating her trim waist and generous ass. Last I'd heard, my mother was firing the girl because she was somehow totally incapable of doing her job. Maybe I could get a quick fuck out of her before she was let loose. That hair just begged me to grab and pull. My phone buzzed, a text from Emmett. The South Africans were headed south. Mexico, no doubt. I tapped out my response furiously while the fuckable hostess just stood there. God, my mother was right. The girl had to be an idiot. How hard could her job be? I asked you a question. Are you deaf? No response. Jesus. I glared at her. Her idiocy made the idea of taking her to the back and stripping off her dress a shit ton less appealing. I'm sorry. Were you talking to me? Big chocolate eyes gazed toward me. Doe eyes, the kind that screamed innocence. Maybe the girl was just inexperienced. If that was the case, I'd be happy to help her gain some experience. Yes. Where is my mother seated? Between my arousal and frustration, my voice came out in a growl. Can you give me her name and I can see if I can find her? She fumbled with an iPad, nearly dropping it. Are you serious right now? I scoffed. What? My mother. Where is she seated? I'd been at Renesmee's nearly every week since I was a child. Everyone in the place knew who I was. How was she that confused? Sir, I would be happy to help you. I just need her name. She trapped her lip between her teeth, pulling my attention toward her mouth. I wondered how her lips would look wrapped around. Jesus Christ. I cursed myself. The girl was more trouble than she'd be worth. Oh, Edward, your parents are in room 2. It's so good to see you. Jessica scurried over like the rodent she was. I'd never met a more desperate woman in my life. Her push-up bra worked overtime as she tried to angle herself to give me a view. Her tits weren't bad, but I'd hear from the kitchen staff that she'd passed around crabs over the summer. Nope. I nodded, grimacing at Jessica's attempt to flirt. Her fluttering eyelashes made her look like she had a nervous tic. Meanwhile, fuck hot moron just stood staring at me wide-eyed. My mother needed a new front desk staff. I beelined to the back, finding the door to room 2 cracked open. My conversation with my father laid back through my mind as I watched my parents entertain their guests. If I could play their game, I'd be handed everything I'd ever worked for. I could do it. Marriage was nothing but another business transaction. I walked in, greeting the room with my most charming smile. Oh, Edward, you're finally here. My mother not so subtly chastised me. I apologize. I had to put out a fire at the office. I kissed her cheek before pulling out my chair. Is everything handled now? My father asked, more focused on his wine than actually wanting to know the details. Yes, Emmett is handling it. Edward, I'd like to introduce you to Senator Jenks and his wife, Sharon. Nice to meet you. I reached over, giving quick handshakes. And this is their daughter Kate, my mother added. She gestured to the blonde still at my side. The girl was pretty enough, slim, nice body. I could work with that. Kate, it's a pleasure. I smiled, turning on the charm. She looked at her lap and muttered a hello. A shy girl, apparently. No problem. I enjoyed a good challenge. Edward, your father said you may be taking more of his responsibilities soon. The senator leaned in, eager to make my acquaintance. Clearly, he'd been told I was the one to make an alliance with. Yes, in my father's old age, he's lost some of his edge. He needed young blood to take over. My joke earned a round of laughter from the two couples. My mother swatted me on the shoulder. Kate just sat next to me, playing with the edge of her napkin. Wine, Mr. Cullen. The server held a bottle of Merlot at my side. Sure. I leaned back, allowing her to partially fill a glass in front of me. I lifted the glass, swirling the wine before taking a small sip and nodding my appreciation. Miss Jenks, is there anything I can get you other than water? The server addressed Kate after my glass was filled. No, thank you, Kate squeaked out. Not much of a drinker. I leaned close enough to make the innocent question seem intimate. No, she scooted to the far side of her chair. What the hell was that? I saw blushing and playing coy regularly, but this girl looked like she wanted to escape the room. Okay, so I hear you're finishing up an art history degree. I tried again, keeping more distance this time. Yes. I could barely hear her mumbled answer. Yes, yes. She was clearly a master conversationalist. What made you decide on art history? I schooled my features to be as welcoming as I could manage. I don't know. She shrugged. I like the art museum. Okay, that's a start. I could work with the art museum. They had a Picasso exhibit there recently. Right. Oh, I don't know. Or not. Was my mother kidding with this shit? I went back to my wine, letting Kate go back to her napkin. My father's eyes met mine. And he cocked his head toward the senator. Right. Jenks, daughter might be a bust, but maybe we could get something out of the dinner. Senator Jenks, I heard you're up for re-election next fall, I said. Yes, I am. I hope I can count on your vote. We'll see. I smirked. We could guarantee him a win if he played his cards right. How's the campaign going? To be frank, we've got some contention this year. A young woman on the Chicago City Council is doing well in the polls. She hasn't caught up to me yet, but she's closer than we'd like. I shared another look with my father. He nodded slightly. It would be a smart move to get Jenks on our side. I think we'd be interested in helping your campaign. Let's set a time to meet over the next month. Thank you, Edward, that would be very appreciated, Jenks sighed in relief. He was as dirty as every other politician and had no skill set outside of politics to fall back on. I'd have Jasper digging up information by the end of the night. Did Jenks know that from that moment on, we owned him? We put in our orders, my parents raving about the veal until everyone at the table agreed to the dish, except Kate. She asked for spaghetti with marinara. Esme's was a well-known 5-star restaurant, and she wanted spaghetti with marinara. Had my mother set me up with a fucking 5-year-old. Kate volunteers at the animal shelter, Edward. Mrs. Jenks said after ordering. What do you do there? I asked, no longer all that interested in the girl's life. I play with cats. Sometimes I walk dogs and pick up their poop. Jesus Christ. Kate, honey, really? That's hardly dinner conversation, and she does much more than that. Mrs. Jenks tried to keep the conversation from completely derailing. I felt a little bad for her. The Why were obviously trying to find any possible match they could for their inept daughter. My mother mouthed, "Sorry," when no one else is looking. I took a generous sip of wine and joined my father's conversation with Senator Jenks about the upcoming baseball season. "Ooh, Edward, I am so sorry. I had no idea she had an issue." My mother squeezed my arm as we stood at the entrance of the closed restaurant. "It's fine, Ma. We got a good business arrangement out of the dinner. You handled it very well, Edward. I am interested to see the terms you negotiate." My father patted me on the back. "Well, it's fine things didn't work out with the girl because the Denali's want to meet up with us next week. Remember Tanya and Irina, Edward?" "Oh, Christ, seriously, Ma?" "No, Tanya and Irina Denali were the most stereotypical mafia princesses I'd ever met. We kept the Denali family as associates in our weapons trade only to prevent a war from breaking out in Chicago. They were small time in weapons but a much bigger name in drugs. Almost all the opiate addicts in the city were using the Denali product. Why not? What's wrong with those girls? They're both very pretty, and they're part of our social circle. There would be no need to explain things to them. They're gold diggers, Esme," my father scoffed. "They are not. I'll do dinner with the Denalis," I said, slipping into my coat. "Who knows? Maybe I'll be able to stomach one of them long enough to get through a wedding ceremony." "Edward, you don't get through a wedding ceremony. Your wedding should be one of the happiest days of your life." My mother scolded. "Right, sure." I grabbed my jacket from a chair behind me, catching a glimpse of the empty front desk as I turned. "Hey Ma, why didn't you fire that hostess you didn't like?" "Oh, I did. It was horrible, Edward. I ended up sending her home with a check for 2 months' salary. I felt so bad. If I didn't know how you kept this business afloat I would be sure you were doomed for bankruptcy." "Then who was the girl up here tonight that had no idea what the hell she was doing?" "No idea what she was doing? What happened? I came in and asked her where you were seated. She kept asking who my mother was. I mean Ma, seriously. It must have been Isabella. How odd. I introduced myself to her earlier in the evening. You asked for me by name." "No, wait, what do you mean you introduced yourself?" "We just hired her this week. Tonight was her first shift." "Oh, shit. Fuck, hot hostess was new. Of course, she didn't know who I was. So, she wasn't an idiot after all. I'd kept away from my mother's employees in the past, but maybe." "Oh no, Edward, am I going to lose another hostess? What did you do?" Her eyes narrowed as she glared at me. "Jesus, Ma, nothing. You're not going to lose another hostess." I rolled my eyes at her dramatics. Although, that may have been a lie. I'd probably quit a shitty restaurant job if some asshole chewed me out for not knowing who his mother was. "I better not," she said, leaning in to kiss my cheek. "I expect to see you at home for dinner on Sunday. Please be on time." "Yeah, I promise." Another lie. I was never on time. With a final goodbye, I slipped out the door and back to my Aston, which was still in pristine condition. I tipped the valet heftily for his competence. After all, I was only an asshole most of the time. BPOV. Ange. He was such a total asshole. I whined into the phone on Sunday morning. My poor blistered feet were seeking relief in an ice bath. Even after commuting in flats on Saturday, my feet looked, and felt, horrendous. "So he just assumed you'd know who he was?" She laughed. "Like he was a celebrity or something." "Maybe he is. What's the guy's name? I'm going to look him up." Leave it to Angela. She was a master at Google. Before she even went on a first date with Ben, she knew his address, current and previous employers, the name of his high school prom date, and that his mother owned a flower shop outside Seattle. "Edward Cullen," I grumbled, shifting my feet through the shallow water and melting ice. I didn't have the patience to refill the bucket I was using. It had taken 20 minutes to get it half full. Holy shit, he's stupid hot, Bella. He might be an asshole, but damn. He's not super hot when he's glaring at you like he wants to murder you. He's rich too. Wow, There are pictures of him from all over the world. He must travel a lot, she muttered. I think they have a lot of foreign clients. What does their company do again? Some sort of consulting. I don't even know what that means. Are you sure that's all they do? I mean, that's what I was told. Why? What did you find? There's an article from a few years ago. It's from the Tribune. There's a picture of the whole family walking out of a courthouse. Geez, they're all beautiful. Anyway, the article is talking about them having mob links. It says something about trading weapons. I don't understand it all. Not you too. My dad was all over this the other day. I met Renesmee on Friday and her husband. They are the nicest people ever. There is no way they are involved in the mob. What about Mr. Asshole? It doesn't sound like he's super nice. I think he's got a personality disorder. Maybe so. She laughed. I searched the Tribune to see if there were any more articles about them. All I found was a bunch of stuff from charity events and an article saying the case looking into them had been dropped. There was probably an issue with one of their clients. Mr. Asshole, his dad, and his brother all work for the company. It would make sense they would all be involved. You're probably right. I've just watched way too many movies. All right, I've gotta get my feet out of this thing before they freeze off. I'll talk to you later, okay? You want to meet for lunch this week? I'll take you to Tony's for pizza, my treat. Sure, Ange. Later. Shivering, I pulled my feet from the cool water and patted them dry. A box of Band-Aids and a tube of Neosporin were calling my name, but I needed to air dry a bit. I limped my way toward the window to watch the snow flurries that had started while I was on the phone. I made a mental list for the remainder of the day. As soon as I could bandage up my feet and get a pair of comfy knockoff Uggs on them, I could head out to pick up some much-needed groceries. Payday from the library wasn't for another week, and if it weren't for the $108 I had pocketed from pooled tips over the weekend, I would have lived off toast and ramen. Let's take a minute to review that. $108. That wasn't even my paycheck. It was just the extra from 2 nights of work. The money nestled safely in my purse made me giddy. Even with my new salary at the library, that much money would take an entire day to earn. I figured that if I could keep my groceries reasonable, I might even be able to stop by the thrift store to see if there were any cocktail dresses I could snag. Wearing the same dress every night was going to get obvious fast. EPOV. The situation in Boston was becoming a problem. The missing firearms weren't so much lost as they were misplaced. After a talk with the ship captain, Emmett and Alec decided to look around, which led to them discovering our 5 missing firearms tucked behind a storage crate on a lower deck. The guns weren't loaded, and there was no evidence they ever were. It made sense. We never shipped ammo with our product. The decision to grab the weapons must have been a hasty one. Perhaps the new crew planned a mutiny but gave up when they realized the guns were ineffective without proper bullets. Emmett had another theory, which he irritatingly refused to tell me over the phone. An early morning phone call led me to a plane headed toward Logan International. We made it a point to never travel commercial. Too many records and witnesses. We owned 2 private jets, disguised as company expenditures. That gave us the ability to manipulate the documents showing passengers on board. As far as anyone was concerned, Tony Masson, one of the Cullen Corporation's account managers, was being flown in to meet with a client. The only problem was my brother tended to forget about the need to remain anonymous. Emmett bellowed, running toward me as soon as I stepped off the stairs onto the tarmac. Mr. Cullen. I raised a brow in Emmett's direction, hoping to get my message across. Oh yeah, I forgot, he stage whispered. God, he was going to get us all arrested. Tony, how you doin', man? Good to see you. I shook his hand as if greeting a business associate. Car is this way. Hey, thanks for flying in last minute. If he was trying to make sure even the crew wearing ear protection could hear him, he was doing a fabulous job. Just stop talking, I said under my breath. He nodded and led me toward the black SUV waiting nearby. Alex sat in the driver's seat with a chauffeur's hat and aviators. Seriously, what the hell are you wearing? I snapped as soon as I slammed the door. Emmett said I needed to look like a hired driver. So no one recognized me. Emmett, in what fucking world does anyone wear a fucking chauffeur's hat? We aren't renting a goddamn limo for a high school prom. I think we should bring the style back. It's badass. He laughed. I glared. Look, just fill me in on what the hell has been going on that made me need to fly all the way out here. I thought the two of you would be able to handle things. Ed, chill. We did handle things, but we also stumbled across something we think you need to see. Explain. There was more than just our product on that ship. What the fuck does that mean? We've been chartering that ship for years. No other cargo is supposed to be on other than ours. That's the thing, the manifesto looks right. It only shows our decoy product. You know, the fabric and shit going to our friends in New York. We had a deal with another family who laundered through the garment district. We got them Chinese silk at cost. They let us handle their shipments. Problem is, that's not what it looks like on the actual ship. Stop speaking in riddles. I think you need to see it yourself, Ed. It will take about 20 minutes to get out there, boss, Alex said. Fine, Emmett. I hope you know I'd be bashing in your skull right now if you were anyone else. I know. You love me too much, and I'm too good looking for corporal punishment. Hi. Cheeky grin made my hand itch to make contact with his face. I turned to the window. Our mother probably wouldn't like it if I permanently damaged her other son. As Alec predicted, we pulled up at the port after 20 minutes. We used a private dock that connected with our warehouse. The ship still sat tethered. Where's the captain? I asked. Upstairs in the offices. He's not going anywhere, Emmett said, pointing toward the second story of the warehouse. Let's take a look at the boat first. I get the feeling I'm going to have some questions for him afterward. I followed as Emmett led our way down the dock. The old boat masqueraded as a deep-sea fishing vessel, outfitted with nets and industrial-strength rods. It was covered in rust and sea scum and smelled like the seagulls that made their homes on the top deck. The metal ramp leading us onto the vessel shook as Emmett's massive frame climbed upward. I might have shot him if the damn thing snapped and sent us into the murky water of Boston Harbor. I shuddered at the thought. All right, so our cargo was 2 decks down, he said once we hit the deck. I nodded, continuing to follow him down a set of stairs leading to the hull of the ship. I looked around the empty cargo department. Wood shelves and heavy nylon straps sat against the walls. The space was exactly how it should be after a shipment. There's another deck I want you to see. Emmett turned back toward the stairs leading us down one more flight. In front of us stood massive wood doors latched together with an industrial lock. The space was meant to transport exotic animals. The sturdy door a necessity on the off chance the animals escaped their cages. With effort, Emmett flipped the latch and slid the doors wide open. What the fuck? It reeks of piss, and BO. What the hell were they transporting down here? I snapped. Look around. I want to get your take before telling you what I think. I stepped around my brother, covering my nose and mouth. The stench was unbearable. It was immediately clear why he was so adamant that I came and saw for myself what was causing him and Alex so much concern. Shoes and clothes sat scattered through the space. Remnants of food, simple bread and water, were piled in a corner, and a puddle of blood stained the floor against a far wall. Fuck. Caso di merda. I cursed the man we held hostage back in the warehouse. Let's go. Fuming, I ran up the steps, Emmett and Alec close on my heels. No one, absolutely no one, fucked with the Cullens and got away with it. We had paid this asshole for years, a hefty sum too. Much more than he would have made working for a corporation or another outfit. He had one simple job, transport our goods across the Atlantic. Buongiorno, my friend, I greeted the man as I entered. The dim office we used for specific occasions. The ones in which we needed answers, by whatever means necessary. Mr. Cullen, please, there's been a misunderstanding. The man pleaded, his thick Soviet accent slurred. And what exactly did my brother misunderstand? I paced behind his chair as I spoke. I grabbed his dislocated shoulder and squeezed it roughly, causing him to cry out in pain. Please, please, I'm begging you. I did nothing wrong. Then why the fuck does it look like you were smuggling a shipment of fucking people on my goddamn ship? Tears slipped from his eyes as I screamed in his face. You have to understand. I meant no harm. I was told you authorized the shipment. That you were allies of the family that requested it. He bawled. Let me get this really fucking clear because apparently, your minuscule fucking brain can't comprehend it. The Cullen family does not ever condone trafficking. I pulled my gun from its holster behind my back and whipped the barrel across his face. An apathetic moan slipped from his lips as blood trickled from his temple. They told me, he began slipping from consciousness. Who told you? Who fucking told you? I screamed. I needed answers before he slipped away. Shit, Ed, you hit him too hard, Emmett, so helpfully, said. Shut up. I glared at my brother. Who fucking told you? Jeez, the man slurred. Fuck. I tugged my hand through my hair. I hadn't meant to kill him yet. The man's body slumped with a final groan, and air whooshed out of him. Motherfucker. On to plan B, Emmett quipped. Sty Zito. God damn it. He needed to shut up before I pistol whipped him. Who the hell is Jess UT? I rubbed my eyes, trying to come up with any name that could fit the bill. The only UT I know is that arms dealer out of Seattle. His name is Sal, right? That's Sam Yulee, and there's no way he's gotten into trafficking. I'm going to call Jasper and see if he can make anything out of the name. You two clean this mess up. Yes, sir. He saluted. I ignored Emmett and went back downstairs to call my soon-to-be consigliere/brother-in-law. This is Whitlock. Hey, it's me. What's up, Ed? Can you make anything of the name Jess UT? I waited on the line as Jasper thought over the name. Are we sure that's the correct name? It may have been a bit muffled. Of course it was, he sighed. I'll start looking into it. But it doesn't ring any bells off the top of my head. All right, we'll be headed back tonight, and in the office tomorrow morning. You can let me know what you find then. I ended the call and went outside. Leaning on the railing of the dock, I glared at the ship. Who the hell was messing with us? Ooh, half my coffee was gone before I stepped foot in the office the following morning. We'd landed back in Chicago at 3 a.m. Just enough time to get back to my penthouse, shower, shave, and get about an hour of sleep. Although, my shower was elongated when hots of that fuck hot hostess slipped into my mind. I imagined her pushed up against the TLE, back arched, ass in the air. I gripped her hair firmly in my hand while I buried my cock deep inside her pussy. It didn't take long before I was coating the wall with cum. The memories of my fantasy dissipated when I arrived at the office. The sight that greeted me quelled any inch of desire the hostess had spurred. Emmett's ass. He leaned over the reception desk, propped on his elbows. Giggles filtered from behind him from whichever secretary he was trying to charm. This irked me. I hadn't been notified that Rosalie would be out. Staffing changes were supposed to be cleared through me. I can't believe you took on 2 guys all by yourself. Wait, why did the giggling girl sound exactly like Rosalie? You should have seen them. Rosie. One of them was even bigger than me. Emmett's voice dropped to a whisper. I had to save my brother from being shot, though. You know how it goes. Exactly how does it go, Emmett? And exactly what does Rosalie know? Emmett whipped his massive body around, revealing Rosalie and her icy glare. I'm not a moron, Edward, she scoffed. I do my research. I know who it is you're meeting with in this office. How stupid would it be for me to be the face of Cullen Consulting without being prepared? She opened a drawer and pulled out a compact 9mm Glock. Are you kidding me? Besides, shouldn't you be grateful that Emmett was there to save your pretty face from being mauled by the big bad gangsters? What the actual fuck are you talking about? You know, Ed, how I busted my eyebrow open. Emmett's gaze pleaded with me. He tripped carrying something. He busted his head on a doorway. I promise you I am capable of defending myself. I lifted my jacket to reveal my own piece, tucked into the side of my waistband. Seriously, Emmett, she scoffed. And Edward, should I be prepared to find out that something has gone missing and the Cullens' official stance is that you know nothing about that something's disappearance. I grinned and motioned for Emmett to follow me. Rosalie brushed off his attempt to get back in her good graces and picked up the phone to answer a non-existent call. Emmett took the hint, sulking after me. Why couldn't you just go along with the story? He whined, plopping down on a chair in front of my desk. Because I'm not going to have her telling people my brother had to save me. What's going on with the two of you? I'm trying to get her to go out with me. Trying. She keeps making excuses. Like she said she had to cat sit for her grandma. I know that's BS because her grandma lives in a nursing home. Last week she told me you sent her to a winery in Utica to find a particular bottle of wine for Mom's birthday. Then I realized Mom's birthday isn't until May. Have you ever thought that maybe she isn't interested? No, that's not it. She's just playing hard to get. And how do you figure that? Because she gave me a blow job in the bathroom at the Christmas party. Jesus Christ, Emmett, you're a classy guy. You know that. Hey, she's the one that offered. He shrugged. Am I interrupting anything important? Boys, Jasper teased, letting himself into my office. What did you find? I asked, done with wasting time on my brother's sex life. Jess UT isn't anyone we know. I played around with the name to try and see if anything could fit the bill, but I came up blank. I checked both our legitimate clients and associates of all the families. Could it be someone we know inside one of the organizations? It could be, maybe a younger guy trying to climb the ranks. Alright, for now, we keep our ears to the ground. Emmett, get guys on the street in other cities, see if anything pops up. Will do. Quote, I dismissed them to get caught up on legitimate work for Cullen Consulting. I punched in the password on my computer and opened my email. 96 unread messages. Wonderful. At the top was a flagged one Rosalie sent 5 minutes earlier. I groaned as I opened it. Edward, message from your mother. Dinner with the Denali's Friday at 6:30. Don't be late. Your wonderful secretary, Rosalie. God damn it. BPOV. By Wednesday night, I'd found my groove at Renesmee's. Even on weeknights, we were completely booked, but the reservations were more spaced out. With it being my third shift, Jessica stepped back and let me take the reins. Although, that may have had less to do with my training than her desire to flirt with the bartender. By Friday, I knew what I was doing. Taking Angela's lead, I spent my downtime at the library researching the Cullens. After digging through countless articles and hundreds of Google images, I could spot the entire family from a mile away. Particularly Mr. Asshole. I had to admit the man was absurdly handsome. Greek gods would envy his chiseled features and strong jawline. Even through the lens of a camera, his hypnotizing eyes radiated intensity. One particular series of pictures had me rushing out of work Tuesday afternoon with the need to get home and release tension. He and his giant of a brother had been photographed on the city streets in fitted tees, showing off their muscular biceps. While Mr. Asshole was less bulky than his brother, the fabric of his short sleeves still hugged his arm in the most alluring way. His low-slung jeans gave me fantasies of lifting his shirt and tracing the contours of his abs with my tongue. I was more than irritated with myself after my solo session. He was an asshole, not someone worth licking. So, the Cullens have another dinner planned tonight. Jessica pointed to the notes on our reservation list, breaking me from my memories. Do you know which Cullens will be here? I bit my lip, trying to forget how quickly thoughts of Mr. Asshole had sent me over the edge. Do you mean is Edward going to be here? She laughed. I have no idea. They just reserve the room. They don't say who's coming. But just in case, try to remember who his mother is this time. She grabbed a stack of napkins and left to set the tables. Brat. Oh, Isabella. I am so glad you're here. Gust of cool air blew through the front door as Esme glided in. Her pictures online didn't do her justice. The woman exuded class and could pass for half her age. I admired her neat chiffon and the expensive gold earrings dangling from her ears. "Those earrings are beautiful," I gushed, unable to stop the outburst. My cheeks heated. I could only imagine how unprofessional she thought my gawking was. "Thank you, dear. They were a gift from Carlisle for my birthday last year. Although, I'm sure my daughter helped pick them out." She winked, putting me at ease. "Isabella, I wanted to talk to you about what happened with my son last week." Edward. I choked on his name. There was no one in the world I wanted to discuss with her less than her volatile son. Wait, what if I was in trouble? What if he'd complained about my insufficiency? Was I getting fired? I berated myself for the way I let him affect me. I have to apologize for his behavior. I promise you, we raised him better than that, but he can be a bit cantankerous at times. Oh, it was just a misunderstanding. Also, you may want to take him to an anger management support group. I bit my tongue. Poor Esme was punished enough, having to deal with him on a regular basis. Regardless, if anything happens again, please let me know. I'll knock him around for you. I grinned at her threat. Petite Esme knocking around her full-grown son was something I would have paid admission to see. Anyway, another family will be joining us tonight, the Denali's. Jessica knows who they are, so please pass the message along. She can help you keep an eye out for them. Absolutely, I'll let her know. Oh, before I forget, we are hosting an anniversary party for my aunt and her husband on Sunday. I need someone to help with setup, and to greet the guests as they arrive. I know it's your day off, so the pay would be double. You are more than welcome to stay for dinner and drinks, as well. I had a mile-long list of things that needed to be done on my day off. But rent was due on Monday. Having a little mo in my paycheck at the end of the week wasn't a bad idea. Sure, I can make that work. Wonderful. I will send you the details before then. She glanced outside as the first car of the evening pulled up to the valet. I suppose I should stop pestering you and let you do your job. Please grab me if there is anything you need. I'll be here all night. She strolled away, greeting the rest of the staff on her way to the kitchen. My smile was genuine as I turned to greet our arriving guests. Ooh, the Denali sisters were gorgeous. Statuesque blondes, with ice blue eyes, and flawless skin. Tanya, clearly back from some tropical getaway, had the kind of golden tan my alabaster skin could only dream of. Irina's cleavage was gravity-defying. She looked like she'd stepped out of a swimsuit ad. My self-esteem plummeted the second they arrived. Then they opened their mouths. They sounded like two chickens squawking. They complained about everything under the sun. Tanya didn't like the lighting. The smell of seafood was making Irina nauseous. Both of them snickered at Jessica's knockoff dress. Esme was quick to usher them to their private room. Thank God, because I was ready to rip off their acrylic nails and revel in their pain. Tanya and Irina Denali are literally the worst people in the world. Jessica tugged at her dress, frowning when the polyester blend bunch at her hip. How can they be so vapid? I shook my head, traumatized from the entire encounter. Maybe the hair bleach seeped into their brains. Did you know their hair isn't even real? From the back, you can totally tell they have extensions, Jessica sniffed, flipping her own curly hair over her shoulder. I'm going to see if Jared needs anything. She headed toward the bar, looking for an ego boost from her favorite bartender. The front door swung open, and I plastered a smile back on my face, ready to greet our newest guest. Good evening. Welcome to, oh, hello, Isabella. My name rolled off his tongue like honey, making me shiver in anticipation. Mr. Cullen. All my research hadn't prepared me for the encounter. He was more stunning than any picture could capture. Without the scowl on his face, to remind me how much of a jerk he was, I found myself inching toward him. Your mother is in the back. Would you like me to show you there? It took work to remain professional. Fantasizing about him taking me on top of the host desk was probably not the wisest course of action. I was supposed to be avoiding the man. No, thank you. I was hoping to speak to you for a moment. He licked his lips, readying himself for whatever he had to say. I bit mine, trying to rein in my libido. I am sorry for the way I treated you last week. There was a misunderstanding, and I was unaware that it was your first night. I acted completely inappropriately. For that, I am truly sorry. Mr. Asshole may not be an asshole after all. This wasn't good. My entire reason for avoiding the man was his volatile temperament. I had to find another reason to stay away. How about because he's your boss's son? Oh, yeah, that was a good one. Thank you, Mr. Cullen. I accept your apology, I said in the most professional voice I could manage. Thank God. I don't apologize often. I wasn't sure I was doing it right. He laughed, and my breath hitched. The danger that lurked in his eyes vanished, replaced by a childlike brightness that lit his entire face. I think it's okay for us to be on a first-name basis. We should start over. Hello, I'm Edward Cullen. He reached his hand out, waiting for my response. Bella Swan, I squeaked. His large hand engulfed mine. The moment was electric, causing my stomach to flutter and my heart to race. He cleared his throat. So, Bella, not Isabella, not unless you're my grandmother. Or my mother, he teased with a cocky smirk. I had yet to tell Esme I preferred the less formal version of my name, and I wasn't sure if I should. Speak of the devil, he looked over my shoulder, the darkness returning to his face. Edward, I hope you're behaving. Esme glanced toward me. I was apologizing, Ma. Good. Isabella, I'm so sorry for cutting his apology short. Edward, I have a few young ladies that are very anxiously awaiting your arrival. You know I can find my own dates, right? He scoffed, earning him a raised brow. Can you? The last girl I remember you dating was in high school. She waved him forward, escorting him toward his dinner date. What the hell was that? I spun around, findin'. Jessica scrutinizing me with a hand propped against her hip. What was what? I'm sorry, but were you not talking to Edward Cullen? And was he laughing? Edward never laughs. He glares. Oh my God. Did you drug him? How the hell would I have drugged him? Whatever. In case you're getting any ideas, don't. His parents are trying to set him up with one of the Denali sisters tonight. I wasn't getting any ideas. Except I was getting many ideas. Most of which involved Edward and me in scandalous positions. I wondered if his large hands indicated the size of other body parts. I wonder. If his abs were as lickable in real life. I wondered. Earth to Bella. Can you please take Mr. and Mrs. Connor to their table? Jessica tapped her foot, waiting for me to move. Yes, of course. Please follow me. I let my hair fall over my cheek to hide my blush. I took the long way to table 320 in hopes of getting one last peek of Edward. Through the closed doors of the private room, I could hear the nasal laugh of the Delaney bimbos. I rolled my eyes at my ridiculousness. If Edward was the kind of man who cared more about dating a supermodel than a girl with a brain, then he wasn't worth my time. Blank, underscore, blank. EPOV. My mother arranged for me to sit between Tanya and Irina. Punishment for being late, no doubt. When I'd agreed to the dinner, I'd forgot. And how completely horrendous the girls were. When we were younger, they were both beautiful. Knockouts that had boys worshipping the ground they walked on. That was before the plastic surgery started. Anya's upper lip looked like it was going to pop. She happily explained the entire procedure in detail, making me lose my appetite for the antipasto appetizer. She was thrilled that her doctor was able to give perfect results. She described it as the bee-stung look. I assumed she was allergic to bees. The angry scar from Irina's chin implant was obviously visible every time she tilted her head. Her breasts were eye-catching for sure. They'd grown about 2 cup sizes over the previous 6 months. One sat slightly higher than the other. Call me what you will, but I preferred my women unaltered. Eddie, did I tell you about my trip to Cancun? Tanya asked. Her nasal voice made it sound like an insect was buzzing by my ear. No, Tanya, you did not. I took a heavy pull from my scotch. Oh, my God, it was amazing. Okay, so 2 of my girlfriends, and me, we went on this trip. Was it to Cancun? I dripped with sarcasm. Yes, we had this adorable little bungalow. There was a cabana right outside, on the sand. We even had our own cabana boy. I think his name was Pedro or something, but we all called him Javier because it's sexier. Kill me now. I looked at my father across the table for help. He was trying to hold back laughter. Asshole. And there were these adorable little street vendors outside the resort. It wasn't like nice stuff. It was weird little trinkets and crap. There were a bunch of little girls that made jewelry, so we bought necklaces, even though they were really ugly. Don't worry, we threw them away later. But we got to haggle. It was so fun. We talked them down to 6 necklaces for only $10. I downed my scotch. Hold on. You were staying in a private bungalow, at a luxury resort, and you couldn't give a child what? $15 for some jewelry. Jesus, Tanya, I would have given them $15 for it, Irina said, sliding a hand down my arm. I shot her a glare. You don't fucking touch me unless I say you can. Seriously, Edward, calm down. They expect you to haggle. Can I get another Macallan? I held my glass toward the server, who was collecting our empty plates. The nightmare couldn't end soon enough. My mother finally caught on to my distress and put me out of my misery. She asked Tanya a question about some moronic reality show. This put both girls in a tizzy and gave me a chance to escape to the bar. Having fun. Jared laughed as I slid onto a stool. Jesus fucking Christ, I'm gonna slit my wrists if I have to go back in there. So, what's the deal anyway? Rumor is your folks are trying to set you up. It's a long story, but that's the gist of it. And they thought the dipshit twins were good matches. I'm pretty sure my father went along with it to torture me. My mother is just a horrific matchmaker. Hey Jared, Jessica asked me to bring these over. She's headed out for the night. I looked up at the sound of Bella's voice. The sweet cadence was a welcome relief after listening to Tanya and Irina for a few hours. She is. I've gotta talk to her. Jared ducked around the counter, leaving Bella and me to our own devices. What time is it? I asked, rolling my glass over the bar top. 10:50. The last guests just left. My God, I was in there for 4 hours. I slid my hand down my face, still in shock from the torture I'd endured. So, I guess that means your date went well. Bella busied herself gathering up a few cocktail napkins. What, aren't you dating one of the Denali sisters? Jessica said. I'm not datin', Edward. Irina's high-pitched monstrosity of a voice squawked from over my shoulder. Yes, Irina, I sighed. Your mother and I were just making arrangements for the charity ball next month. My mother thinks it's a good idea for us to color coordinate for the event. My dress is gold, so I'll just. Bella pointed over her shoulder and rushed out of the bar. Bella, wait. God damn it, I growled. As I was saying, Irina sneered in Bella's direction. No, I stood, slamming my hand down hard enough to make my glass rattle. Excuse me, I said. No, Irina. Not a word you hear often. It means I will not be going to any charity event with you. Nor will I ever be interested in sticking my dick in your plastic twat. You can't talk to me like that. Her hands flew to her hips as she pursed her lips. I leaned forward, my voice dropping. I can do whatever I want, honey. Haven't you heard? I'm Edward fucking Cullen. I walked away, chuckling at the dumbstruck look on her face. It was time to leave, but first, I needed to find Bella. I had an urge to make it clear that not only was I not dating either Denali's sister, there was no way in hell I ever would. The host stand was empty, as was the main dining room. I grabbed my coat and slipped through the front door, making sure the lock latched behind me. Up the street, Jessica and Jared were making out like teenagers. There was no sign of the gorgeous brunette. Hey, lovebirds, any idea where Bella is? The tea. Woe stopped sucking face long enough to answer. Yeah, she left like 5 minutes ago. Jared pointed down the block. Shit. Any idea how she gets home? She takes the L. Jessica reattached herself to Jared's face. She was like some sort of succubus. I took off toward the train station but stumbled to a halt halfway down the block. What the fucking hell was I doing? I wanted to make sure Bella knew I wasn't dating a Denali sister. Why? What difference did it make? She won't fuck you if she thinks you've got a girlfriend. That had to be it. Bella wasn't the kind of girl that fucked around with other women's men. Shit, what if Bella was the type of girl that fucked around? The image of her being railed by some asshole made my gut twist. I reached for my gun, ready to shoot someone. For what? Sleeping with the hostess at my mother's restaurant. Get a fucking grip, Cullen. I tugged at my hair, turning back toward Renesmee's. This was insane. I was standing in the middle of a Chicago street at 11 o'clock at night, chasing after some girl I barely even knew. I needed to get laid. That had to be my problem. I took out my phone and scrolled my contacts until I found the one I wanted. Hey, Vicky, are you busy? BPOV. This is so sweet. I admired the framed wedding picture as we put the finishing touches on the decorations. They were only 19 when the picture was taken. People used to get married so much younger back then. I suppose there was a reason for that. No birth control, Renesmee laughed. Yeah, that would make sense. I couldn't help but giggle. If only I could get Edward to get on board with the idea of marriage, she sighed. Edward doesn't believe in marriage. I frowned, oddly concerned. It's not that as much as he's putting no effort into finding the right girl. She handed me roses to trim. He's young, though, isn't he? 25. Carlisle and I were married and expecting by his age. I can't imagine that. I laughed, picturing myself with a husband and a swollen belly. Then cleared my throat when I realized how appealing the image was. I tried not to dwell on the fact that the husband I envisioned held a strong resemblance to Renesmee's oldest son. If you don't mind my asking, how old are you, Isabella? The same age as Edward, I admitted. She cocked her head to the side, lost in thought. What are your feelings on marriage? I haven't thought much about it. I assume I'll get married eventually. Do you have a boyfriend, dear? I snorted. No, I haven't had a boyfriend since college. Interesting, she mumbled. Here, go put these in the vases on the main table. Aren't red roses so dramatic? These are the exact color my aunt had at her wedding. They're beautiful, I said, breathing in the sweet aroma. Maybe you'll have the same color at your wedding. She had a mischievous glint in her eye that I didn't understand. Maybe. I shrugged as I arranged the vases and pushed all thoughts of weddings aside. There wasn't much. Needed to create a romantic atmosphere. The restaurant's charm did the work for us. Once the flower arrangements were complete, I took my spot by the front door. Guests trickled in, handing me Jack's and anniversary gifts until the restaurant was full of the extended family and friends of Renesmee's aunt and uncle, all of whom looked to be having a wonderful time. An unexplained thrill shot up my spine and my senses heightened as I stood scanning the crowd. A light breeze blew strands of my hair against my cheek as I heard the front door open, then swing close. Am I late? I didn't dare turn at the question murmured in my ear. The heat from Edward's body scorched my back, making my thoughts cloud in a haze of arousal. The silky gravel of his voice turned even the most mundane words into temptation. You're not too late. The dancing just started, and the main courses aren't on the buffet table yet. I stepped away before turning to face him. The scent of his skin mixed with the spice of his aftershave was too much to bear. Bella, could I talk to you? His eyes bore into me. I feared that he would read my every thought if I let him. About what? I squeaked. Friday night. I want to explain why Irina. Oh, right. How is Irina? Is she with you? I glanced behind him, expecting to see the statuesque bimbo. Jesus, Bella, I'm not dating Irina. Tanya, no. Are you dating anyone? No. Oh, the admission hung heavy. His dating status shouldn't have mattered, but it did. What about you? He ran a hand through his hair. The sexy chaos mesmerized me. No, I'm single, I scoffed. Actually, I was just explaining to your mother that I've been single for a while. Why was my mother asking about your dating life? His eyes narrowed. She wasn't exactly. We were talking out weddings since this is an anniversary party. Sure. He sent a quick glare in Esme's direction. So, why are you over here when the party is over there? I'm not a guest. I'm working. I'm pretty sure the work is done. People are still arriving, I said, glancing at the front door. Truthfully, no other than Edward had arrived in half an hour. My entire family and half of the Italians in Chicago are here. I can promise you've fulfilled your duties. Get a drink with me. It's the least we can do for making you come in on a day off. I stifled a gasp as his hand settled on the small of my back, guiding me toward a table of expensive wines. His touch sent an electric charge through my body, and goosebumps broke out across my flesh. He picked up 2 glasses of champagne, handing me one. Salud, he said, raising his glass with a smirk. Salud, I repeated, clinking my glass against his. Are you Isabella? A perky girl with dark hair spawned out of nowhere, causing the bubbly alcohol to burn my throat as I coughed it out of my lungs. Christ, Alice. Edward glared at her. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to kill you. She patted my back while I got myself under control. I'm okay. I choked out. I'll live. Thank God. I'm Alice Cullen. It's very nice to meet you. Her megawatt smile was infectious. Bella Swan. It's nice to meet you too. Oh, it's Bella. Okay. So, Bella, let me show you around. She grabbed my arm, pulling me from the drink table. Alice, really? Edward scowled. You'll get her back eventually, she said before turning to me and whispering, I think my brother has a thing for you. What? No, that's not. Calm down, Bella. I'm not saying you have to marry the guy. Hey, Emmett. I got the feeling Alice didn't stay on one topic for long. Baby what's up? A giant of a man rushed over, picking Alice up and twirling her around. I recognized him immediately, Edward's brother. Who's this? He asked, placing Alice back on her feet. This is Bella Swan. She's the new hostess. Good to meet you, Bella Swan. Welcome, Jasper. Alice squealed, come meet Bella. A handsome young man with dirty blonde hair and a perfectly fitted suit walked over. He slipped one arm around Alice and stretched the other toward me. Jasper Whitlock, it's a pleasure. Nice to meet you. Alice, you've dragged her around long enough. Edward caught up with us, holding 2 glasses of red wine. Do you like Cabernet? Sure, thanks, I said, taking a glass. He stepped closer, snaking his arm around my waist. I turned back toward Alice and Jasper, who were scrutinizing Edward. Alice was grinning and bouncing on her toes while Jasper raised a brow and smirked. I didn't have long to muse over the firm grip Edward held on me or the safety I found in his arms. A murmur went through the crowd before polite applause caught everyone's attention. Benvenuti, everyone. What a beautiful occasion we have the privilege of celebrating today. Carmen, Eleazar, the years have been good to you. Everyone stopped to listen to Carlyle as he spoke from the makeshift dance floor. He commanded respect in a way I'd never seen. I stole a glance at Edward as the speech continued. The resemblance between the 2 men was undeniable. Edward's strong features and beauty mirrored his father's. Their similarities didn't end there. They shared a confidence and underlying sense of power that I was sure got them anything they asked. Buon anniversario. The room broke into congratulations for the older couple. I raised my wine and took a sip. It was smooth and complex, a more luxurious wine than any I'd drunk before. Carlyle left the floor, allowing an Italian quartet to set up in his place. The mandolin melody began as servers placed mouth-watering entrees on the buffet table, and guests filled their plates to the brim. Alice chatted animatedly throughout our meal, regaling me with stories about the restaurant staff. I was particularly interested in the gossip she had regarding Jessica. I could barely believe some of the absurd anecdotes Alice swore to God were true. Edward and Jasper worked the room while everyone dined. Edward, along with his father, led the conversations at each table. Emmett and Jasper stood close, listening intently. Carlyle noticeably took a back seat, allowing Edward to act as head of their group. Men far older than Edward hung on his every word. He kept his conversations short, and each time he shifted between tables, his eyes would settle on Alice and me. "Bella, are you even listening?" Alice tapped on the tabletop in front of me. "What were you saying? What's up with you two?" She narrowed her eyes, glancing at Edward. "I don't know what you mean." I sipped on my wine, feigning indifference. "You and my brother. You keep staring at each other. You're totally into him, aren't you?" "What? I know. I lied." "Yes, you are." I can't decide if this is good or bad." She thought for a minute while I downed more of my wine. "I think I like the idea. But, Bella, you have to understand what you're getting yourself into. Edward's life is intense." "Alice, I barely know him. Just don't say I didn't warn you." She smir. Ked as the men turned back toward our table. Edward's gaze locked onto mine, making my pulse accelerate. The dominance that he radiated terrified me, but his sheer masculinity made me weak in the knees. "Bella, would you like to dance?" His voice washed over me like a slow caress. I glanced toward the dance floor, where couples were swaying to an Italian love song. Accepting his invitation was a dangerous option. Declining was unrealistic. "I don't dance very well. You might get stepped on." "I'll take my chances." His palm returned to the small of my back as he guided me to the floor. The muse I see shifted to a haunting mandolin melody. He pulled me close, his fingers running down my arm until he grasped my hand in his. My free hand rested around his neck, allowing my fingertips to brush against the soft ends of his hair. "Are you enjoying yourself?" The murmured question held a sense of intimacy that made my stomach flutter. "Yes, it's a lovely party." "I'm glad to hear that." He led us in a slow spiral across the floor, in the process, pushing my breasts against the hard planes of his chest. "I would like to drive you home tonight if you would allow me to." His lips brushed against my ear as he spoke. I couldn't think. I don't know. I was on the verge of making an irreversible decision. "I have no ulterior motive. I promise. I only want you to get home safely. The idea of sending you away on the L is unsettling." I bit my lip, at an impasse. A small rational voice inside me begged me to run, to follow my instincts and stay away from the man. A much louder voice commanded me to enter the mysterious world of Edward Cullen. And so I answered, yes. Blank, underscore, blank. EPOV. I needed to get Bella alone. Not for that. Okay. I'm lying. Yes, for that, B. Oot also because I'd spent the entire weekend thinking about her. My curiosity begged to know more about her. My primal instincts begged to protect her. Something was wrong with me, and Bella was the key to figuring out what that was. I still wondered if I just needed a good fuck. A night of pounding into her to get over my newfound obsession. Although, I had an inkling that one encounter would only leave me starving for more. On Friday night, I was positive any female would suffice. Sure that I was so horny, I was going insane. I'd made it halfway to Vicky's apartment before a twist in my gut forced me to turn back. The idea of actual sex with Vicky was less appealing than a solo session spurred by fantasies of Bella. I was losing my fucking mind. I didn't know where Bella found the little black dress she wore to the anniversary party, but I wanted to personally thank the designer who made it. The material clung to her curves, accentuating her hourglass figure. My cock was at half-mast through the majority of the evening. Having her pressed against me as we danced was insufferable. Her soft curves tortured me in a way that promised a pleasure I could only dream of. Take a right at the next light, she instructed. We were headed south toward the less affluent part of town. What street do you live on? I asked with concern. We were already past the South Loop. I'm near the corner of Michigan and 51st. Jesus Christ, Bella, do you live in fucking Washington Park? I seriously considered flipping the car around and taking her home with me. Washington fucking Park. I knew drug dealers who wouldn't SLM it there. No, I'm technically in Bronzeville. Washington Park is on the other side of the street, she muttered. Bella, Washington Park has made lists as one of the worst neighborhoods in Chicago. My building is perfectly safe, she huffed. We have a gate that locks, and I have multiple deadbolts on my door. Plus, my dad is a cop, and he gave me pepper spray before I moved here. So, I'm prepared. You're prepared? Oh my god, I scoffed. Wait, her father's oh shit. Your father's a cop. Yeah, he's the chief of police. He's the chief of police. In Chicago. I racked my brain, trying to remember who held that position and if we had control over the man. No, not Chicago. She rolled her eyes. I'm from a little town in Washington. A few hours' drive from Seattle. Thank God. I ran my hand down my face. The chances of a small town cop causing me trouble were slim. Although, I had a feeling he wouldn't be too pleased if he knew what I desired from his daughter. I pulled up in front of Bella's complex and raised a brow. The place was a dump. The locked fence sported broken bars perfect for breaking and entering. A group of wannabe gangsters stood on the corner, watching as I climbed from my Maserati. I adjusted my suit jacket, flashing the piece tucked into my waistband. Bella led me through a dilapidated courtyard and unlocked the door to the building. Blinking fluorescent lights glared from the ceiling inside. A line of dead ants sat against the wall where someone had sprayed Raid but failed to clean up the carcasses. My apartment is on the second floor, she said. I followed her up the stairs, grimacing as a mouse ran across the far end of her hallway. She didn't seem to notice. She stopped at the second door and fiddled with her keychain, unlocking 3 different bolts. I sighed at her naivete. It would take me 60 seconds to pick those locks. Okay. So, good night. She stood awkwardly in the doorway, her lip trapped between her teeth. Like fuck I was leaving. Aren't you going to invite me in? I gave her a crooked smile and cocked a brow. Her breath hitched. Edward, I'm not that kind of girl. She stammered. My eyes followed her flushed skin to where it disappeared under the neckline of her dress. I had an urge to trace the heated flesh with my tongue. I don't think it's a good idea for you to come in. Bella, relax. I'm not looking to take advantage of you. Despite my desires, I wouldn't force her into something she wasn't willing to give. I'd like to look around and make sure the place is safe. You're being ridiculous. Did you see how many doors I unlocked to get in here? Did you see the group of thugs standing on the street corner? Fine. If it makes you feel better, you can come in to look around for a minute. She turned, leaving the door open for me. I made a mental note to have one of my guys replace her locks. Would you like something to drink? I shook my head and perused the space. She was neat and obviously took pride in her mismatched home. A picture of her and a dark-haired girl at Navy Pier hung from the wall. In another, she stood by a lake holding up fish. An older man stood next to her beaming over their catch. You like fishing? I asked. My dad does. Not my favorite, she responded while frowning at the sink. What's wrong? I could only imagine. Maybe a family of cockroaches built a nest in the drain. The water is off again. The super told me they fixed everything. How often is your water out? For fuck's sake, the place should just be condemned. The first few days I was here, it was coming out, but the water pressure was low. When the water pressure got fixed, the water heater went out. We got hot water back yesterday. Now we don't even have water. You're coming home with me, I demanded, grabbing her purse. No, I am not. Bella, this place is a fucking slum. Look around. The paint is peeling off your kitchen wall. The fence outside is bent so far open that Emmett could pass through. Not to mention, the building is infested with insects and vermin. You don't even have running water. What's next? Is your heater going to go out? I have a radiator, and they fixed it when it broke last week. Jesus fucking Christ, how in the hell are you living like this? Don't you have any dignity? I regretted the question the second it slipped out my mouth. Bella's eyes watered, and her fists clenched at her side. Get out. Damn it. Look, I'm sorry. I just think it would be best if. I don't care what you think would be best. It's my apartment. If it doesn't live up to your standards, you can leave. Fine. You don't want my help. I'll go. I stormed out, slamming the door in the process. Sprinkles of drywall fell to the floor. Jesus. She was fucking unreasonable. I was offering to save her from the hell hole. What kind of person passed up a penthouse to live in a ghetto? Fuming, I rammed through the iron gate and stepped onto the sidewalk. I wrapped my hand around the cool metal of my Colt 45 and pulled it from its holster. The threat of violence instantly calming me. Too bad the wannabe thugs hadn't understood my earlier message because I was in no mood for forgiveness. I dare you, fuckers. Touch my car. Ooh, you look like shit. I glared at my brother. He and Rosalie arrived at the office in overly chipper moods. I was trying not to think about why. I had a long night. Holy shit, Ed, did you fuck that hostess chick? No, you jackass. I just drove her home. Come on, man, I saw the two of you dancing. You were one step away from taking her to the bathroom and doing the nasty. What is it with you and bathrooms? Do you have some fucked up kink? No, don't answer that. I don't want to know. I refrained from punching him in the gut at his responding laughter, but just barely. My thoughts drifted back to Bella as I glared out the window. Around midnight, after the adrenaline of our argument left my system, I realized I'd messed up. While I hadn't been wrong in my assessment of Bella's living situation, shoving it in her face and questioning her sanity was not my finest moment. Here had to be a way to make it up to her, but I had no idea where to start. I'd never had to work for a woman's attention. I considered sending her jewelry or flowers. Then I imagined Bella bringing them to Esme's and throwing them at my head. It was a likely scenario. I needed to know more about her and find out what made her tick. There was one man I could trust to get me what I needed. I pressed the intercom button on my desk phone. Rosalie, I need to speak with Jasper, I commanded. So go get him. He's in his office. I glared at Emmett. He needed to get his woman in line. Why the hell am I even paying you? Because no one else will put up with you. Emmett, will you please tell her to do her job? I growled. Rosie, would you go get Jasper for Edward? His panties are in a twist. This morning because he got shot down last night. I didn't get shot down, you asshole. Fine, I'm doing this for you, Emmett, not him. She disconnected the line. What is her problem? You're not an easy guy to work for. You know that, right? Emmett raised an eyebrow. You can be kind of rough around the edges. I took deep breaths, reminding myself that, deep down, I was fond of my brother. Jasper stepped into my office, effectively saving Emmett from my wrath, and closed the door behind him. What's up? How are things going with the shipment situation? No lead on the name. However, I heard through the grapevine that our friends in Miami are having a similar issue. What happened? Jasper had my complete attention. Amin Saeed, our Miami contact, was not a man to be messed with. One of their planes arrived in Guatemala with an unaccounted for crate. When they opened it, they found the same evidence we did on the ship. The pilots never touched any of the cargo, but the res. T of the flight crew took off pretty quick. You know how it is south of the border, nearly impossible to track anyone down once they disappear. I sat on the information for a minute, Jasper and Emmett. T watching while I decked it on our next move. I'll get in touch with Amin. Emmett, start talking to the families outside Boston and Miami. See if this has happened anywhere else. Got it. He stood and headed toward the door. Jasper, I have something personal I need your help with. Stay here a minute. I waited for Emmett to leave before continuing. I need you to do a background check. Let me guess. It's on an Isabella Swan. How the fuck? You're not as stealthy as you think you are. You couldn't take your eyes off her yesterday. Your sister is already planning the wedding. He smirked. Fucking hell. Tell Alice to mind her own damn business, and just get me whatever information you can. I also need a safety detail put on her. I would recommend using Seth. He's been doing good work lately. Get in touch with him. Tell him I need a meeting. Got it. Hey, Ed, for what it's worth, I think Bella could be good for you. I waved Jasper off and returned to my laptop, but I agreed. Bella Swan could definitely be good for me. BPOV. Working late night hours at Renesmee's was catching up with me, making my library shifts drag worse than usual. It didn't help that I spent my nights tossing and turning, fixated on my argument with Mr. Asshole. I was infuriated that I had allowed him to get under my skin. He was nothing but a pompous jerk, a sexy and powerful, pompous jerk. I wanted to be over him. But my subconscious had other ideas. On Saturday, the little sleep I got was interrupted by an erotic dream that rivaled my most vivid fantasies. I stood behind the host stand, the only person in the restaurant. Without warning, Edward appeared, stalking toward me. His eyes were possessive and animalistic, daring me to go against his will. His biceps flexed under his dress shirt as he tangled a hand in my hair, fisting the strands around his fingers and pulling hard. He forced my head back, leaning down and crushing his mouth against mine. His tongue took dominance, forcing my lips apart while his hands reached beneath me, grabbing my ass and lifting me onto the countertop. He pushed my skirt to my waist and shoved my panties to the side, then entered me in one strong thrust that left me clinging to him in ecstasy. I woke up sweating and in desperate need of a release. I beelined to my locker after my library shift on Monday. Between my fatigue and frustration, I couldn't answer another question or stock another book. Unfortunately, heading straight home was out of the question. I'd spent my day off in a daze of confusion and arousal, barely having the mental energy to catch up on laundry and cleaning. I had no choice but to stop for groceries before going home. I nearly missed my stop on the L after dozing off against a side railing. Scrambling through the doors at the last second, I tripped onto the platform. My hands and knees took the brunt of the impact, and the resulting sting made my eyes water. Hey, are you okay? A young man rushed over and helped me to my feet. I'm fine, thanks. Just a little embarrassed. I inspected the hole in my tights and scratches on my knee before waving him off. It was bad enough that I had a witness. I didn't need him doting over me. This happens to you a lot, huh? He chuckled as he walked away. What? Oh, I just mean you don't seem real coordinated. I assumed. Yeah, I assumed this happens to you a lot. I glared at the guy. Who the hell was he to assume I was a klutz? Okay, so, if you're all good, I'll just head out then. He scrambled away toward the stairs for 51st Street. I grumbled to myself, waiting for a few minutes before leaving the platform. Something about the guy didn't sit well. Maybe my frazzled nerves and lack of sleep were catching up to me, or maybe I didn't want my picture to end up on the nightly news. The grocery store was crowded with the after-work crowd. As I attempted to pull my cereal from a high shelf, a box of Fruit Loops smacked me across the face. I glared at the perpetrator, a woman in a heated argument with her 3 young children. She was completely unaware that she'd assaulted someone with a box of fruity cereal. I flipped her the bird as she passed and turned to the next aisle. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a familiar figure peeking around the end cap, laughing. No. My week could not get any worse. I fumbled through my purse seeking out my pepper spray. Are you stalking me? I blurted in a panic. Where the hell was the pepper spray? Why would you say that? The guy from the L station forced a chuckle while his eyes darted in every direction. Don't kill me. I have pepper spray. I finally grabbed the canister and held it up. You're pointing that the wrong way. He rolled his eyes. You're just going to spray yourself. Who are you? I flipped the canister, ready to aim and fire at him. Not me. I'm no one. Just shopping. Just a dude checking things off his grocery list. Your list included hair dye, mustard, and prenatal vitamins. I asked, glancing in his basket. Hold on. You're the guy that was outside my building the other day. I wouldn't have thought much of the black Mercedes parked across the street. Except the only luxury car I'd ever seen in my neighborhood was Mr. Assholes. In an act of idiocy, I'd approached the vehicle hoping that he'd come back to apologize. As soon as I got close enough to see the driver, they started the car and sped off. "Help, I'm being stalked," I screamed. Train guy grabbed me, knocking the pepper spray from my hand, and pulled me to the store's back corner. An older woman watched apathetically from the meat counter. So much for assistance from upstanding citizens. "Stop, you're gonna get me in trouble." Stalker man slapped a hand over my mouth, muffling my next scream. "Bella, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm supposed to be watching out for you, and you're not making it very easy." "What the hell are you talking about? How do you know my name?" My questions came out muffled. He removed his hand slowly, ready to react if I started up again. "Dang it, the boss didn't tell me what to do if you started asking questions." "Who the hell is the boss? Am I being kidnapped? Who are you?" I yanked my arm from his grasp and desperately searched for an escape path. "I'm Seth." He grinned and held out his hand. "Seriously?" I glared at him. "Right. Look, I'm not kidnapping you. I work for someone you know. I was asked to keep an eye on you to make sure you stay safe." "What? Oh my God, you're insane, aren't you? I was dealing with a psychopath. Just can you give me a sec? I've got to call Ed, I mean my boss." "Hold on. Ed, as in Ed Ward. Oh, for the love of God." My fear morphed into frustration as Seth dropped my arm and stepped back to make the call. "Hey, boss. No, everything's all right. She's fine, but she kinda figured out what's going on." Irritated, I grabbed the phone out of Seth's hand. "You had one fucking job. What the fuck do you mean she figured it out? How the fuck did you screw this up?" Edward's anger was barely constrained. "Edward, why the hell do you have someone following me?" "Shit." I waited as he scrambled to respond. "Bella, I can explain." "Okay, then explain, quickly, because I'm about to file a restraining order on you and your friend Seth." "Good luck with that," he scoffed, then sighed. "Bella, I don't like the idea of you living in a place that doesn't meet my standards for security." "Edward, you do realize you have no say over where I live?" "Not yet. Goodbye, Edward." "No, Bella, wait." I disconnected the call and handed the phone back to Seth. It immediately began ringing. "You can answer that or not. I don't care. If he wants to talk to me, tell him he will have to do it face to face. So I can slap him or kiss him." "No. Damn it, Bella. Slap him. Definitely slap him." I shoved past Seth and stomped out the door. My cart full of groceries sat long forgotten in the cereal aisle. Ooh, my dinner was a can of vegetable soup that I found shoved in the back of my cupboard. Not exactly filling, but at least it was hot. My radiator was on the brink again and would only kick on for 5-minute increments. I couldn't get the temperature in the apartment above 63 degrees. The water was running, but the pressure was back to a trickle. Bundled in sweats, 2 pairs of fuzzy socks, and a couple of sweatshirts. I had my head stuck in a mixing bowl with rapidly cooling soapy water. A knock sounded at my door as I finished getting the shampoo rinsed out of my hair. I grabbed a towel and ran over to look through the peephole. "You've got to be kidding me," I muttered, unlocking the deadbolts. Giving my best bitch face, I swung the door open. "I'm sorry. Yes, that seems to be a trend. I had Seth pick up your groceries." Edward held up 2 bags stuffed to the brim. He'd picked up my groceries plus some. I should have told him to go away and shut the door in his face. However, I needed those groceries. And I had no desire to take a trip back to the store the next day. "You can put them on the counter." I sighed in resignation and closed the door behind him. His victorious grin made me scowl. "What exactly were you doing?" He gestured to the soapy mixing bowl on the counter, then to my hair, which was dripping all over the place. "I was washing my hair." "Your water is still messed up, isn't it?" He took a deep breath and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Okay, I don't understand it, but if it makes you happy, okay." "Yes, Edward, washing my hair in AM. Ixing bowl on my kitchen counter makes me happy. I rolled my eyes. I meant the apartment. Bella, I've spent the last week trying to understand your point of view. You're different from every other woman I know. If my mother, or God forbid Alice, were told they had to live in a one-bedroom apartment south of Grant Park, they'd throw a fit. Add to that shitty water pressure and hold on. Why is it so cold in here? My radiator is having issues again. Jesus. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Okay, it's fine. We can figure this out. Will you please, at least, let me ask Seth to go buy a space heater? Actually, that would be kind of great. How had I not thought of that already? I'm going to talk to one of my contacts at City Hall and see what can be done about the water. You must know that this is insane. He waved his hand over the bowl of water. I'll admit, it's not my favorite part of the day. I'm going to put this stuff away. Why don't you go finish rinsing out your hair? He nodded toward my bathroom as he pulled orange juice from my bag. I stalled for a moment, musing over how out of place he was in my dingy little kitchen. He belonged in a cologne ad with his expensive suit and Adonis beauty. Not a one-bedroom in the south side of Chicago. I showered as quickly as the trickling water would allow, then redressed in yoga pants and a fitted Henley. Low-dried my hair and put on a tinted lip balm. I hadn't decided whether or not to forgive Edward, but it made sense to look somewhat appealing in case I did. Just get two. That way, she can have one in each room. Get an extra lock for the bedroom door as well, thanks. Edward hung up the phone as I entered the living room. That was Seth. I sent him to Target. Are you changing my locks? Before you get mad, can I show you something? I followed him to the door. Close the door and lock it, then step away. He walked into the hall, waited while I locked the door, and took a few steps back. I watched, shocked, as one by one, each lock twisted, and the door swung open. How? What? These locks are probably original to the building. Anyone with any experience in breaking and entering would be able to get through them immediately. I asked Seth to pick up newer models that have more safeguards. How did you know how to do that? Conversations I'd had weeks before rushed into my mind. Quote, do you have a lot of experience with breaking and entering? Only when it's necessary, he mumbled, turning away. I had Seth pick up takeout before he went to the store. I wasn't sure if you had dinner. He gestured to a spread laid out on my coffee table. To-go containers of chicken parmesan, fettuccine, and salad sat in front of two place settings plastic cups filled with wine rounded out the meal. I don't have wine glasses. I noticed. You didn't have to do this, Edward. I wanted to. I bit my lip and nodded my approval. This looks amazing, thank you. His lips ticked up in a satisfied smirk as we settled on the floor in front of the table. Edward took off his jacket, reaching over to lay it across the arm of the couch. He adjusted his shirt behind his back, rolled his cuffs, and loosened his tie. Do you ever dress casually? I asked in between bites of salad. Not on workdays. I need to be prepared to meet with anyone at a moment's notice. My work can be unexpected. Sounds dangerous. I fished for information. If I was going to jump into a relationship, I needed to know exactly who the man was. What about you, Bella? I found out recently that you have a day job at the library. Did Seth tell you that? Does it matter? I shot him a glare. He sighed. No, it was Jasper. I asked him to run a background check on you. What did you think you were going to find? My life is hardly exciting. I scoffed. In my business, I have to be extraordinarily careful. I needed to know there were no skeletons in your closet that would pose a complication for me. I don't understand how my life would pose a complication for you. Bella, do you think I am a man who regularly sets up picnics on the floor of women's apartments? He raised a brow as I took a moment to assess the situation. Him sitting on the old carpet of my apartment, his tie hanging loose after a day at work. No, I didn't think this was a position he put himself in very often. Oh, if I haven't made myself clear, let me do so right now. I am drawn to you. I cannot explain it, Nor do I understand it, but you are always on my mind. I feel very protective over you. That is why I've had Seth watching from a distance. I cannot stomach the idea of something bad happening to you. What are you saying? I took a long sip of my wine, my hand shaking with nerves as I held the cup. I'm saying that I want you to forgive me for last week. I'm saying that I want to take you out on a real date. I studied him, looking for any evidence of a lie. He watched me warily, for once completely vulnerable. I believe you. Is that something you could do? Forgive me. He moved closer, his expression guarded. I think so, I whispered. My pulse raced as the implications of our conversation settled over me. His large frame hovered only inches away, close enough to make out the greens and gold swirling in his irises. I yearned to reach out and touch him, to let him touch me. You want a date, just a date. I'm not going to lie. Bella, I want you, but I can be a gentleman. I don't know if I can be a lady, I muttered. His eyes caught mine as he sucked in a breath. You can't say things like that to me, he warned. My control is hanging by a thread. You have no idea how much of a temptation you are. I think I do. We inched closer until I could feel his breath against my cheek. Tell me to stop, he demanded. I knew I should listen, but how could I when everything I fantasized about sat accessible to me? I want you too, Edward. His gaze turned predatory, catching me and pinning me down. Under his control, my breath hitched, and my heart pounded. Fingertips ghosted up my thigh to my waist, where he held me with a firm grip. His other palm rested against my cheek, guiding me toward him. So beautiful, he murmured, brushing the skin of my bottom lip with his thumb. My eyes slipped closed as he pressed his soft lips feather-light against my own. I leaned in, searching for more. Edward didn't need coaxing. The hand on my cheek reached back and tangled in my hair as his tongue dominated mine. Soon, my center ached with a need for friction. It had been over a year since I'd been with a man, and even then, I'd never felt the shock of electricity that ran through me as I kissed Edward. He became erratic as his want intensified. We both needed a connection further kissing could provide. Pushing his shoulders back, I broke our kiss and threw my leg over his to straddle his lap. Oh, fuck me. His guttural moan spurred me on. I gripped his hair while rocking my hips as he bucked against me and took possession of my mouth once again. I jumped back, heart pounding, at the sound of banging against my door. Fuck. Bella, stay here. Edward's command left no place for argument. He jumped up, quickly adjusting himself, and went for the door. I gasped as he reached behind his back, grabbing a gun from his waistband. It felt like ice water poured over me. The articles, the rumors, they were all true. Edward Cullen was not a businessman. Edward Cullen was a made man. It's Seth, he said after looking through the peephole. He turned back to me and froze. His and still gripping the weapon behind his back. Oh fuck. Hey boss, can I come in? This stuff is getting heavy. The door muffled Seth's voice. Bella, Edward begged, get the stuff and tell him to go. I have questions. I don't know if I can answer them, he said, opening the door. I got 2 space heaters and 4 locks. Seth grinned at me before turning to Edward and backing up in response to the stony glare he received. Okay, I'll just put these over here, and you guys have a good night. Boss, call me if you need me. I'll be a. Edward closed the door, cutting Seth off. Bella, wait, I need a second to process. He sat down and waited while I reviewed everything I knew. A few weeks ago, I got a call from my father. The police chief. Yes, the police chief. He was researching your mother's restaurant and came across some information he found concerning. Edward ran his hand through his hair and took a generous sip of wine. He said your family has links to organized crime. Bella, I can't tell you the things you want to know. The intensity in his eyes begged me to understand. To allow him the ability to give non-answers. Riley told me a story about your uncle, Luigi. How he was mixed up with notorious mobsters then completely disappeared one day. Another family killed him. His body was dumped in Lake Michigan. I shivered at Edward's blunt explanation. He was so matter of fact. As if people were murdered and thrown into the depths of the lake every day. Maybe in Edward's world they were. Edward, are you in the mafia? You can't ask me that. I just did. Christ. Bella, he groaned. Let's do it this way. How about I tell you what I can, and you make your own assumptions? I nodded my agreement. I am involved in the kind of business that requires the utmost discretion. I have the connections to get anything you want from anywhere in the world. At times, I help the government obtain foreign technology our military needs. These things are extraordinarily difficult to move across borders, but I can make that happen undetected. What type of items? I pictured blocks of cocaine and heroin stored inside antique vases. I can't get into that, Bella, he said. I bit my lip in concern. I can tell you this. My family refuses to deal with trafficking girls or drugs. Gangsters with morals, I scoffed. He smirked. Edward, please, Bella, don't push me away. He leaned forward, placing his hand around my neck and his forehead against mine. I just need some time to think, okay. I'll give you tonight. He kissed my temple, stood, and slipped his jacket over his shoulders. I'm going to have one of my guys change your locks tomorrow. Seth will make sure you get to work okay in the morning. Am I in danger now? No, you are the most protected you have ever been. He sent me a forced smile as he flipped the deadbolts and opened the door. Lock these behind me. Sweet dreams, Bella. The door clicked closed, and my head fell back to the seat of the couch. My thoughts were everywhere, but one thing I knew for sure, there was no way in hell I could let Edward Cullen walk out of my life. EPOV. I promised Bella one night to come to terms with the world she was entering. When I left her apartment, I didn't have a single doubt that she would be mine. By the following morning, the willpower to keep my distance had long dissipated. And I found myself at the front steps of the Chicago Public Library. I didn't make myself known immediately, instead choosing a book and taking a seat. From my spot, I could keep watch on Bella. She flitted around the front desk, checking customers out and answering questions. I smiled when she got into an enthusiastic discussion with a young boy. His excitement grew as she described characters from a specific series. She was so convincing in her passionate retelling that he ended up leaving with 2 of the books tucked under his arm. Just before I planned to approach her, a scrawny jackass walked up and perched himself against her desk. I scowled as he made a stupid joke about hardly working. Original, much. I tried to push away the jealousy that reared its head and moved closer in an attempt to hear their conversation. Anyway, the place has this great taco bar. I was thinking you, and I should try it out. What time are you taking your break? I can take one whenever. The guy grinned at Bella while I growled under my breath. Oh, I don't know, Eric. I'm super busy today. I may just work through lunch. She glanced at him before going back to scanning books. I smirked. That's right, asshole, run along. You can't be that busy, Bella. You were Googling pictures of that guy earlier. He rolled his eyes. What guy was she Googling pictures of? I accidentally tore the spine of my paperback as I began plotting yet another murder. Oh my God, Eric. Why are you looking at my computer? Her face flushed bright red. I'm the IT guy. You put in a request for new software. So who is he, anyway? Is he on like a TV show or something? He's not an actor. He's a friend of mine. My fingers itched to strangle someone. Preferably whoever the fuck Bella's friend was. Maybe the IT asshole, too. I hadn't decided yet. Whatever. I don't know why you're into the pretty boy look. And what's up with his hair? Like, does he own a comb? His hair is sexy. That was it, time to move in and stake my claim. Bella. I gave my most charming smile as I approached her desk and, accidentally, bumped my shoulder into the IT asshole. The nudge caused him to take a stumbling step to the side. Edward. Seriously, Bella. This guy. IT moron pointed toward me, scowling. Eric, this is Edward Cullen. Bella bit her lip, watching our exchange. Yeah, I know, he scoffed. There were pictures of him all over your web browser, remember? Holy shit, I was the friend she was internet stalking. Bella hung her head, hiding her face behind a curtain of hair. All over your web browser. I teased. Pleasure to meet you, Eric. If you'll excuse us, Bella and I have lunch plans. The jackass cut his losses and sulked off, grumbling under his breath. I chuckled as my need for blood dissipated. We have lunch plans. Bella cocked an eyebrow at me. Yes, I don't have a break for another 30 minutes. I can wait. I've been sitting in the corner for almost an hour. Another 30 minutes isn't going to kill me, I said, gesturing to the table I'd vacated. I'm sorry, what, are you stalking me? She laughed. Are you stalking me? I returned, glancing toward her computer. Fine. So, are you going to actually ask me to go with you? I wasn't planning on it. I grinned. Oh, I just remembered. I told my boss I would spend my lunch stapling flyers for the upcoming senior social. No, you didn't. I sighed. Okay, fine. Bella, would you like to have lunch with me? Let me check my schedule, Edward. She squinted at her computer monitor. I was considering a date with Eric. I gritted my teeth. But I suppose I'd rather go out with you. Good. I'll be in the corner, stalking a hot librarian. I heard a giggle escape her as I turned back toward my table. We spent the next half hour exchanging glances, flirting from across the room. My goal was to see how many times I could get a rosy bloom of heat to spread across her cheeks. A simple WNK and a lick of my lips rendered Bella useless. I laughed as a customer standing in front of her had to wave a hand to regain Bella's attention. She was extremely entertaining to fluster. A few minutes before 12, my phone buzzed, pulling my attention away from our game. A text from my father highlighted the screen. Where are you? There's a situation. C. Is it urgent? E. Maybe. Why aren't you at the office? C. I have a lunch. E. Edward. C. Pops. E. I already spoke to Rosalie. She said you've been gone all morning and nothing was on your schedule until 3. If there's a business issue, I need to know. It may affect the current situation. C. It's not business. E. The texts paused, and I swallowed hard. I had no interest in telling my parents about Bella yet. I didn't need them breathing down my neck, espec. I ally before the relationship was defined. A small part of me was still hesitant to rope her into my world, but I wanted her. In the end, I was a selfish bastard. Not that my inner debate mattered. My father was smart enough to decode my behavior. There's a girl. C. Well, fuck. Don't tell Ma. I'm not ready for an interrogation. E. I won't. I'm not particularly interested in opening that can of worms. But remember what we talked about, your responsibilities. C. How could I forget? E. Call me when you're done. We need to speak this afternoon. C. Everything okay? My eyes snapped up as Bella approached the table. Just work. You ready? Standing, I slipped my phone back into my pocket and grabbed her hand before leading her to the front door. There's a place around the corner, Tony's, I said. It's casual but some of the best Chicago deep dish in the city. I know the owner. He'd been laundering Cullen family money through the pizzeria for years. We gave him a small percentage in cash, which helped the place stay afloat during hard times. So in a sense, it was our way of helping the community. I love Tony's. My friend Angela and I meet there for lunch a couple of times a month. Bella grinned. Angela, does she live nearby? About 4 blocks down. We roomed together until she got married a few months ago. And you moved into that shithole, I mean your new apartment. Yes. She rolled her eyes. Into that shithole new apartment. The wind picked up, making Bella tug her light jacket across her body. I placed my arm around her and pulled her tight against me to protect her from the gusts, and because I couldn't pass up the opportunity to feel her soft curves pressed against me. We rushed into Tony's, grateful for the warmth. I slid my hand down to Bella's waist, unwilling to let go of my hold on her. Mr. Cullen, The large man behind the register called out, wiping his hands across his sauce-covered apron. Tony. He came around the counter, greeting me with a hug and a kiss on each cheek. The guy was old-school Italian. To what do we owe the pleasure? I was hoping to show my. I hesitated, not sure what to call her. Bella. The best pizza place in the city. But turns out she's already one of your regulars. Of course, I could never forget such a pretty face. Come, sit down. I'll put a special order together, just for you. Tony clapped his hands and started barking orders in Italian as he turned toward the kitchen. Bella chose a booth next to the window, but I caught her arm before she slid into the seat. Bella, I can't sit next to the window. I raised my brows, hoping she would understand my message. Oh, because you could be seen. Would you get shot, like a drive-by or something? She looked horrified at the idea. I laughed. Theoretically. But that's not my concern. I don't need to attract extra attention to the fact that I'm one of Tony's customers, I whispered in her ear. Tony is a good friend of the family. Her eyes darted back toward the kitchen. And she followed me without protest to a booth in the back. She bit her lip as she looked around the restaurant, making my thoughts jump straight into the gutter. What I wouldn't do to feel those plump, rosy lips wrap around a certain rapidly stiffening appendage. I reached over, pulling it from her teeth. You've got to stop doing that. What? Why? Because you're making it very hard for me to behave. I adjusted myself to emphasize my point. Her lips formed into a stunned little, oh, not helping my situation. I needed to change the subject. It wouldn't do well for me to be seen sporting wood in a booth at Tony's. So, tell me about your job at the library. What exactly do you do? Bella cleared her throat, shaking off the sexual tension that hovered in the air. I guess you pretty much saw it today. I'm an assistant to the librarian, so I also run some of the events we have for the community. Like the senior social, I smirked. Yes, like the senior social, she laughed. You would be amazed at how popular that event is. It's basically a singles mixer for the over 70 crowd. I chuckled at her description, leaning back as Tony returned with a plater. Mr. Cullen, I have a caprese salad for you and your lady friend. And a bottle of Felsina Chianti, my personal favorite. Grazie, Tony, it's appreciated. I took the bottle and poured glasses for Bella and myself. Edward, she hissed once Tony left. I have to go back to work. I can't drink wine. You're with Italians now, Bella. We always drink wine. I pushed her glass toward her while taking a sip of my own. She bit her lip as she appraised it. Bella, I warned, my voice dropping. Unless you want me to drag you to a back room to continue where we left off last night, stop biting that fucking lip and take a goddamn drink. She shuddered at my demand, and her gaze turned dark with lust, but she obeyed, lifting her Chianti to drink. Good girl, I praised, although her obedience only heightened my arousal. A group of workers from one of the nearby offices took the booth behind Bella, interrupting our rapidly escalating foreplay. I ran a hand through my hair while I attempted to control myself. Tony, thankfully, reappeared with a traditional Italian pizza, topped with basil and buffalo mozzarella. Bella, this is my mama's recipe. True Sicilian pizza, you tell me if you like it, and I'll make it for you and your friend next time you come in. Sound good? He winked at Bella, making her blush. Tony, you're not flirting with my girl, are you? I chuckled, the threat in my voice only for show. Still, his resulting nerves were evident in the frantic shaking of his head. No, lo prometto. I mean no disrespect, Mr. Cullen. Shalla. I'm joking. I patted the man's shoulder, putting him out of his misery. You can feed her any time you want, but her bill goes on my tab, I instructed, glancing at Bella. Your money is no good here, he said, backing away from the table, hands out. Buon appetito. You didn't have to do that, Bella mumbled, grabbing a slice of pizza from the plate. Do what? Scare the guy? I grinned. Well, yes, she rolled her eyes. But I meant, tell him to put my lunch bills on your tab. It's fine, Bella, He's not going to let us pay anyway. I shrugged. She frowned. Look, if you feel bad about it, just leave a tip behind. That's what I do. She nodded, relieved. I can do that. Our conversation flowed over our meal. I learned about Bella's childhood in Washington State and her chaotic mother, who had settled somewhere in Florida. I told her stories about the trouble I'd gotten into with my siblings. Even showing her the scar on my temple from Emmett throwing a PlayStation at my head. I played dumb when she looked at her phone an hour after we sat down, letting her believe the time had slipped by without notice. After failing to convince her to skip the rest of her workday, I walked her back to the library. I followed her into the building and further delayed her return from lunch when I spotted the IT jackass watching us. Grabbing her wrist, I pulled her into an alcove near the front doors. I held the shelves on either side of her head, locking her against me. When can I see you again? I murmured. My fingers moved to her neck, sliding past soft skin that pulsed with the rate beat of her heart and into her hair. I work at Renesmee's tomorrow night. Her words came out in a breathy pant. Tomorrow, then. I leaned in, barely brushing my lips against her mouth before grasping her long locks and placid, an open-mouthed kiss on the exposed stretch of skin under her jaw. I let go and backed away, reveling in my effect on her. She held herself against the bookshelf watching after me with hooded lids. A domani, sorina. My muttered Italian earned a breathy moan that I'd be replaying in my mind for the rest of the day. Despite my desire to spend my afternoon wrapped up in everything Bella, I forked myself away from the library and drove uptown to the office. I'd ignored my phone through lunch with Bella and had accrued a myriad of texts and voicemails. Most important were the 16 voicemails and 12 texts I'd received from my father and brother. Having exited my Bella-induced haze, the seriousness of the messages hit me. By the time I reached the elevators at Cullen Consulting, I had gone through half a dozen scenarios in my head that could have instigated my father's concern, none of which were particularly promising. Rosalie didn't bother to give me a proper greeting. She only pointed her finger toward my father's office. I entered to find Emmett and Jasper already there. What's going on? Edward, have a seat. I took a chair in front of my father's desk, steeling myself for whatever he would say. We've got an issue with the feds. Blank, underscore, blank. BPOV. A domani, sorina. I didn't know what the Italian that slipped through Edward's lips meant, but I didn't care. The phrase, said in his sinful as silk voice, would be rotating through my fantasies for years. I sighed, watching him saunter through the library doors. The Edward the first spent my afternoon with was a different man than the one I'd met weeks earlier at his mother's restaurant. This Edward was a man I was rapidly losing myself in. A man who, if I wasn't careful, would have the ability to decimate my heart in a single blow. Despite his charm, I still warred with my feelings regarding his work. The man couldn't sit next to a window. And Tony, he was involved in Edward's shady dealings. Laundered money. Could I live with that? He's already spent money on you, Bella. Where did you think it came from? Damn it. The groceries, the locks, and heaters, then lunch. Even with Tony attempting to comp the meal, Edward pulled out 2 crisp $100 bills and tossed them on the table as we left. I wanted to believe it was all Cullen Consulting money. However, I doubted there was a difference. I walked to the L after work, deep in thought, but realized something was off after a few blocks. A figure behind me mocked every move I made, following the pace I set and turning on the same streets. I reached into my purse for my pepper spray and continued at a brisk pace before it dawned on me that the figure was likely Seth escorting me home. Seth, why don't you just walk with me? It's creepy when you follow behind like that. I stopped and turned around, coming face to face with a man that was definitely not Seth. Oh, Miss Swan. He smiled but stopped with enough distance between us not to be an immediate threat. Where's Seth? Who's Seth? Who are you? I backed up, ready to run if I had to. Sorry, I should have started with that. I'm Special Agent Black from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I was wondering if I could have a moment of your time. He pulled out a badge and credentials. I'm going to miss my train. I took a steadying breath, glancing up the street, trying to find Seth. How was I already being questioned by the FBI? And what the hell was I supposed to do? There's another in 15 minutes. I promise I only have a few questions. He brushed off my concern, pulling a notebook from his jacket pocket. What is this regarding, Agent Black? I huffed. Are you familiar with a man by the name of Edward Cullen? My heart skipped a beat. I work at his mother's restaurant. You were also spotted with him earlier today at a place in this area, Tony's Traderilla. Shit, spotted. My voice quivered with nerves. He raised his brows, picking up on my discomfort. By a surveillance team. Miss Swan, do you have any knowledge about the Cullen family's links to organized crime? What? My heart was in danger of beating out of my chest. It's a simple question, he quipped. I don't know much about their business other than the restaurant I work at. Yet you have intimate lunches with the man about to be the head of the operation. Wait, Edward was going to be the head of the operation. Did that mean was he? Seth called him the boss. At the anniversary party, he'd taken the lead from Carlise, demanding respect from every man in the room. At lunch, Tony was ready to cater to Edward's every need. Oh, God, I'd like you to take my card. Please contact me if you see or hear anything that could help us with our investigation. Agent Black handed me a business card with an embossed badge in the corner. The feel of it between my fingers made me nauseous. I don't think I'm going to be much help. I gave a shish, AKY smile and tried to hand the card back. He ignored the gesture, taking steps backward. Oh, and Miss Swan, you can always contact your father. He will know how to get in touch with us. He turned WITH an infuriating smirk and disappeared at the end of the block. Fuck. Ooh. I stared at the card as it shook in my hand. It felt like a betrayal to Edward to hold it at all. But what about my father? Would the FBI tell him his daughter was gallivanting around Chicago with a soon-to-be mob boss? Charlie spent years dedicated to the law. His heart would break if he found out about my relationship with Edward. I needed to talk to Edward. That was step one. Maybe he knew something about my run-in with Agent Black. Wouldn't he have warned me if he thought the FBI was going to show up asking questions? I grabbed my phone and opened my contacts before remembering Edward and I had never exchanged numbers. Damn it, Seth. I spotted the black Mercedes parked near the train station when I got off the L. He was probably parked outside. I grabbed my coat and headed out the door, making sure to lock all 3 new locks behind me. The entire building was freezing, making me even more grateful for my new space heaters. I opened the front door to the courtyard and scanned the street. No sign of Seth. I stepped toward the gate, peering up and down the road. There was no Mercedes. Hey, sweetheart, who you looking for? I backed away from the gate as a group of men approached. The frail lock on the swinging door no longer seemed quite as secure. You wanna come hang out with us? One of his friends said, grabbing the top of the fence. It would take little effort for the guy to pull himself over. No, I'm just looking for a friend, don't see them. Thanks. I turned back, rushing to the building. Don't be like that. The first man grabbed the gate's door and shook it twice until it popped open. I scrambled inside and slammed the building door right before he reached me. Holy shit. I stumbled to my apartment, fastened the deadbolts, and burst into tears. Was Edward right? Was my living situation dangerous? I looked around with new eyes. The place was homey due to my personal touches, but underneath it was a dump. Paint peeled off the wall near my kitchen cabinets, insect traps sat near every crevice, and nothing in the building worked correctly. I grabbed my pepper spray and phone. Snuggling into my worn-out couch, I sniffled and wallowed in self-pity for hours, jumping at every noise. By the time I fell into a fitful sleep, I'd come to accept one thing. Edward wanted to protect me, and I would let him. EPOV. Fuck. Fuck. What do you mean? We've got an issue with the feds. I straightened in my seat. A search warrant for our downtown warehouse was submitted for judge's approval. My father shook his head, trying to make sense of the situation. Have they served it yet? No. Our friend in TH Courthouse caught wind of the request and gave me a call. I nodded. We had time. But time for what? We rarely used the warehouse. It was a relic of prohibition from the Cullen family bootlegging operations. A century later, the shipments we dealt with were too valuable to leave in unattended warehouses. What the hell do they think they're going to find? I asked. That's what we're trying to figure out. We had that one incident a couple of years ago with that guy Vladimir, remember? Emmett chimed in. The one we found skimming from Benito's club. I remembered him. Like Tony, Benito was a friend who helped us with our laundry. Yeah, we had a discussion with him in the warehouse. Quote, why would that be coming to light now? And what evidence are they expecting to find? I laughed. DNA didn't hang around for long after we sent our cleaners in. Maybe their intel is wrong. We looked toward Jasper, who was deep in thought. If the feds were going to come after the family, especially Carlisle or Edward, they would need to have something big. Not a piece of scum who disappeared 2 years ago. Could the IRS have found something? I go over the books every month. There are no discrepancies. I said. Could our tax numbers have been off for the corporation? My father asked. No. Edward and I both scoured over them before they were filed. Jasper leaned back, frustrated. You know what would be funny? If they were coming after us over something we didn't do, Emmett laughed. Who filed the warrant? I asked. If we knew what agency, we might have a better idea of what they're looking for. Let me make a few calls and see what I can find out. Jasper pulled out his cell and dialed the number for our courthouse contact. Edward, can I ask who you were with this afternoon? My father changed the subject as he poured a few glasses of scotch from his decanter. I scowled, not interested in explaining myself to him. A girl. Anyone I know. He smirked, handing me a glass. Not sure. I played coy, taking a drink and schooling my expression. Jasper tossed his phone on the desk. The requesting agent is Special Agent Jacob Black from the FBI. But it's more complicated than that. A joint task force is working the case. Agents from SHE and IRS are also involved. What about ATF? I asked. Yeah, I would have guessed we'd be dealing with alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, Emmett said. Something doesn't add up, my father muttered. Edward, this is your call. What do you want to do? We need a meeting with all our capos. We need to know if something is going on in our organization. Emmett, Jasper, start making calls. I want everyone at Renesmee's tomorrow. 5 o'clock. No excuses. My father nodded his approval as the other two got to work. Blank, underscore, blank. BPOV. I was a pile of nerves when I arrived at Renesmee's. I hadn't heard from Edward all day, nor had I seen any evidence of Seth lurking around. Each time I heard footsteps behind me on the street, I jumped, and I was sure I'd spotted the Sam E. Black Land Rover drive past multiple times. I'd resulted to carrying my pepper spray in my pocket and eating lunch in the library's tiny break room. I changed for Renesmee's in the bathroom before leaving the library and seriously considered taking an Uber to the restaurant. The idea of being alone on the L made my stomach twist in knots. Unfortunately, the earliest Uber cost $40 and would get me to work 15 minutes late. When I rounded the corner on Taylor Street, I paused. The valet lot was already full. Riley never said anything about us opening early. I rushed through the front doors. Worried I had missed a message about my schedule, but everything inside was business as usual. The serving staff was still in the process of getting the dining room cleaned from lunch and set up for dinner. Behind the host stand, Jessica was powering up the iPads. Hey Bella, I forgot to plug this thing in last night. Can you go get the charger from Riley's office? She asked, fiddling with the device. Yeah, sure. I tossed my bag in a cabinet and grabbed the tablet. As I neared the back of the restaurant, I heard a myriad of men's voices. The hushed tones filtered through the door of a private room, making it difficult to understand their conversation until one overpowered the rest. Someone needs to give me a fucking answer, now. I shivered at the dark thread evident in Edward's voice. Logically, I understood his position in the family, but I had avoided picturing him as a ruthless leader. I'd almost convinced myself that he didn't have blood on his hands. I inched closer to the closed door in an attempt to understand the murmured voices that responded to his command. Only bits and pieces of the conversation were decipherable. They mentioned a warrant and a warehouse. It seemed that my visit from Agent Black wasn't a fluke. "Bella, what are you doing?" Riley's terse question made me jump and spin to face him. He stood with his arms crossed and a displeased scowl on his face. "I'm sorry, I was just..." "Bella, that is a private meeting. That means it's none of your business. I'll let it slide this time, but if I find you trying to eavesdrop again, I'll have to bring it to Esme's attention." I swallowed hard. I understand. Here is the charger Jessica was looking for. Please go back to the front. I didn't stick around to further embarrass myself. I went through the motions of my job while my mind dissected everything I knew about Edward. Each time I seated guests near the private room, I attempted to pick up more of the conversation. I was disappointed find the hum from the restaurant overshadowed the men's voices. It was near the end of my shift before there was any movement from the back. Men in suits filtered from the room. They spoke in a mixture of Italian and English, making it hard to follow their conversations, but they were polite, thanking Jessica and me before they left. "Those guys creep me out," Jessica said with a shudder. "Why? They seem nice. Despite the likelihood of being cold-blooded killers. They always look at my tits when they come in, and they never give their names. They just walk past straight to the back. My least favorite of the Cullens' clients." I stifled my laugh. I was 99% sure those men weren't clients. Riley joined us, wringing his hands. "Bella, would you please go to my office? Edward Cullen would like a word with you." "Oh, okay." I let Riley believe the waver in my voice was due to fear of being reprimanded. I glanced into the private dining room on my way to the kitchen. Through a crack in the door, I could see Carlisle, Emmett, and Jasper deep in a hushed conversation. I nearly took out a busboy as I rushed past the cook's assembly line. When I entered Riley's office, I was met with nothing. It was completely empty. The door slammed shut behind me, and strong arms wrapped around my waist. "God, I've been thinking about you all day." Edward attached his PS to my neck before spinning me around and pinning me against the wall. His muscular thigh slipped between my legs and held me in place. He crashed his mouth against mine as his hands wrapped in my hair, guiding my movements. "Wait, Edward." I regained the ability to think as his lips descended back to my neck. "I know," he mumbled, "I'm not going to take it too far, but fucking hell, I need to kiss you. But I need to talk to you." I pushed gently against his chest, earning a groan as he backed away and adjusted himself. I tried not to think of what hid under the fabric of his slacks. Should I be concerned? He raised a brow. "Maybe. An FBI agent cornered me after work yesterday. Cazzo. That got his attention." "What did he say to you?" Edward grabbed my shoulders, his eyes boring into mine. He asked me if I knew you." I stuttered, taken back by the sudden shift in mood. "I said I work at your mother's restaurant." "Did you tell him about us?" "No, but he knew we went to lunch together. They were watching us." "Shit. Bella, I need to know exactly what was said. Did he ask you anything specific about E? Or did you tell him anything you know?" The intensity in his glare terrified me. "There was nothing to tell. I don't know anything. He asked about your involvement in organized crime and my relationship with you. He said you were about to be in charge of the operation." "Edward, are you the boss?" I whispered the last word. Saying it aloud made everything too real. "Bella," he groaned, releasing me. "I can't tell you these things. Edward, he threatened to tell my father. If I'm going down this rabbit hole, I have a right to know what I'm getting myself into." He sighed and eyed me wearily. What do you think? I think your father was the head of the Cullen Family Mafia and that you are about to take his place. Edward's eyes bore into me. Do you still want to be with me? Could I accept everything it would take to be in a relationship with the head of an organized crime family? Have you ever killed anyone? His non-answer spoke volumes. Were they all criminals? He nodded slightly in confirmation. Will I be in danger? No. I will give my life to protect you, Bella. I took a deep breath. My world was about to change drastically. Yes, Edward, I want to be with you. A devastatingly beautiful smile broke out across his face before he rushed toward me, crashing his lips to mine in a searing kiss. The force of his movement pushed my ass against Riley's desk and caused a pen holder and a stapler to crash on the floor. His hands were frantic, touching everywhere they could reach. Jesus, Bella, I can't explain how much I want you right now. He ground himself against my stomach, his arousal apparent. Edward, there are people outside the door. Fuck them. They can listen if they want. Then they'll all know you're mine. A dish shattered in the kitchen, bringing him back to his senses. God damn it. I'm sorry, Bella. He pulled away, running a hand through his hair. I will not fuck you, for the first time, in my mother's restaurant, he promised. No, not the first time. I smirked, causing him to groan. What was your meeting about? I switched the subject, giving us a chance to cool down. We also had a run-in with your friend Agent Black, he scoffed. What's going on? Wait, you can't tell me. In this case, I can because we have absolutely no idea. He threw his hands up, exasperated. A warrant was placed on a warehouse that has belonged to the family since the bootlegging years. We use it sparingly nowadays. We're talking to our men, trying to figure out why the feds are interested in it now. Has anything happened in it recently? I swallowed. No, Bella, he chuckled, nothing has happened in it for a few years. I nodded as if speaking about murder was normal. I don't want you to worry, all right. I will figure this out. If Agent Black comes around again, tell him nothing and call me immediately. I wanted to last night. I don't have your number, and I couldn't find Seth. Seth wasn't there last night. It was Alec. Who's Alec? How many people do you have stalking me? They're not stalking you, Bella, he scoffed. Alec's one of my guys. He'll be in a black Land Rover. Where's your phone? Up front. We should go back out anyway. People will notice we're missing. Edward, pretend you just punished me. His eyes darkened with lust. Not like that. Riley caught me trying to listen outside the dining room door earlier. He thinks you called me back here to punish me. Maybe I should punish you. He stalked toward me with a predatory glint in his eye. I rushed from the room before I let him break his promise not to have me on Riley's desk. Ooh, I want to take you out. I'll pick you up tonight at 7. Wear something nice. I rolled my eyes after glancing at Edward's text. The man needed to learn how to ask me on a date properly. He'd have to wait for an answer anyway. The schools had a half day. And the library was busier than usual. A line was forming behind old Mrs. Cope, who was counting out $3.46 worth of coins to cover her late fees. Oh, dear, how many nickels was that? Let me start over. No, it's all right. I think this pretty much covers the fine. She was $1 short, but I was more than happy to add $1 from my wallet to get the line moving again. Enjoy your books. I slipped over the stack of firefighter romance novels and waved her off. The next woman plopped a stack of children's books on the counter while our kindergartner and preschooler argued over a dinosaur story. As I scanned her card, a loud rip sounded out. Liam, look what you did, the older child yelled. Poor Liam began wailing. Oh, don't worry, a little tape will fix that up. I tried to placate the child. Half the patrons in the building had turned to glare at him. Liam, stop it, the mother snapped. I'm so sorry. She handed the torn book over and grabbed the ones I'd already scanned. The children continued to make a scene as she hustled out of the library. My phone lit up with a second message. If you don't respond, I am just going to assume you received my message. I knew he was used to getting what he wanted immediately, but he would need to get used to the idea that I couldn't always respond to him within 5 minutes. I wanna check this out. A teenage girl placed a copy of a hot new vampire book on the counter. Oh, this is a good one. I smiled. Vampire romance sagas were my guilty pleasure. Do you have your library card? What's a library card? Quote. I sighed. It's like a membership card. You have to have one to check out a book. Here, I can get you a form to fill out. She eyed the application as if it would jump out and bite her. Never mind. I don't wanna fill all that out. She slid the book over to me and walked off. My phone buzzed next to my keyboard. Edward's name flashed across the screen. Hi, my mom said to come ask you. I ignored Edward's call, instead smiling at the adorable little boy standing in front of me. What did your mom want you to ask me? My little sister wants the Ruby and Max books. I love Ruby and Max. Let me show you where they are. I stepped around the counter and led the boy toward the children's section. His sister quickly joined. I showed them my favorite stories before leaving them to flip through the pages. Back at my desk, I was finally able to breathe. The rush had died down, and I hopefully had a few minutes before anyone would need me again. I grabbed my phone to return Edward's texts. My eyes narrowed when I saw the screen. 3 missed calls and 2 more texts. Where are you? Okay, Bella, if you don't answer I'm going to have Jasper tea. Race your phone and I'm going to hunt you down. We needed to have a conversation about boundaries. I figured I should probably reply before I had a ton of guys in dark suits overrunning the library. I have a job, remember, Jesus. I was about to lose my mind. Can't you answer the phone at work? Not when I have customers. Just tell them to wait. I'm not having this conversation. Fine. Be ready at 7. We're going to dinner. I don't remember you asking me to dinner. Why do I have to ask you? Because, Edward, believe it or not my entire schedule does not revolve around you. So what? Are you going to ask me to dinner? Fine. Bella, will you go to dinner with me? Yes. Why do you have to be difficult? Just to watch you squirm. I have a customer. I have to go. I'll see you at 7, amore. Amore. I gawked at my phone like an idiot. I didn't know much Italian, but I did know the word for love. It was way too early to be considering love, wasn't it? Then why did my chest fill with warmth as I read the message? After receiving Edward's text, my day passed in a blur. I couldn't concentrate on anything except our upcoming date. Thoughts of his scorching kiss from the night before had me flushed and excited. For sure, it would be too early to jump into his bed. Right. Did I care? As soon as I got home, I rushed into tea. He showered and took the extra time to get myself shaved and in viewing order. After drying my hair and covering myself in my favorite strawberry-scented body butter, I went to my room to find the dress. The royal blue, body-hugging dress was the most expensive piece of clothing I owned, a gift from my mother meant for a graduation party at the end of college. I pulled the satin fabric over my head and twisted to drag the zipper up, nearly knocking over my nightstand in the process. I smoothed out the short skirt and adjusted my cleavage while checking myself in the mirror. The reflection returned my devilish smile. Edward had no idea what he was in for. EPOV. I rubbed my eyes, warding off a headache as I waited for the light to turn green. My day had been a royal fuckfest. 24 federal agents showed up at our warehouses bright and early to find jack shit. I sent Jasper down to try and fish out information, but the feds were tight-lipped. No surprise. He reported that the agents SCO'd every nook and cranny but didn't take a single box of evidence. They were just as confused as he was. Emmett spent the day on the phone with guys we sent to stake out Vegas, New York, and Boston. The family running Vegas couldn't care less about our situation. As far as they were concerned, human trafficking was a lucrative business that we were fools for avoiding. There was a reason we didn't interact with Vegas often. The New York families were already on high alert. Aman, from Miami, had gotten in touch and warned them to watch their shipments. So far, they hadn't come across anything suspicious. Our only lead came out of Boston. One of our soldiers, Garrett, had a knack for getting answers without resorting to violence. If he were smart, he would have become a shrink. But the guys in Boston were notoriously uncooperative, so we weren't surprised when he spent most of the day hitting brick walls. He got lucky once the bars opened and found a disgruntled associate willing to drown his sorrows at a pub. Garrett bought the drinks, and the guy ran his mouth. The Boston family was reeling from the loss of their boss, who'd died of a massive coronary at 47 years old. His 20-year-old dipshit of a son was never supposed to take over the organization. The 18-year-old daughter was the family's prodigy, but her training wasn't finished. The vacant spot in the top seat led to confusion, weakening the organization. According to Garrett's informant, a shark stalked the water, and it smelled blood. Someone was coming after Boston. If things didn't stabilize, we were looking at a war. And it would be gruesome. After my call with Emmett, I'd run hundreds of names through my head trying to figure out who the hell would want Boston. Something in my gut told me the answer involved whoever the fuck Jesut was. The car behind me honked. Shit, I had to get my head together before I got to Bella's. I pulled in front of her building, scanning the street for jackasses that had tried to come after my car a few weeks earlier. A couple of teens hung out in the courtyard, but otherwise, the place was clear. I waved Alec off as I jumped out of the car, sure. He was grateful to have a few hours off. Part of me felt bad that he and Seth were on 24-hour Bella duty, but I sure as shit wasn't going to leave her unattended. I scoffed as I strolled through the wide-open courtyard gate. Like fuck that thing was keeping anyone safe. The teens whispered to each other as I passed. I narrowed my eyes in warning, shutting them up. The building door let out a sad creak as an older woman attempted to push it with her walker. I rushed over to assist her over the small step. Thanking me, she scooted past, leaving me standing at the open door. I sighed, crossing through the threshold. Strike two for building safety. The pungent aroma of onion soup emanated from one of the lower-level apartments. Coughing, I escaped up the stairs, ready to get out of the place as quickly as possible. I straightened my jacket and attempted to smooth out my hair before knocking on Bella's door. Come in, it's unlocked, she called out. I gritted my teeth. Was she fucking kidding me? Bella, you cannot leave the door unlocked. What was the point of getting you these deadbolts if you're going to leave them open? I ranted, pushing my way into the apartment. Sorry, I saw you pull up, so I unlocked them. She stepped out of her bedroom, sliding on a dangling earring. I opened my mouth to respond, but words escaped me. Jesus fucking Christ. The woman was trying to kill me. My eyes scanned her frame appreciatively. The short hem of her dress showed off a tantalizing amount of her creamy thighs, making my hands itch to reach out and touch. Her breasts bounced with each step she took. Her heels screamed, "Fuck me," and all I could think about was making her leave them on while I wrapped her legs around my waist and plowed into her. Holy fuck. I grabbed her waist, unable to keep my hands to myself, and pulled her flush against me. You look gorgeous. You look pretty good yourself. She blushed and ran a hand down my chest. I growled, lowering my lips to her neck and nipping the sensitive skin. But maybe we should get going, so we actually make it to the restaurant. She said, breathless. I don't want to make it to the restaurant. Edward, come on. She rolled her eyes and pushed against me. I gave in for the moment. Lock the doors behind us, I said as she grabbed her purse. Obviously. She dangled the keys in front of my face before pushing me out the door and bolting each lock. I rushed her through the potent onion hallway. Outside, a third teen had joined his loitering friends. The group leered at Bella as she walked by. I rapped, my arm around her waist and gave them a glare menacing enough to send them scurrying behind the building. Once I got her safely in the car, away from prying eyes, I was able to relax. "So, where are we going?" she asked. "I made a reservation at a steakhouse in River North." "Oh, fuck. I'm supposed to ask you if you like steak, huh?" I glanced over to find her laughing at me. "A steakhouse sounds great. Thank God." I slowed the car to stop at a light and reached over, grabbing the back of her neck. I held her still while I leaned in to sweep my tongue against hers before nibbling on her full bottom lip and pulling back. "Oh," she let out a little moan that went straight to my cock. As the light changed, I placed my hand on her thigh and entertained myself throughout the drive by drawing lazy circles across the soft skin. I pulled my car into a back lot at the restaurant, one overseen by security. There was no way in hell I was letting one of the college-aged punks they hired as valets touch the vehicle. I ran around to Bella's side to assist her out of the low-riding car. I would love to say I was enough of a gentleman to have averted my eyes as she struggled with her short skirt, but I can't. The view was too good to miss. I was awarded with a glimpse of dark silky fabric that had my blood rushing south again. Per my request, we were seated in a secluded corner. I took the chair next to Bella, keeping my back to the wall, both to keep an eye on the room, and because my hand was itching to return to her thigh. "Mr. Cullen, can I interest you in a wine list?" the host asked once we were settled. "Bella, sure," she smiled. "Enjoy your meal." The host handed us our menus and left. "So, do you prefer red or white?" I asked, perusing the list. "I like both, but maybe red tonight. It goes better with steak." "I agree." I grinned. "They have a Schaefer Cabernet that is outstanding." "That sounds good. I'm probably not as sophisticated a wine connoisseur as you are," she laughed. "I promise you'll like it." I placed the wine menu back on the table and picked up my menu. Bella grabbed hers and began skimming over it. "Oh my God," she gasped. What's wrong?" My eyes darted around the room, and my shoulders tensed. "Edward," she hissed, "the appetizers are almost $40 a piece. And the steaks are over 80. She obviously hadn't read far enough to see the price on the Kobe beef. "My personal favorite." "Bella, you know I'm paying for your meal, right?" I asked, insulted. She didn't think I'd taken her out expecting her to cover her own meal, did she? "You can't spend $100 on my meal." "I'm not." "What? I'm spending far more than that. The wine alone is $300 a bottle. I can't let you do that." She looked around, panicked. "Bella, I invited you here for a reason. I want to treat you to a nice meal." I ran my hand through my hair in frustration. Why wouldn't she let me take care of her? "It's just a lot of money, Edward. I'm not the kind of girl that needs extravagant dinners to be impressed. You could have just taken me to Tony's. Do you not want to eat here? We can go if you'd like." I asked, deflated. I hadn't. She thought that money would impress Bella, but I'd still wanted to take her somewhere nice. "The food looks amazing," she said, glancing at the entrees being served at another table. "I just don't need you to break the bank over me." I stared at her in bewilderment. She thought this was breaking the bank. Fucking hell. I started laughing. "What's so funny?" She sat back pouting. "Bella, do you have any idea how much my family is worth?" "How much I'm worth?" My voice dropped as I leaned toward her. "I figured you did well. Your mother pays her staff a very nice wage. You figured we did well." Christ. "Hello sir. Ma'am. I'm Diego. I'll be your server tonight." How was it that wait staff always had the worst possible timing? "Can I interest you in a bottle of wine?" "Yes, we'll have the Schaefer 1.5. I was going to drink a nice fucking wine. Bella could join me, or she could watch me. Wonderful choice. Can I get you started with an appetizer?" "Bella, what would you like?" I cocked a brow, daring her to turn down my offer. The seared ahi." Her plump lower lip found its way between her teeth as her eyes met mine. My heated glare had her releasing it instantly. "I'll be back with your wine shortly." I turned to Bella as the server walked away. "That wasn't so hard, was it, Edward?" Exactly how much money do you have? I sighed. Which account balance do you want to know? Her brow furrowed in confusion. Let me explain. I have the same checking and savings accounts that most people have. However, the figures in them are probably much higher. I also have many offshore accounts, cash stashed in various locations, and equity in property and precious metals. The question is, how much am I worth? I don't think I want to know, she muttered. $1,000 dinner isn't even a drop in the bucket. I laughed at her shocked expression. The Schaefer Cabernet, sir. The server reappeared, holding the wine out for me to inspect. I nodded and went through the process of approving the bottle. Bella stayed silent while he poured our glasses. I watched, intrigued, as she lifted the wine and swirled it. She brought the glass to her lips and took a sip. Her eyes widened, and she groaned in approval. If that was her reaction to the fucking wine, I needed to buy the entire goddamn winery. Wow, this is amazing. She took another sip, closing her eyes in bliss. Good. Let's talk about something other than finances, then. How was your day at the library? Well, I kept getting harassed by this hot guy that wouldn't stop calling and texting me. It was very distracting, she teased. Touché. I chuckled. I apologize for being a bit overzealous. My mind went to a worst-case scenario. I was dealing with a bit of a shit show today. A consulting shit show, or we're trying to get to the bottom of the situation that caused our friend Jacob to pay you a visit. Oh, have you figured anything out? Not much, I sighed. What about your workday? I'd rather discuss something less stressful. Less stressful, she scoffed. You don't think my job is stressful? Last I checked, it wasn't exactly life or death, I countered. It was fine, she sighed. You sound enthusiastic. It's just I adore books and getting lost in a good story. I thought at the library, I would be surrounded by other people who had the same appreciation. Instead, I'm dealing with apathetic teenagers, screaming toddlers, and whatever nut job decides to stroll through the front door. You seemed to enjoy helping that young boy when I was there. I did, but that's maybe 10% of what I do. Half the time, I'm not even at the checkout desk. I'm making phone calls, planning social events, or ordering office supplies. When I am at the front, I get attitude from at least a third of the people I deal with. The other day an old man came in and yelled at me for not having a larger foreign language section. He spoke Greek and wanted books in his language. There isn't a huge drive for Greek books at the Chicago Public Library. She took a generous sip of wine to calm herself down. He yelled at you. I frowned. Yes. It kept escalating because I couldn't understand what he was saying through his accent. Once he started cussing at me, my boss had to come out and threaten to call the cops. I don't want you working there. I spat out. She glared at me. Shit. I'm sorry, but that story concerns me. Bella. I was fine, just angry. Most of the crazy people we deal with aren't harmful. I muttered. Can you do me a favor? So I'm not worrying, can you just respond if I text or call you? It can be a single letter. I don't care. I just want to know an angry, old Greek man hasn't assaulted you. Why couldn't you just check in with Seth or Alec? Aren't they always following me? They aren't in the library. I gave them strict instructions to stay within a 1-mile radius, but not enter the building. I didn't think you'd appreciate them, stalking you all day long. I threw her term for Seth's protection detail back at her. No, I probably wouldn't. She nodded. Okay, fine, I will do my best to answer or respond. But please don't send a search team if it takes me 20 minutes. Sometimes I don't have my phone on me. I'll try, but after half an hour, all bets are off. I winked, earning a blush. Our server returned to take our orders. Bella's eyes widened when she noticed the cost of my meal. I smiled when she ordered the filet mignon, glad she didn't try to go with the cheapest item on the menu. We fell into an easy conversation, and quickly polished off our first bottle of wine. Bella was far more enthusiastic about the expensive bottle when I put in an order for a second. She was getting giggly and flirty, and I was happy to encourage the behavior. God, that was amazing. She sat back in her chair after a busboy cleared our table. I'm glad you enjoyed it. There are many wonderful restaurants in Chicago that I think you would like. Edward, we should set some ground rules. Ground rules? For what? Restaurants? No, us. Or whatever this is between us. Okay, I'm curious. What ground rules are you interested in setting? I asked, amused. First off, while this place is amazing, you can't bring me to fancy dinners every night. Why not? It's too much. We can have date nights, but I'd also like to spend time at home. I don't mind cooking. Actually, I enjoy it. The idea of Bella in my kitchen, making me a home-cooked meal, was very appealing. I think we can find a balance, I agreed. Also, you can't make decisions first without asking me first. I'm trying. I'm not used to relinquishing control. She nodded in understanding. Can I set a ground rule? I asked. Okay, I would like our relationship to be exclusive. Oh, I thought it already was. Her gaze fell to the tabletop. Shit, had I insulted her? I reached over and gently lifted her chin with my fingers. Good, because I did too, I murmured and leaned in to kiss her. She let out a tiny sigh, spurring me on. I let my tongue slip between her lips and wrapped my hand around the back of her neck, drawing her closer. My fingers found her thigh and traced upward until they met the satin of her dress. Curious how far she would allow me to go, I slipped my thumb under her skirt and across her inner thigh. She let out a light gasp against my lips. I smirked, victorious. Would you be interested in a dessert menu, sir? I broke awe from Bella, but left my hand firmly planted at the hem of her dress. The check, please, I growled. Certainly, sir. I looked back to Bella as the server scurried away. Her cheeks burned cherry red in embarrassment. Goddamn cock-blocking waiter. Ooh, do you want to come in for a while? Bella asked, breathlessly as I nibbled on her jaw and slid my palm over the curve of her hip. Sure, I muttered, incoherent, drowning in a lusty high. Edward, yeah, she placed the lightest bite on my earlobe, causing me to let out a guttural moan. Oh, fuck. We have to stop and get out of the car to go inside, she whispered in my ear. Fuck going inside. I tried to reattach my mouth to hers, but she broke away, giggling. Come on. We're giving the homeless guy on the corner a show. I looked out the window. Shit, she was right. A homeless guy had stopped to watch us. I hate your neighborhood, I grumbled. Yeah, I know. I climbed out of the car, scaring off our peeping Tom. She pulled out her keys as we walked toward the courtyard. Oh, it's open. She pushed on the iron gate, finding it in the same state I had earlier. Shocking, I muttered. She gave me a side-eyed glance. Surprisingly, the door to the building was locked. While Bella fiddled with the key, I took the opportunity to pick up where we left off in the car. I pulled her against my chest and leaned down to kiss the skin of her shoulder. Edward, I'm never going to get this open if you distract me. I'm distracting you, huh? I grinned. She finally unlocked the door and rushed inside, sending a coy glance as she ran up the stairs. The thrill of the chase shot through me as I took off after her. In my haze, the prim, owl urge to catch her and pin her down was the only thing I could comprehend. She came to an abrupt halt, allowing me to grab her from behind. I held her firmly by the waist, unable to stop myself from grinding against her luscious ass. Edward, my name came out in a panicked whisper. It took my brain a moment to break through the arousal and process the sight in front of me. Bella's door sat cracked open, all 3 locks destroyed. Bella, stay against the wall. I pointed next to her door, rapidly shifting modes, ready for a fight. Call Seth and tell him to get here now. She pushed herself against the wall, fumbling with the screen of her phone. I pulled my gun from my waistband and prepared to enter her apartment. Going in by myself wasn't ideal, but I had no choice. I stood to the side and kicked the door open. When nothing happened, I turned the corner with my gun drawn. I could hear Bella explaining the situation to Seth as I scanned the space. Shit, I mumbled. Bella, stay out there. She didn't need to see the chaos that was left behind. I quickly cleared the small rooms, then dropped my gun and surveyed the damage. Bella's belongings were everywhere. Each drawer in her kitchen had been emptied onto the floor. Even the refrigerator had been ransacked, the contents spilling out. Her couch cushions were shredded and thrown into a corner, and the upholstery on the back of the couch was torn open. Her television was gone, and the shattered glass from a vase littered the coffee table. Oh my God! I snapped around at Bella's scream. Baby, you shouldn't come in here. I walked over and wrapped her in my arms as she shivered in shock. My apartment. Who did this to my apartment? The tears that rolled down her cheeks made me want to hunt down the maggots who robbed her and ripped their fucking eyes out. Holy shit, Seth said, running in with his gun drawn. Robbery. That's what it looks like. I ran my hand over Bella's back as she sniffled. I need to see what they took. She stepped back, forcing me to let go. Bella, you don't have to do this right now. I tried to reason with her. No, Edward, I do. She took a shuddering breath while her eyes roamed over the destruction. I need to grab whatever is left, so it doesn't get stolen too. It's not like I can re-lock the door. I'm going to get guys over here to clean this up. We'll keep the rest of your things safe, I promised. She didn't listen. I watched helplessly as she walked toward the living room. They took the TV. She pointed to the empty stand. Yeah, they did. And my laptop. She waved toward the kitchen table, which no longer held an electronic device. Seth and I followed her as she moved into the bedroom. She scoffed at the dresser, flipping her empty jewelry box. Nothing in there was even real. I was all costume jewelry. Joke's on them, Seth said. He shut up when I sent him a glare. Bella walked to her closet and the look on her face morphed from devastated to infuriated in a matter of seconds. They took my fucking Badgley Mishkas. Who the fuck does that? What's a Badgley Mishka? Seth whispered. I have no fucking idea, I answered. They're shoes. She threw her hands up and turned to us. They're really expensive shoes, and they were the one nice pair that I owned. Those shoes are nice. Seth pointed to the silver heels on her feet. Thank you, Seth, but these are from Target. They are not a pair of designer shoes. Her anger built as she turned back to the closet. Oh my God, they took half my clothes. I don't even have my work dresses. She ran from the closet to her dresser, where the drawers hung open. They took all my underwear. Look, the drawer is completely empty. She pulled the drawer out for emphasis, letting it fall to the floor with a thud. Oh, shit, Seth muttered. I am going to fucking kill them. I growled. Seth, get Jasper on the phone, now. I want video from any source he can fucking find. Then call Emmett, tell him he and Alec have a job. I stormed from the room, Bella and Seth following behind. Bella, which apartment does that Caso de Merde that calls himself a super live in? I asked while rummaging through the shit on her kitchen floor, looking for anything intimidating. I was too fucking trigger happy to go after the shithead with my gun. Edward, what are you going to do? The unsteady cadence of her voice made me pause. I looked up to find her watching me with fear. Bella, I breathed, baby. I rushed over and pulled her into my arms. She stiffened but didn't push me away. You're scaring me, Edward. I'm not going to hurt you. You know that, right? I could never hurt you. But what about the super? He didn't do this. What are you going to do to him? I sighed and pulled back to look at her. I'm not planning on hurting him. But I am going to scare the living shit out of him to get answers. She bit her lip and nodded. And if you find the guys that did this, I'm gonna beat them to an inch of their fucking lives. My admission hung in the air between us like smoke. I waited and watched the emotions play across Bella's face as she processed everything. I'm no saint, Bella. I know. I can't turn a blind eye to this. Her big brown eyes soaked me in, and I held my breath as I waited for her response. My course of action was set in stone whether she approved or not. My butt. Cher's knife is on the floor near the oven. Would that work to scare the living shit out of someone? Well, fuck me. I smiled and pulled her tight, placing a quick kiss on her temple before going to grab the knife. He's in 13A, she said. I'll be right back. Stay with Seth. I slipped into the hallway and ran downstairs, following the wall signs to the other side of the building. I pounded my fist in rapid succession against the door of 13A. All right, I'm coming. The place better fucking be on fire. The door swung open, revealing a portly, balding man in a pair of sweats and a wife beater. Who the fuck are you? I'm your worst fucking nightmare. I shoved my arm against the man's neck while turning us into his apartment. I slammed the door, holding him against the wall. Wah, what the F fuck do you want? He coughed out. I wanna know who the fuck broke into my girlfriend's fucking apartment tonight. Don't know. I can't breathe. I loosened my grip but held the knife against his throat in the place of my arm. Now you can breathe. Talk. Are you fucking crazy? What the hell? I don't even know who the fuck your girlfriend is, asshole. Bella Swan, in 22B. The hot brunette. I pushed the knife into his skin, drawing a drop of blood. Okay. Fuck. I'm sorry. Her apartment got broken into. Shit. Any ideas on who it could have been? I snarled. There's a group of kids that hang around. They're no good. I've called the cops on them before. I've even got a list with their names on it. I can get it for you. It's hanging on my refrigerator. Get it. I released him and let him scramble to grab the list and bring it back. He held the paper toward me, his hand shaking. If I find out you had anything to do with this, I will be back. Capiche? Yes, I understand. I pushed the guy out of my way, causing him to stumble into a chair. As I made my way back to Bella's apartment, I glanced over the names on his list. There was one in particular that jumped out. I pulled out my phone and dialed my brother. Ed, we're on our way over. Do you know anything yet? Emmett answered after the first ring. I had a chat with the super. There's a group of punk-ass kids that hang around here. I've seen them a few times. He gave me a list of their names. Guess who's on the list? Phil McCracken. No what? Jesus Emmett. Can you take anything fucking seriously? I had to hold my phone away from my ear to deal with his laughter. You're serious enough for the both of us. But really, whose name is it? Remember your friend Tyler, the jackass who was running heroin. The one Alec and I paid a visit to. The one and only. You think he was involved? Is he even out of the hospital? Nah, I think it was his group of wannabe gangsters. I'm getting the feeling these dumb asses have no idea who they're dealing with. You want us to round them up? I'm texting you a picture of the list. Get to work. Sweet. I hung up and snapped a picture for Emmett before returning to Bella's apartment. Seth was in the kitchen picking up the scattered mess of cutlery and pans while Bella stood by the counter, placing items into a box. Hey. I wrapped my arm around her waist and tugged her toward me. I texted Angela to see if I can stay with her for a while, but she hasn't responded yet, she mumbled. What? I don't think I should stay here. Her eyes watered as she glanced at the broken bolts on the door. Bella, you're coming home with me. My statement left no room for argument. Is there anything else you need to put in here? I asked, grabbing the box. Are you serious right now? She huffed. I mean, yeah, it doesn't look like you put any clothes in here. Do you want to go grab some? Edward, I can't just go home with you. What? Why not? From the corner of my eye, I noticed Seth hurry out the door. Because I don't know. Isn't it too early for me to be staying with you? Your apartment just got broken into. You can stay in the guest room if you want. But I would feel better knowing you were safe in my apartment. Wait. I grimaced, willing myself to relinquish control. Bella, would you like to come stay at my apartment? She watched me for a moment before letting out a laugh. That was hard for you, wasn't it? You have no idea. All right, I'll stay with you, but only until I find a new apartment. I grinned. I had a feeling that once Bella got used to living my lifestyle, she wouldn't be eager to return to the Chicago slums. Sure, amore. Until you find a new apartment. BPOV. The city passed by in a blur through the window of Edward's car. It was difficult coming to terms with the idea that everything I owned was either missing or destroyed. Only a single box of salvageable items sat in Edward's trunk. All my possessions fit into a single damn box. I didn't even have underwear to change into, for God's sake. I swiped away a fat tear rolling down my cheek. I wanted to be stronger than tears, needed to be stronger. How dare I allow some stupid group of punks to have that kind of control over me? Kazo, Bella, are you crying? Edward's eyes widened in panic as he glanced between me and the road. I'm sorry. I sniffled and turned away, ashamed. I'm gonna fucking kill them. He slammed his palm against the steering wheel. His anger only served to make my tears fall faster. Bella. No. Baby. What can I do? Stopped at a light, he grabbed my hand and lifted it to place a soft kiss against my wrist. I just feel so violated. I sobbed. They're going to pay for what they did to you. The promise of violence dripped from Edward's tone, making me shiver. As he accelerated, I continued to stare blankly at the passing city blocks. He remained silent, likely planning revenge in his head, something brutal and bloody. No doubt, I should have felt disgusted at the idea. Instead, I felt vindicated. We're here, he muttered a few blocks later, pulling into a gated parking garage. He flipped down his visor and hit a remote, opening the gate. We drove past the first floor of cars until we reached a second gate. He scanned a key card and then punched in a code to open it. I gasped as the thick steel rolled back to reveal an epoxy-floored collector's garage. Beautiful luxury sedans and SUVs lined the walls. Despite my minimal knowledge of cars, I knew each vehicle was worth well over what an ordinary man would be able to afford. Do these all belong to your family? I asked in awe. Edward laughed. No, Bella. I blushed. Of course, one family couldn't own that many luxury cars. They all belong to me. I gaped at him as he parked the car and climbed out. They all belong to him. He ran around the hood to open my door and help me out. I caught his eyes dipping toward my lap and then darting away as I stood. Oh shit. The awkward angle I was in gave him a perfect view directly up my skirt. I climbed out quickly and tugged down my hem while he grabbed the box from his trunk. This way. I followed him toward an elevator bank and waited while he swiped a card, activating a digital pad. He placed his hand against the screen so the device could scan his fingerprints. Security, he muttered. I nodded. No wonder he thought my apartment was lacking in the safety department. Although, he may have had a point, after all. The elevator opened, and he guided me inside. There were only 2 buttons evident. One for up and one for down. I scanned the space for any sort of panel that would open to show the rest of the controls. How many stories is your building? I asked, confused. 65. He tapped the top button. Then why are there only 2 buttons? He eyed me as the elevator began to ascend. This is my elevator, Bella. It only goes to my floor. What floor are you on? I swallowed, already knowing the answer. 65. He smirked. Until that moment, I hadn't fully understood what Edward meant at dinner. He was worth more than I could imagine. My eyes trailed over him, analyzing instead of ogling. I took in the perfectly polished Italian leather dress shoes, the tailor-fitted Armani suit and silk tie, and the platinum Rolex watch. Even the scent of his cologne screamed of class and elegance. I glanced down at myself, suddenly feeling like an old beat-up Chevy next to his shiny new Maserati. The elevator dinged, opening into a grand foyer with only one other door. Security cameras watched us from each corner. My heels clicked on the marble floor as I admired a crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. That thing's not exactly my taste, Edward grimaced. I never bothered to change it when I moved in. It's beautiful, I breathed, watching light glitter off the perfect cuts of glass. He chuckled at my awe as he used another electric pad to unlock his front door. So, this is home. He placed my box down by the door and waited as I entered. In front of me stood an open living space with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Chicago. I gasped and ran toward them, fascinated. It felt like we were royalty overseeing our kingdom. I guess in Edward's case, that wasn't far from reality. Edward, This isn't an apartment. It's a penthouse. I scolded. Not that I was surprised. I'm not sure you would come with me if I had used the correct terminology. You were trying to spend the night on someone's couch, he laughed. This is amazing. You can see everything. My finger traced the skyline across the wide paned glass. During the day, there's a clear view of the lake. He came to stand behind me, wrapping his arms around my waist. Thank you for letting me stay here, I whispered. It's definitely better than Angela's couch. You've barely seen anything yet. He kissed me gently before releasing me. Let me show you around. I nodded and took his hand, allowing him to guide me while I admired his decor. A color scheme based around creams and various shades of wood gave the place a masculine touch that was still welcoming. Pops of color came from abstract art hung on the walls. Did you decorate all this? No, he laughed. That is a talent I do not possess. My mother did, but I had veto power. She wanted house plants. I said I'd just murder them. He gave me a devilish wink. No need to add plants to the body count, huh? I quirked an eyebrow. He just shrugged. Well, she did a nice job. It fits you. We turned a corner, entering a kitchen that belonged in an interior design magazine. Holy crap, this is gorgeous. If I had this kitchen, I would cook all my meals and never go out to eat. Unable to stay away, I broke my hand from his and slid it against the marble countertops. I eyed the stainless steel appliances with envy. You're welcome to use it whenever you want, he offered. Just don't ask me where anything is. I think I've only cooked in here twice. Edward, I scoffed. That's sacrilegious. How could you abuse your poor kitchen like that? I think that's the least of my sins. He let out a dark chuckle. Come on, drama queen. There's more to see. We passed through sliding doors onto an expansive deck that boasted a wet bar and a fire pit. I've thought about putting a hot tub in the corner. But I worry I'll never be able to kick Emmett out if I do that. Is Emmett here a lot? I asked, testing the cushions on a loveseat. It depends on how busy I keep him. He likes to show up unannounced when he's bored. Then it's impossible to get him to leave. Edward waved me back inside. Do you want to see downstairs? Downstairs. I balked. The gym and theater are down there, he explained. The rest of this level is bedrooms and my office. My eyes darted toward the back hallway. More than anything, I wanted to shower and rinse the night away. Maybe we could see them in the morning. You're exhausted, aren't you? He tugged my hand, pulling me toward him and wrapping me in his arms. Sure, Sorina, I'll show you the rest tomorrow. Let me get your box, and I'll take you to your room. I nodded as he broke free to collect my things. My feet were starting to kill me, so I slipped out of my sky-high silver pumps while I waited. I'm going to have you use the bedroom across the hall from mine, he said, reappearing. That way, it will be easy to find me if you need anything. Oh, okay. Is sleeping with him not an option? I berated myself for the thought. He would have offered me a choice if it was. What kind of woman would I be if I didn't respect his boundaries? By the way, Bella, those shoes. His voice lowered as he whispered in my ear. Looked fucking amazing on you tonight. He leaned back with a wink and turned down the hallway. My breathing accelerated, and I pressed the back of my hand against my cheek to cool off. How was I supposed to sleep knowing he would be in a bed right across the hall? My mind began to wander, trying to picture what he wore at night. Not pajamas. No, Edward was the kind of man who wore little if anything to bed. Respect. Bella. Boundaries. Oh, fuck me. This isn't fair. Bella, you alright? He stood at the end of the hallway with a cocky smirk. Wait, that jerk knew exactly what he was doing. I followed after, stopping next to him. Doors stood on either side of us, one for the guest room and one for his. He opened the door to the left and waved me inside. This is the guest room. My entire apartment could fit in here. Why was I surprised? It was time to accept that Edward didn't do anything subpar. It's one of the guest rooms, but it's the largest. He placed my box on a chair as I exit. Mind the whitewashed bed frame and matching armoire. Geez, how large is yours? I asked, turning back to face him. Large, he smirked. Oh, dear God, fine, if we were going to play that game, I was all in. I'm sure it is, I purred, desperately hoping I sounded seductive and not like a cat with a hairball. His bravado faltered, and he tugged a hand through his hair. It was my turn to smirk. I am gonna do something stupid if I stay in here, he muttered. I'll be across the hall if you need anything. Stupid. Was he holding back on my account? I followed him to the doorway and waited until he'd crossed the hall before I spoke. Oh, Edward, I might need something to wear. I forgot to grab my clothes. I bit my lip, pretending to think over my dilemma. You know what, it's fine. I can sleep naked for one night. I don't want to make things harder for you. Good night. I gave a wink before slamming and locking the door. I leaned against the frame, laughing at the sting of expletives he let out before retreating to his room. Taking a deep breath, I let the emotions of the night wash over me. It was surreal, standing in Edward's guest room, not knowing when I'd be able to go home. If I even wanted to go home. No, wait, of course, I wanted to go back. I'd worked hard to be able to support myself, not to have to rely on anybody. I plopped onto the bed, sinking into the fluffy down comforter. I swept my finger across the silky silver and blue material and sighed. Would I be taking advantage if I stayed with Edward, just until I could get back on my feet? God, Edward, yes, he was intense. And most of the world was terrified of him. But he was also a man who gave me a home when I had nowhere else to go. A man who wanted to make me happy. A man who I'd teased mercilessly all night. But had still left for his own bed, which was right across the hall. Why the hell was I still in the guest room? To shower. Right. I jumped up and began stripping. I laid my dress neatly across the bed and padded across the room. Holy crap. My mouth hung open in shock at the lavish bathroom in front of me. I could have lived in just that room and been happy. Once I moved past my amazement at the opulence. It took a minute to figure out how to turn on the luxury showerhead. The water finally began to trickle from the spout overhead, and I stepped in, allowing the warmth to drip over my body. I was in total ecstasy. It had been months since I'd had a shower with hot, running water. The shelf built into the tile was stocked with body wash, shampoo, and conditioner. I opened the shampoo and breathed in the fresh orange blossom scent. My muscles relaxed as I scrubbed the night off my skin. I stepped out of the shower feeling refreshed and wrapped myself in an oversized towel. I found a brush in one of the bathroom drawers and stepped back into the bedroom, working to untangle my hair. While I'd only mentioned my lack of clothes to get Edward riled up, I wasn't lying. In my fog, I'd forgotten to grab any of the clothing the robbers left behind. Did I need clothes, though? Somewhere between Edward complimenting my shoes and saying goodnight, I realized he was only trying to be a gentleman and not push things too fast for my sake. It was sweet, really, and I appreciated the effort, but I didn't need a gentleman at that moment. Holding my towel in place with one hand, I unlocked my door and slipped into the hall. I stalled for a minute, working up the nerve to cross over to Edward's side. As I took steps forward, I debated whether to knock or just enter. Although, it would be a moot point if he'd locked his door. I decided to try the handle, grinning when it twisted at my touch, and the door cracked open. I slipped into Edward's room, holding the doorknob until it closed with a soft click. My eyes scanned the dark mahogany four-post bed, covered with a luxurious gold duvet. I wanted to crawl under the covers and never leave. My lips hitched up in a smirk. That was exactly what I would do. Crawl under the duvet and not leave, at least for the rest of the night. I could hear water running in the bathroom, where I assumed Edward to be. I tiptoed to the side of the bed and pulled back the comforter. I debated keeping my towel on, but what would the point be? As my grip loosened, the heavy fabric dragged down my back until solid hands grabbed my sides, holding the terry cloth in place. What are you doing? Am I amore? Goosebumps broke across my flesh, and my nipples hardened as Edward whispered in my ear. The coarse hair from his 5 o'clock shadow brushed against the delicate skin of my neck. And my knees nearly buckled. "I want to sleep with you," I whispered, no longer the seductress I had envisioned. He took control, and I was as helpless as a lamb fighting a lion. "We won't be sleeping," he warned, dragging his lips against my shoulder. "I know." He turned me in his arms and searched my eyes. His breathing deepened as he realized I wanted him as much as he wanted me. "I guess we're both dressed for the occasion then." He grinned. I dragged my gaze across his defined pecs and washboard abs to where a towel was wrapped low on his waist. Unable to stop myself, I traced a finger down one side of the muscular V along his hip. He caught my wrist in his hand, making me snap my gaze back up. "Bella, we have all night." He lifted my hand, kissing the pad of my finger, while his eyes remained locked on mine. "Amore, ma come say Bella." He chuckled at my confusion over the unfamiliar words. "Please, Bella, will you let me see all of you?" He tugged gently on the hand I held clasped against my chest. What if he doesn't like what he sees? What if he wishes my boobs were bigger or my ass smaller? I bit my lip, pushing away my sudden panic, as I allowed him to free the towel from my grasp and drop it to the floor. He stepped back and hummed in approval as if regarding a work of art. I fidgeted under the attention. "Stand still, Bella, and look at me," he instructed in a velvet voice. I fought my urge to shy away from the intensity of his hooded gaze. Standing straighter, I met his stare before dragging my eyes to the large protrusion under his towel. "Oh," I whimpered. Yes, Edward was right. Large was the correct adjective. "Lie down." He turned away after giving the command. I eagerly climbed onto the bed, ready to follow his every request. Flipping a switch, he left us lit by the soft glow of a table lamp. He stopped on the other side of the bed and let his towel fall away. My breath hitched, and I licked my lips in anticipation. "Sei più bella di un angelo," he whispered, climbing toward me and letting a hand trail down my cheek. "I don't know what you're saying." "I know, beautiful." He smirked and leaned over me, brushing his lips against mine. I allowed his tongue to stroke languidly against mine as his hand caressed my naked hip before climbing higher and resting underneath my breast. I arched myself toward him, wanting to feel the firm grip of his hands kneading the sensitive flesh. "Is there something you want, Bella?" he teased, lightly grazing the skin between my breasts. "Edward, please touch me." I moaned. He growled as I begged, finally palming my breast. His hand massaged and groped before he took my nipple between his fingers, rolling the rosy bud. "Oh, God." Spurred on, he took my other nipple into his mouth, flicking and sucking. I arched off the bed, my body humming in arousal. My hands threaded through his hair as he switched sides, taking my other breast into his mouth. His fingers traced lower, and my abdomen clenched as he passed over my navel. My breaths came in short pants when he reached the apex of my thighs. "You okay?" he asked against my breast. "Yes, Edward, please don't stop." He sucked my nipple back into his mouth as his fingers slipped between my folds. I gasped as one long digit entered me. "Oh, God, you're so fucking wet," he groaned. He brought the slickened finger to my clit, rubbing in slow circles. I shifted my hips, urging him to go faster. "No, Bella," he scolded, throwing his leg over mine and pinning me down. He continued his lazy exploration as I whimpered with need. Finally taking pity on me, he slid his finger back inside, allowing his thumb to circle my clit. "Edward, please," I begged, needing more. He added a second skilled finger and curled them both upward. The motion created a delectable pressure as his thumb sped its strokes. I grabbed his forearm, holding on to steady myself. I could feel the ripples of muscle working under his skin as he continued his ministrations. I climbed closer to my peak, teetering on the edge, desperate for release. "Come, Bella," he ordered with his eyes on mine. He pushed against the special spot inside me and flicked my clit, sending me over the edge. My orgasm rippled through me in waves as he slowed his motions, letting me ride out every sensation. God, that was, I panted, unable to find the word to describe the pleasure he'd given me. Just an appetizer. Edward's stiff member pushed against my side. I don't know. I'm kind of tired now, I teased, faking a yawn. The look I got in return took my breath away. Clearly, rest wasn't an option. Open your legs, amore. Unable to deny him, I let my knees fall open. He positioned himself on top of me, and for the first time, I got a good glimpse of exactly how big he was. Edward, I said, scooting up a bit. He gripped my waist and sent me a look saturated with lust, daring me to disobey him. I mean it's been a while, and you're just so large, he smirked. I was probably feeding his ego for months. Yes, I answered in a breathy voice. I promise, I'll go slow. He reached to the bedstand, pulling a condom from a top drawer. He ripped the packet with his teeth and rolled the latex over himself. Just relax, Bella. The head of his cock pushed against my entrance as he hovered over me. I focused on my breathing as he inched forward. His brows furrowed in concentration while he sheathed himself inside me inch by inch. He pulled out and began the process again, pushing forward slowly until our hips almost met. You feel so fucking good, Bella. Jesus, I'm almost all the way in, he said, pulling out. Oh my God, I whimpered as he pushed forward again. I already felt filled to the brim. I couldn't imagine how he could fit any more inside me. I shifted my hips, changing the angle and allowing him deeper. Fuck me, he groaned. Oh my God, Edward. I rocked my hips, needing him to move. He pulled back, and picked up a rhythm thrusting himself into me. His lips crashed against mine, and he began to lose control. He grabbed my breast, squeezing hard as his hips pistoned faster. The sensations were overwhelming, and I felt another orgasm building. I wrapped my leg around his waist, getting him to hit the exact spot I needed. Oh, fucking Christ, Bella, I'm gonna fucking cum. He palmed my ass, using the leverage to pull me into his thrusts. Edward, I came with a shudder screaming his name. His release came right after. I reveled in the feel of him pulsing inside me. I held him to me as our breathing steadied and our bodies calmed. After a moment, he rolled over, pulling me against him. I snuggled into his side and tangled my leg with his while his fingertips danced languidly against my thigh. What are you doing to me? Cara mio, he asked, kissing my forehead. The same thing you're doing to me, I whispered. I could feel him smile against my temple. Give me a minute. Do not move. He pulled away and stood but watched me with a look so intense I didn't dare move a muscle. He came back quickly from disposing of the condom and climbed into bed, tugging me to his chest. So, is this a permanent thing? You sleeping in my bed? Or are we going to pretend that you're staying in the room across the hall? He chuckled. It depends on how well you behave. I grinned. Sorina, I can behave very well. His hand gripped my thigh and pused my leg against his quickly hardening cock. Again, I giggled. Was once not enough. I don't think I will ever have enough. He kissed me as our passion rapidly grew. I climbed up, straddling him. Yeah, he was right. We would never get enough. EPOV. I cracked my eyes open and swiped at the hair tickling my nose. Disoriented, I tensed and scanned my surroundings. Why the fuck was long brunette hair sprawled across my chest? My cock twitched as I processed the soft curves molded against my body and my brain finally caught up. Bella, smiling like a lovesick fool. I hugged her sleeping form tighter. What kind of moron was I to have ever thought I'd be able to walk away after one night with her? No, she was deep under my skin, and I would never let her go. I swiped her hair back and kissed her head, getting a small sigh in return. A buzzing came from my nightstand, and I held back a groan. I carefully untangled from Bella, sitting up to grab the offending object. My most recent burner phone, prepaid, difficult to trace, and used only for La Familia. My notifications showed 15 missed texts and calls, all from Emmett or Jasper. Fuck. Despite the early hour, I begrudgingly readied myself for my day. I frequently checked to make sure I wasn't waking Bella in the process. She snored softly, sprawled across my sheets. Fuck. The image of a satiated naked Bella under my sheets was one I would cherish forever. I placed a gentle kiss against her cheek before forcing myself out of the room. Once I made it into the hallway, my attention snapped back to my phone. I opened Emmett's texts first. I found everything on the list. Ready wherever you are. M. Call J.M. Yo, bro, where the fuck are you? Call J. M. You dead? I'm coming over. M. What the fuck? I muttered, opening my text thread from Jasper. We've got a problem. Rumors are spreading overseas that we're covering up a trafficking ring. Staged pictures from the ship were leaked. J. I opened his contact and pushed call immediately. Hey, he answered. Who took those pictures? I snapped. We're trying to find out. No one's fessing up. Not that I'd expect them to. Che Caso. Who's it spread to? The family back in Sicily brought it to my attention. I recommend you call them first, but the Israelis and the Irish aren't happy either. They're threatening to pull the plug on our weapons contract. I'll call them too. Keep our men digging, and follow any leads they find. You want anyone headed overseas yet? No, I want to try and narrow down what locations to focus on. Got it, boss. Quote. I ended the call as I stepped into the kitchen. I wasn't going to be sleeping again for a while. Coffee was a necessity. A knock sounded at my door. Emmett. I checked the surveillance feed on my phone before letting him in. You talked to Jasper? He asked, strolling inside. Yeah, I'm about to start making calls. How are our friends from the south side? I took it easy on them. Figured you'd want to finish the job. I've got 'em chained up in those old storage lockers down by the tracks. Perfect. We'll deal with them when we're done here. I made coffee. Go pour it. I'm calling Sicily. The phone rang only twice before a gruff voice answered in Italian. Buongiorno, Eduardo. Antonio. Buongiorno. Abbiamo bisogno di parlare. After telling him we needed to talk, I didn't wait to begin my story. He hummed when appropriate, listening and eventually coming to the conclusion that I was telling the truth. Fucker should. After all, he was my cousin, no matter how many times removed. There was no tie stronger than blood. Emmett strolled in, coffees and Danish in hand, as I said goodbye. Where the fuck did you find that? I asked, waving at the half-eaten pastry. You've got a whole box in your fridge. With a note from Ma about making sure to eat breakfast. How the fuck did she get in here? She's like a ninja. That's why she makes a good mob wife. He shrugged. How'd the call go? He's going to vouch for us, but I've got more fires to put out. Call Jasper. Help him get word to our capos that we need everyone on high alert. On it, boss. With caffeine in hand, I retreated into my office to work on saving the Cullen name. BPOV. I stretched and sighed as I cocooned myself further into the decadent Egyptian cotton sheets. The thread count had to be off the charts, and I was going to enjoy every moment of my bare skin being subjected to such luxury. My body was sore in the most wonderful places. I smiled, remembering the actions that led to the glorious ache and the man responsible for those actions, Edward. We'd made love 3 times before exhausting ourselves and falling asleep. Okay, so I admit the 3rd time was more fucking than anything else. His recovery rate was astounding, and how could I refuse him when he demanded I get on my hands and knees? It was addicting the way he'd held my hips, pulling them back as he thrust forward, taking what he needed and making me come in the process. I wiggled around, loving the sore bruises his fingers had left behind. I briefly wondered if I was stumbling onto some kink I never knew I had. Were we going to need a safe word? I reached over to wrap myself around him again, surprised I'd let him go, even in my sleep, but my hand found nothing other than cool sheets and pillows. I squinted an eye open and looked around the room. I was definitely by myself. What the hell? I held the bedding against my naked form, suddenly very uncomfortable with my lack of clothing. Had our night not meant the same thing to him as it had to me? I slipped from the bed, taking the sheets with me, and scurried to the bathroom to handle my morning necessities. I found an unopened toothbrush under the sink and worked on getting my breath under control while I thought over the possibilities for his disappearance. Maybe he likes to get an early start on his days. But wouldn't he have left a note? Okay, maybe he's making breakfast. I scoffed at the idea of him cooking, concerned over the prospect of him accidentally burning down his penthouse. The shirt he'd worn to dinner hung off the hook behind the bathroom door. I grabbed it and put it on, rolling the sleeves. I still didn't have panties to put on, but I had a feeling Edward wouldn't object to that. The scent of his cologne surrounded me as I buttoned the shirt, opting to leave an extra undone on the top so the opening dipped in between my breasts. Running fingers through my hair, I left his room and headed toward the kitchen. I smiled at the smell of coffee permeating the air. He was making breakfast. I knew he wanted to take care of me, but never in a million years had I expected him to do something so domestic. I emerged from the hallway and instantly spotted Edward. His eyes raked my body, then widened in panic. Confused, I glanced down to figure out what I had done wrong. Did he not want me wearing his shirt? When I looked back up, I realized Edward's emerald eyes weren't the only ones watching me. His brother's baby blues scanned my frame before darting away. Oh my God, I yelped, tugging the top of the shirt closed. What the hell is he doing here? What the hell am I doing here? Emmett laughed. Jesus fucking Christ. Edward pinched the bridge of his nose while taking deep breaths. So, this is a thing now. Emmett looked like the cat who ate the canary. Holy shit, does Ma know? She's gonna flip her lid. Oh, can I be there when you tell her? Please. Emmett, I swear to fucking God I will shoot you if you don't shut up. Edward looked back in my direction. Bella, Seth delivered some of your clothes. I left them in the guest room. Can you please go put them on? Yeah, Bella, for my safety. My bro here is the trigger-happy, jealous type, Emmett chuckled, facing the wall and keeping his eyes off me. Okay, I squeaked and turned to scamper back down the hallway. Way to go, man. She's hot, I heard Emmett say, closely followed by a smack and an, ow, fuck. Seth did a good job of recovering my clothes, thank God. I quickly found a pair of jeans and a fitted t-shirt. I blus. Head at a package of basic white cotton panties had slipped inside the box. Despite my embarrassment, I was grateful he'd thought to make the purchase. I took a series of slow breaths before I went back to face the men in the kitchen. I considered hiding out until Emmett left but decided it was better to rip the band-aid off immediately. It wasn't like I could avoid him forever. Plus, after that shit show, I seriously needed some coffee. The voices that carried down the hall told me the two men were still in the kitchen. I sinasi non sono coinvolet. Edward's fluent Italian made me shiver with memories from the previous night. I had a newly acquired urge to learn the language. Japonese? Emmett asked. I don't think it's any of the Asian syndicates. The Japanese would be shooting themselves in the foot. Edward saw Ed as I entered the room. He ran a hand through his hair in agitation. Hi, I mumbled. Buongiorno, Bella, you probably need some coffee. Yeah, my brother keep you up all night. Emmett snickered, but turned to fill a mug. I couldn't hate him too much. Shut up, jackass. You showed up at 3 a.m. I didn't keep her up all night. Edward smirked. I blushed, taking the coffee Emmett held in my direction. Did something happen? I asked. The men paused. Emmett looked to Edward with a raised brow, probably wondering how much I knew. Edward sighed. Nothing we can't get under control. Cream. Emmett held a container of half and half in my direction. Oh, sure. Bella, I asked Alice to take you shopping today. Emmett and I have some business to take care of. Okay. My shift at Esme's starts at 5. I guess I can go with her as long as I have time to change before then. I don't think my mother would mind if you called out tonight. Edward came around the kitchen island and grabbed my hips, pulling me close. My bruises from the previous night ached, making my core tingle with the memories. Yep, I was definitely tapping into some newly discovered kink. I shook my head, ignoring my libido. No, I want to go to work. I don't want to leave them short-staffed. Plus, it will take my mind off things. I can take your mind off things. Edward smirked. I blushed. Emmett gagged. It's fine. I'm fine, Edward. I promise. He scrutinized me for a moment before acquiescing. Fine, I'll be at the restaurant as early as I can, but I have a feeling I'm going to have a long day, he said. Glancing at Emmett. I understand. Business. Try to hurry just a little, though. I gripped the back of his neck and stood on my toes to place a searing kiss against his lips. Fuck business, he growled, grabbing my ass and grinding himself against me. Yeah, bro, that probably won't end well for the rest of us, Emmett said, reminding us of his presence. I giggled and glanced over to find him eating some sort of pastry with an amused grin on his face. Fucking cockblocker, Edward grumbled, placing a kiss on my temple before breaking away. You ready? He asked Emmett. Let's do this. Emmett's laugh morphed into something sinister and menacing. I flinched at the rapid personality change. Alice will help you get in and out of the penthouse until I get back. Edward saw-eyed as he checked the gun tucked into his waistband. I followed the men into the entryway, waiting awkwardly as they slipped into their suit jackets. Make yourself at home. What's mine is yours. Edward gave me one last chaste kiss before motioning for Emmett to follow him. Ciao, Bella, Emmett called as the front door closed behind them. Ciao, I guess, I muttered back. Sighing, I got to work cleaning the kitchen, not that there was much to do. I opened the fridge to put the creamer back and found the shelves nearly empty. The contents consisted of soda and beer, a few condiments, and a large box with a note taped to it. Curiosity getting the best of me, I pulled out the box to read the fancy scrawl. Edward, I hope you find these before they go stale, as I'm not sure you ever open your refrigerator. Please take care of yourself. I worry about you here all alone. Anyway, breakfast is the most important meal of the day, remember that. Love, your concerned mother. I opened the box to find it filled with fresh croissants and danishes. Esme wouldn't mind if I helped myself to one, would she? After all, she was right. Edward would let them go to waste. I grabbed a croissant with my coffee and wandered to the living room to watch the morning bustle of the city. As I sat on the couch, I felt a vibration come from my right. I lifted a throw pillow to find my clothes from the previous night tucked underneath. In all the excitement, I'd forgotten that I'd dropped it on the cushion when we entered the penthouse. I opened it up and pulled out my phone, gasping at the number of missed texts and messages. Oh, God, I'd never replied to Angela. I tapped the call back option from one of the many missed calls. Oh my God, Bella, are you okay? What the heck happened? I thought you were dead. She answered, frantic. I'm so sorry, Ange. I'm not dead. I left my phone on the couch overnight and just realized you'd called. On the couch. Where are you? Ben and I NT by your apartment this morning looking for you, and the whole place is empty. Oh, wow. Edward's guys moved fast. I'm at a friend's house. What friend? I know it's not someone from the library because I texted around. And no one knew where you were. How the heck did you get everyone's phone numbers? Google is a wealth of knowledge. So seriously, where the hell are you? A friend fro. The restaurant is letting me stay at their place. I held my breath as our conversation paused. Bella. Angela. What friend from the restaurant? I couldn't tell Angela I was at Edward's, could I? No, she wouldn't understand. I hadn't talked to her about him since the engagement party. All she knew was a suspected mafioso with the ability to be a total asshole. It's my friend, Alice. Yeah, Alice, as in Alice Cullen. Bella, are you kidding me? Crap, of course, she remembered who Alice was. Angela, it's fine, I'm just staying here until I can find a new place. Besides, Alice has a guest room. So I don't have to sleep on the couch. And your apartment being empty has nothing to do with anyone else in Alice's family. Bella, I think we need to talk. I've barely heard from you in weeks. And now you're apparently friends with Alice Cullen. Your destroyed apartment was totally cleaned out within a few hours. Something doesn't add up here. Wait, hey, Bella, how's Mr. Asshole? Angela, I whined. Monday, lunch at Tony's. I want to know everything. But we can't go to. Bye, Bella, she sang out before the line went dead. Damn it, how could I tell Angela everything at Tony's? I went back to my phone to clear my text messages. 24, 6 from Angela, 10 from my father, and the rest from concerned coworkers. Angela had done her due diligence trying to track me down. I sent quick messages to coworkers, letting them know I was fine before biting the bullet and calling my father. Bella, he answered in relief. Hi, Dad, what the hell happened? Your friend called me to say your apartment was broken into. Then you disappear. I'm online right now about to book a plane to Chicago. Dad, I am so sorry. Everything was crazy last night. I forgot to text Angela back to let her know I was fine, and I swear I was going to call you first thing this morning. How did this happen? You told me your building had safeguards. Did you file a police report? Where are you now? It did have safeguards, or at least I thought it did. A friend of mine recently pointed out that they weren't exactly the best. Do the cops have any idea who it was? No, Edward did, but I didn't think that information would go over particularly well. Yeah, I think so. Some punks that live in the neighborhood. They've done stuff like this before. I'm going to come out there and interrogate them myself. No one messes with my baby girl and gets away with it. No, Dad, you can't come here. I mean, they've already caught them. Please don't waste money on a last-minute flight. I promise it's all under control. Fine, he acquiesced. You aren't going back to that apartment, right, Bells? No, I think I'm going to find a new place. I'm staying with a friend right now. Who's the friend? Quote, a coworker from the restaurant. I cringed. There was no way Charlie was going to like that answer. I don't like that, Bella. Shocking. What do you know about this person? Dad, don't worry. She's the one that helped me get the job. Her cousin is Lauren, my boss at the library. He grunted in recognition. I want her name and number. It's Jessica Stanley. I'll text you her number in a little while. My phone is about to die. I need to hunt down a charger. I lied. Fine, but I want to help you find your next place. Make sure the security is sound. How about I come out in a month or so? Can you stay with your friend until then? That's really not necessary. He could not come to Chicago. Let your old man get a little peace of mind. How about next month? There's a good rate on a flight, Thursday through Monday. I'll put in a time off request today. Dad, please, I begged. Booking it now. I hid my face in my palm. Don't worry, Bells. We'll get you safe and sound. Right, because we would find a place safer than Edward's penthouse. Love you, Bella. See you in a couple of weeks. I love you too, Dad, I mumbled before ending the call. I was so screwed. So, Bella, where do you usually like to shop? Alice's chipper mood was already wearing on me. We were at the upscale Oak Street shopping district, and I was far out of my element. The thrift store probably wasn't the answer she was looking for. I've never been a big luxury shopper. Oh, no worries. I know these collections like the back of my hand. Let's start in Prada and go from there. You have the perfect body type for their spring line. It's still winter. I tried in vain to stall as she ushered me into the store. I stuck out like a sore thumb in my Walmart jeans and top. At least Alice was kind enough to lend me a Burberry jacket, although the sleeves were a little short. What about this? She pulled a floral halter dress from the rack. Where on earth would I wear that? It's a very versatile piece. It's a perfect day dress, but it could transfer to evening with the right accessories. At least try it on, please. Fine, but I need to focus on work clothes," I said, crossing to the other side of the store and picking up a simple turtleneck. "Oh, that would look good with these." Alice brought over a pair of gray flare-legged slacks. I had to admit that they did complement each other. "I do like that. Yay, we're making progress. How about you sort through this side of the store, and I'll go through the cocktail dresses. I need black for the restaurant," I reminded her. "Got it." She grinned and danced away, instantly finding a sales lady to chat with. We continued browsing the store until we both had an armful of pieces. Alice claimed the dressing room next to mine, having picked out a couple of things for herself. I was surprised to find that she was right, and most of the items fit me like a glove. I chose a few work outfits, for both jobs, before slipping on the halter dress she'd begged me to try on. The green color complemented my complexion, and the cut flattered my curves. "Oh, that looks perfect on you," Alice gushed as I stepped from the fitting room. "Yours is perfect too." I grinned at the blue A-line dress she flaunted. "I know, right? It's winter collection, but my mom and I have AC. Heritage luncheon next week that I can wear it too." I posed in the three-way mirror, double-checking my reflection from each angle. I hadn't expected to purchase anything other than necessities, but maybe one extra splurge wouldn't be that horrible. My landlord had texted to tell me he was returning my last month's rent and my security deposit, so I had a little extra to play around with. I was sure Edward had something to do with the man's generosity. I guessed that my bill in Prada alone would be close to half of the returned money. However, I reasoned that I wouldn't have to pay rent again for a month or two. I would just tell Alice that we needed to go to cheaper stores for the rest of the day. I changed into my jeans and t-shirt in my dressing room and then gathered the purchases I planned to make. I held my breath before checking the tags to see how much damage I was going to do to my bank account. Holy Mother of God, I balked at the price of the halter dress, $3,400. Had Alice lost her mind? I threw the dress back on the hanging rack as if it had burned me and rushed out of the dressing room. "Where's your stuff?" Alice asked. "Alice, I can't afford those things," I hissed. "Oh my God, Bella, don't be ridiculous," she laughed. "No one expects you to." My mother felt bad about what happened. She wanted to, donate to the cause. And she said if you don't want the charity, you can make it up to her by working a couple of events. I would have to work like 200 events to pay her back. "I don't think anyone expects you to work 200 events," Alice muttered, brushing me aside to gather the clothes I'd planned on purchasing. "Trust me, Bella, you don't want to fight this. My mother can be difficult when plans don't go as expected." I bit my lip and followed Alice to the register. I had to take a deep breath when the sales girl gave us the total. How would I ever be able to walk around knowing my clothing was worth that much? Alice wasn't fazed and slipped the woman a shiny black credit card. My gut twisted as I took my bag, holding it with a death grip as we joined the shoppers out on the street. "Don't look so panicked, Bella," she laughed. "I'm worried about muggers," I mumbled. "On Oak Street." She raised her brows. "Okay. Even if there were muggers, Seth and my bodyguard, Peter, are across the street." She pointed to a cafe where Seth and another bulky man waved in our direction. "We're fine." "Oh, I say we go to La Perla next." Alice linked arms with me and tugged me forward. "What's La Perla?" She looked at me with an impish grin. "You'll see." EPOV. Emmett and I pushed through the cut chain link fence while the nearby 530 freight rattled the ground. A broken chunk of brick narrowly missed my head as it plummeted from the decrepit building in front of us. The Mason & Sons storage, painted on the side, was the only hint of the once thriving business that resided inside. Mason's son owed us a debt in the late 90s and paid it with the deed for the pile of shit. My father would have been offended if the place hadn't come in useful so many damn times. I CKED the side door and scanned the street to ensure no unwanted eyes followed our movement. "Where are they?" I asked as soon as the heavy door slammed behind us. "I put them in the basement units. Alex down there keeping watch." Emmett explained, heading toward the stairwell. You keep them separated. Yeah. Didn't think you'd want them talking, getting some bullshit story conjured up. I nodded my approval. Good. I want the doors of all the units opened before we start, so the fuckers can hear their friends suffer. In the basement hallway, Alec and Emmett got to work rolling up each steel door. I dropped the duffel slung around my shoulder to retrieve our tools, chuckling at the blowtorch Emmett packed. It was his favorite device and an effective one. I was more hands-on, preferring my brass knuckles and a simple serrated blade. Pleas for mercy rang out as each locker opened, revealing our prisoners. 5 in total, a group of moronic 19-year-olds who thought they were tough shit. I was about to show them exactly how wrong they were. Have you figured out which one is the leader? I asked as I fitted brass knuckles around my fingers. I think it's the guy in the second locker. The others kept asking for him. Hey, there's one thing I want to show you before we get started. Emmett nodded his head toward the end of the hall. I relished in the pathetic way each asshole cried out in panic as we passed by them. Emmett stepped to the side and motioned into the last locker. I moved forward, curious as to what could be holding things up. Caso Madre di Dio. Jesus. How old is this fucking kid? I spat. I don't know. I put him at 14, maybe. Like fuck he's 14. Damn kid doesn't even have hair on his balls. What the fuck are you doing bringing in a goddamn preschooler? I'm not a preschooler. What are you fucking slow? And I do too, have hair on my balls. The little shit spat. Emmett and I looked at each other before breaking out in hysterics. How old are you, kid? I asked. I don't have to tell you. He lifted his chin in defiance. Dipshit fucking kid. Yeah. I sauntered toward him, reaching into my pocket and snapping open my knife. I stood behind his chair and leaned in close, extending the blade. You see this? How the edge is jagged, uneven. Do you know what that does to a person's skin when it cuts through? The kid trembled but didn't back down. My brother is gonna fucking kick your ass. He wavered, his voice cracking. Joey, shut up. One of the fuckers across the hall shrieked. That your brother? I grinned. The kid didn't answer, but it didn't matter. I was already done with him and headed across the hall. Alec pointed me in the direction of the gang's leader. Oh, fuck, no. Man, look, I'm sorry. My dumbass bro. Thayer doesn't know when to keep his fucking mouth shut. I'll do whatever you want. Please just don't fucking kill us. The cocksucker had tears and snot streaming down his face. Pathetic. Caso de merde. I shouted, silencing him. At least try to act like a fucking man. You think I'm going to kill you because of your fucking dipshit of a brother? Do you have any idea who I am? No, man. I swear I don't. I don't even know why I'm here. I think you've got the wrong guys. He hiccuped in his hysteria. Wrong guys, huh? I asked. Emmett let out a dangerous chuckle behind me. Let me ask you a question. Last night there was a break-in at an apartment off 51st, and here's the thing, I'm pretty fucking sure I saw you and your fucking buddies staking out that goddamn building a few hours earlier. Even in the dim light, I could see his face pale. Who are you? The fucking devil. I grinned and plunged my blade into his thigh. His blood-curdling scream satisfied me in a way only violent revenge could. Let me explain how this is gonna fucking work. You're going to answer every goddamn question I have, and then you're going to tell me where every piece of my girlfriend's stolen shit is. You give me an answer I don't like, and this knife will find its way somewhere a lot worse than your fucking leg. Capiche? Yes. I got it. I got it. He sobbed. Go let his brother out. I'm not torturing a fucking kid. I instructed, taking a moment to wipe the blade of my knife. Seriously, Ed, you want me to just let him free? I thought it over for a moment. You still have that chloroform? Hell, yeah, I do. Knock the kid out, have Alec drive him back to their neighborhood. I want him to get the message out there that we aren't fucking around. When you're done with the kid, start on the other guys. I'm going to have a nice chat with my friend. I trailed off, smirking at the jackass in front of me. Colin, the guy groaned out. My friend, Colin, I said, slamming my hand against his wounded thigh. I frowned at the blood that splattered across the front of my dress shirt. Usually, I didn't make so much of a mess. Alec and Emmett jumped into action at my command, and the fun commenced. Blank, underscore, blank. BPOV. I scanned the dining room, positive everyone noticed what a phony I was. Thanks to Alice, I was covered in a combination of LUXURY brands that would make celebrities green with envy. I knew because one of the first guests of the night was a well-known performer who gushed over my Prada dress and Jimmy Choo shoes. Jessica had turned up her nose, remarking that knockoff brands could be super convincing. My worst mistake was letting Alice pick my clothes for the evening. When I'd agreed to her demands, I hadn't understood that she meant lingerie as well. Yes, lingerie. Not underwear but high-priced lace and silk she forced me to purchase. I'd nearly slit her throat when I found out what La Perla sold but restrained myself from committing an act of violence. Instead, I opted to turn around and stomp out of the store. In hindsight, that wasn't the wisest choice. Alice already knew my size. She went haywire, purchasing everything under the sun and stashing it in my shopping bags. I was the not exactly proud owner of enough slutty panties to make a porn star blush. Alice claimed she was going easy on me for the evening, allowing full coverage. Her version of full coverage and mine varied greatly. The transparent navy lace hardly covered a thing, and the thigh-highs she insisted I wear made me feel exposed. I was never going shopping with her again. "Hey, Bella, can I ask you a question?" Jessica asked, returning from seating our latest guests. "What? Why the hell is your dad texting me?" "Oh shit. Oh my god. Jessica, I am so sorry. I gave him your number in case of emergencies. I'll tell him to stop." "In case of emergencies? Why? I have zero idea how to get a hold of you in an emergency." "But that explains a lot," she said with a sly grin. "You know, like why he thanked me for letting you stay at my place." "Oh, God," I moaned. So I started thinking, why would Bella need to lie to her dad about where she's living? "You wanna know what my guess is?" I shook my head. "I really didn't. I think you're shacking up with a guy, and you don't want daddy to know." My brain went blank. I already had too many lies to keep straight. "So, who is it?" "He's obviously loaded. I mean, at first, I didn't believe you were wearing real designer stuff, but on my break I looked it up, and that dress is totally Prada." "Oh, holy shit, do you have a sugar daddy?" "Jesus, Jessica," I hissed. "I do not have a sugar daddy." "Okay, but you're totally boning a rich dude, aren't you?" She giggled. My face flushed with heat as she turned her attention toward the front door. "Oh, hi, Esme." She smirked. "Hello, girls. How's the night been?" I could feel the heat from my cheeks spreading down my neck. "Isabella, dear, are you okay? You look flushed." She reached across the counter to feel my forehead. "She's fine," Jessica snorted. "I'm trying to figure out who the rich guy she's living with is." "What?" Esme glanced at her, confused. "You know how her apartment was broken into last night? How all her stuff got taken, like her clothes and everything. Then she shows up tonight in freaking Prada and Jimmy Choo's. She's, for sure, screwing dating a rich guy." I tried to school my expression as Esme studied me. "Is that true, Isabella? Was your apartment broken into?" she asked, concerned. "Yes, I thought you knew," Alice said. "Oh, for the love of God." It was Edward, not Esme, behind the shopping spree. Never mind," I mumbled. "Oh, Alice knows." Esme raised her brows in surprise. I texted her. To go shopping. She helped me shop for new clothes. I grimaced at my idiotic explanation. "Who? And who paid for those clothes?" Jessica grinned. I looked to Esme for help but found her appraising me with an air of amusement. She wasn't going to let it go either. I needed a freaking miracle. "Ma, you've got to stop harassing your hostesses. Let the poor girls get back to work." And God granted me my miracle in the form of a devastatingly handsome man who would likely be the beneficiary of my expensive lingerie purchases. Oh, I wasn't bothering them. We were just having a little girl talk. Edward, did you know Isabella's apartment was broken into last night? Esme asked. Oh, he glanced at me, his eyes dancing with mischief. Yes, and Jessica thinks Isabella might have a new boyfriend that she's staying with. One wealthy enough to replace all her stolen clothing with designer brands. Apparently, Alice took her shopping today. Edward's face went blank. IEVIED his ability to appear indifferent. Congratulations, Bella. He's a lucky guy. I cocked an eyebrow. Was he now? Edward's lip hitched almost imperceptibly. Esme nodded in agreement. I'd love to hear about him sometime, Isabella, she said before turning to Edward. Now, exactly what brought you here tonight, son? You rarely come in without reason. I couldn't just visit my mother. He gave her an innocent pout. Oh, stop that, she swatted at him as they stepped to the side. Really, Edward, is everything okay? I busied myself, pretending I was unable to hear her hushed words. I needed to be seen in public, he muttered. Goosebumps broke across my flesh. What had he done that necessitated an alibi? Ah, well, a few of my friends will be in tonight. We're finishing plans for the hospital charity brunch. I'd love for you to say hello. Sure, Ma, let me clean up and make a few calls. I'll be out in a bit. Esme patted his shoulder and left for the private rooms. Meet me in the back. Edward leaned over and muttered before striding toward the kitchen. The Greens just pulled up at the valet stand, Jessica said, watching through the front windows. Can you seat them when they come in? I'll get the next ones. Quote, yeah, do you mind if I take a quick bathroom break afterward? Sure, whatever. Just tell Riley so he can cover up here. I smiled at the Greens as they entered, taking them right to their table. Esme appeared and jumped into a conversation with them as I passed over the wine list. I slipped away and let Riley know I was taking a couple of minutes before beelining to the back. Edward was nowhere to be found in the bustling kitchen. I noticed a door leading to a back alley cracked open and peeked my head through. A sleek sports car was parked agile against the brick wall with a tall figure hovering over the trunk. Do you ever drive the same car twice? I asked, stepping onto the asphalt. Every once in a while. He looked up and grinned. What is this one? A Bugatti. He stroked the top with pride. You know that doesn't mean anything to me, right? I sauntered toward him, swinging my hips more than necessary. Okay, maybe the provocative lingerie did make me feel a little sexier. Doesn't it? He gripped my waist and pulled me toward him once I was in arm's reach. I've missed you. His lips met mine as he wrapped his fingers in my hair. We stayed locked together for a few sweet moments until I was forced to pull back. We'll get caught, I muttered. Is that a bad thing? Are you ready to tell your mother that you're the rich guy I'm shaking up with? He swallowed hard but didn't answer. That's what I thought. Bella, I don't want to keep you a secret. It's just there are expectations for me. I don't want to push you into them too fast. Once my mother finds out about us, all bets are off. What expectations? Our conversation halted as one of the cooks clambered into the alley, dragging a bag of trash around the corner. We stood silent until he returned to the kitchen. Can we talk about it later? This probably isn't the best place. I acquiesced, stepping back. My shadow moved with me, allowing the street light to illuminate Edward's form. He stripped out of his suit jacket, and I gasped at the usually pristine dress shirt underneath. Edward, oh my God. Is that blood? I hissed. Bella, calm down. He grabbed my shoulders while his eyes darted down the alley, ensuring it was vacant. Are you hurt? What happened? I was frantic, sliding my hands over his arms and torso, looking for an injury. Bella, it's not my blood. My hands froze as I appraised him. He wasn't hurt. The blood splattered across his otherwise perfectly white shirt wasn't his. Whose is it? I stammered. He raised a brow and his lips ticked up in a smirk. Do you remember what I said last night? At your apartment? That you would owe Did you? Are they? I couldn't finish the question. The idea of some stupid punks losing their lives over me made me sick. No, I didn't, he said, making me breathe a sigh of relief. I just made my point. Thoroughly. I shuddered, imagining what thoroughly entailed. You can't keep that shirt, I said, suddenly concerned over any trace of evidence that would link Edward to the crimes he'd committed. I know. That's why I'm out here. One of my guys dropped my car off earlier with a change of clothes. This shirt is going in the incinerator around the corner, he whispered. I stood by while he unbuttoned his shirt and stripped it off. Without thinking, I grabbed the discarded fabric and headed toward the incinerator. Intent on destroying it. Bella, wait. He held my arm, stopping me. Destroying that shirt is illegal, he nodded, his eyes on mine as if he were waiting for me to comprehend what I was doing. Then I guess I better not screw it up. I shook him off and walked over to the machine, tossing in the crumpled fabric. I snapped the door shut and stepped back as it roared to life. I shouldn't be corrupting you like this, he sighed, standing behind me and snaking an arm around my waist. But fuck me, I can't stay away. He grabbed my chin and held me still. As he placed a bruising kiss against my lips. Now go inside before someone comes looking for you. I stumbled away from him in a daze. I was in deep, and I had no interest in coming up for air. Ooh, my stomach twisted in knots as I stood on the library's front steps waiting for Angela. Over the weekend, I'd played out our doomed conversation in my head multiple times, each scenario ending with her smacking me upside the head. I'm sorry, I got caught up in a meeting. Have you been waiting long? She asked, rushing up the steps. Only a couple of minutes, you're fine, I promised. At least it's not freezing today. So, Tony's. It's been forever since we've been there. I'm craving a slice of their Sicilian special. Yeah, but we never try any other places. Are you sure you want to go to Tony's again? I asked in a last-ditch effort to avoid the mess I was about to face. Of course, I want to go to Tony's. What is up with you? It's our place, she said, side-eyeing me. I know, sorry. Angela ignored my weirdness and switched the subject. I listened as she filled me in on her and Ben's recent trip to visit their parents back in Washington. She was horrified when Ben's mom asked them when they would start a family. Angela claimed she was a strong, independent woman who intended to build a career before popping out babies. I nodded along but wondered how Edward felt about the topic. Good God, Bella, it's way too soon for that line of thought. I berated myself and pushed the image of copper-haired, green-eyed babies out of my mind. I ducked my head as we entered Tony's. With any luck, I could slink to the back of the restaurant and avoid the boisterous Italian man behind the counter. I'm going to grab a booth, I muttered. Shouldn't we order first? Angela asked. Oh, yeah, right. I joined the line, biting my lip and praying I wasn't memorable enough to be recognized. Yeah, wishful thinking. Bellissima. Benvenuta. Please, take a seat. No standing in line for such beautiful girls. Tony gushed as soon as he spotted us. So much for remaining incognito. Oh, thank you, Tony. I glanced at Angela, who stared back with raised brows. Tony ushered us to a booth away from the window, of course. And promised he'd be back shortly with drinks. What the hell, Bella? Angela started in the second he was out of earshot. I've become a frequent flyer here. I answered meekly. Bullshit. He didn't hand you a punch card. He swept you in here like you're some kind of royalty. Miss Bella, did you like the Chianti the last time you were in? Tony returned with glasses and a bottle of wine. Oh, yes, it was wonderful. I didn't bother arguing. I had a feeling it would be insulting if I refused the wine. Molto bene, he said, pouring our glasses. Angela sat across the table smirking. I scowled back. Okay, what are you in the mood for today? I can make you anything. Pizza, fettuccine, antipasti. We love your Sicilian special deep dish, Angela answered. Perfect, and I'll bring you bruschetta to start. It is one of Mr. Cullen's favorites. Thanks, Tony, I mumbled as he walked away. I placed my forehead in my hand, waiting for the onslaught of questions. Just let me have it, okay? I don't even know where to start, Angela laughed. Bella, what the hell have you been up to? I groaned, reaching for my wine. Screw having to go back to work. Is it safe to assume that, Mr. Cullen, is the same Mr. Cullen who ripped you apart for not magically knowing who his mother was? Yes, it's the same Mr. Cullen, I admitted. But Angela, I promise that was an isolated incident. He's not an asshole. Well, not to me anyway. I'm guessing you've eaten with him here before. Yeah, I have. And is there a reason Tony is running around like a chicken with his head cut off trying to please you? Mr. Cullen tips well. I don't believe you. She called me out on my bullshit. Oh my God, Bella, were all those rumors about him true? Is he seriously in the mafia? She hissed. Angela, I snapped, scanning the place for eavesdroppers. Holy crap, do you know how dangerous this is, Bella? What if you get whacked? I'm not going to get whacked. I whispered. You sound crazy right now. Jesus, you're a mob wife. We're not married, so you admit it. He's in the mob. I spotted Tony headed our way with a platter and sat back, pausing our hushed conversation. Plastering a smile on my face, I thanked him. He nodded and promised the pizza would be right up. What about Tony? Angela asked, leaning in again. He's a made man, isn't he? For God's sake, Angela. No, he is not. He's just a friend of the family. A friend of the family. Oh my God. Look, Angela, I'm not going to get into Edward's business with you because, honestly, I don't know what he does. Something in consulting. He makes a lot of money and has a lot of connections. I guess some people find that suspicious. I took a bite of the bruschetta. Oh wow, this is delicious. You have to try it. Quote, you're a horrible liar. You know that. She laughed, grabbing herself some food. Can you at least answer one thing? Maybe. Does he treat you well? She asked with a sincerity that could only come from a best friend. He treats me better than anyone has in my entire life, I promised. Please be smart, Bella. Don't get involved in something that's going to destroy your life. You have a place to go if you need it. Our apartment is always open. Even if we did turn your room into an office. I laughed at her offer. I love you, Ange. I don't know what I'd do without you. So, she said, relaxing and taking a sip of her wine. Now that we've got that covered, let's get to the important stuff. How is he in bed? She grinned as I scoffed. Come on, I know you're staying with him. I'm not a moron. He's insanely hot. Let a girl live vicariously. But don't tell Ben I said that. I giggled along with her before formulating an answer. You know that book series 1 lent to you. The steamy ones about the alpha CEO. The CEO who could almost make her orgasm just by looking at her. It's like that, only better. Tony arrived with our pizza to find us giggling like schoolgirls. I prayed he hadn't heard our conversation. The last thing I needed was for Edward's ego to get larger than it already was. We will continue in next part.